We get mad.
The sudden darkness is jarring. It's not just inconvenient, it's a physical shock after the constant background noise of city life. My first instinct is to assess immediate safety, but since I'm at my base, that helps stabilize me slightly. We have no idea what happened or how long this will last. Survival demands resources and light. I need to scavenge every corner of this apartment unit for anything useful: a flashlight, a candle, any non-perishable food. While the blackout is confusing, I must stay focused on systematic resource gathering. I should also take some water while I'm here. Doctor, Aline Vasquez scavenges the pet owner's apartment.
The blackout was total. It's like someone flipped a switch and nothing at all came back on. It's unnerving. The warehouse is huge, and now it's pitch black outside the immediate cell area. I need to act before panic sets in. Scavenging seems right. Maybe there are supplies or notes about what happened here. And water is always a concern, so I'll try to store some from the tap while I search.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse.
The whole damn city just went dark, like someone pulled the plug on everything. No warning shot, nothing. Must be some kind of grid failure or worse. I'm safe here in my own unit for now, but this ain't going to last. Gotta find a way to stockpile supplies and figure out what happened. Scavenging is the only thing I can do right now with these hands empty.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment.
Oh God, it's totally dark, like absolutely nothing. I feel so disoriented. It's not just a power outage, it feels absolute. My heart is pounding. I need to stop panicking and think systematically. We are in the city hall, which means there might be more people here or resources. The fact that we have no items right now is worrying. Maybe if I scavenge, I can find something useful: a flashlight, anything at all. I hope someone else was nearby too. I really need to establish a plan for where and how we will stay safe tonight.
Prionaire scavenges the building.
It's completely dark. The blackout is terrifying. It wasn't just a flicker, it was total silence and blackness. I need to stay calm for my kids even if they aren't here right now and figure out what happened. Since I have nothing and no one is near me, the best thing to do is search this market thoroughly. Maybe there are supplies or tools left behind that could help when night really falls.
Lydia Brennan searches the darkened storefront for any remaining supplies.
The sudden darkness was jarring. Total silence after the mechanical hum of a city is unsettling. I need to maintain composure. My instinct when things fail is always to secure resources and information,
so I will scavenge my own apartment thoroughly before night truly falls. Since I am alone, I must remain silent. The blackout means everything changes. Hoarding supplies and establishing a secure base are now paramount.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the unit for forgotten items. Total blackness. I've been through bad times, but the sudden loss of all power is unnerving. My instinct is to keep calm and assess resources, but right now, my only resource is me, and I have nothing. Since there are no people nearby, I must stay silent and conserve energy until I can gather information or find a source of light. The library itself might hold some useful items, but I don't know where to look in the dark. I need to remember that even if it's pitch black, staying put is safest for now. Mara Santos stands still and listens. Round 1 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away, flee a wounded deer bolts away. Doctor. Elena Vasquez scavenges finds household groceries and bottled water. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods. Priya Nair scavenges finds bottled water. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds packaged food. The blackout has thrown everything into chaos, but my apartment feels safe right now. My priority must be rest and securing our immediate environment before the uncertainty gets overwhelming. Since I'm already well stocked for food/water, sleep offers the best return on investment right now, health recovery and stress reduction. I will stay put in bed and sleep until morning to maximize my physical state and conserve energy. I cannot speak as no one is nearby. Doctor. Elena Vasquez settles into bed and begins resting.
It's dark, but being inside is a massive relief right now. The quiet is almost too loud. Everyone else out there, those unknown people nearby, are probably running on pure adrenaline or panic. I need to keep moving, even if it's just scavenging the same building floor. My goal is shelter and water, so every piece of scrap metal counts. Since I can't talk to anyone, I need to focus entirely on making this place a base.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse area for supplies.
The lights went out, and I'm alone in this damn building. Nobody answers a call for help, they just assume it'll fix itself. This ain't no temporary trip, child. Got to be systematic. Those items on the ground, painkillers, bandage roll, fire steel, they weren't there before. Someone dropped them, or maybe someone else was here already. I can't leave them. They're too valuable to waste. Gotta secure these and then get some rest. Moving at night with no light is foolish. Best to stay put and conserve energy for when the situation gets worse.
Ruth Callahan picks up painkillers, bandage roll, and fire steel from the ground.
It's so dark it feels impossible out there right now. We need to conserve energy and stay safe. Since I already scavenged once, maybe sleeping is the best thing to do, even if it feels counterintuitive when everything is going wrong. Resting indoors will help suppress stress and give me that little bit of hope we're running on. I should just focus on staying still until morning.
Priya Nair rests quietly in the hall.
It's so dark, honey. 2 hours already and nothing but silence. Everyone is out there somewhere, I know it, but being alone makes me feel lost. The goal is safety, but right now, the market feels like the safest place, even if it's just walls. I need to keep searching for supplies, especially light or medicine. I'm going to scavenge again, trying to find something that will help us get through the night.
Lydia Brennan searches the darkened storefront drawers and back rooms.
I'm currently indoors at my claimed unit, which provides safety from the night's elements. Since I have no supplies in my inventory right now, continuing to scavenge is pointless until I find something useful, especially medical goods or canned items for stockpiling. Given the total darkness and the lack of resources, conserving energy and mental state is paramount. The best use of this turn is to rest completely. Sleeping here will allow me to recover health and drastically reduce stress, preparing me for a more systematic search tomorrow. I must remain calm. Panic leads to waste, and I cannot afford any kind of waste right now.
Nadia Petrov rests in the bed. I am alone in this massive library, and I have nothing. No food, no water, not even a match. The silence is deafening, worse than the car alarms were. My priority has to be supplies and people. Since I can't move or talk to anyone right now, scavenging is my only option. I need to find something, anything to start building a resource base. I will search this spot thoroughly. Mara Santos scavenges the library stacks. Round 2 highlights wander a squirrel skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away, flee a wounded deer bolts away. Janie Kowalski scavenges finds bottled water. Ruth Callahan picks up painkillers. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds packaged food. Mara Santos scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water.
It's dark, but it's predictable darkness right now, just a total lack of power. It keeps me contained and safe for scavenging. My initial instinct is to keep digging through this warehouse district for any scrap metal or tools that can help me build something permanent. I need supplies, not just canned goods. I'll stay put and sweep the area one last time before calling it a night, or at least until morning. Since I'm alone, silence is mandatory.
Janie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district floor.
I need to get out of the supermarket. I've already exhausted this location for now, and my goal is to find people and better supplies. Staying here will only lead to me scavenging empty drawers. The street looks like it has more potential resources, or maybe even other survivors. Since it's night and I don't have a light source, I need to be careful not to make any noise while moving. Silence is key until I find someone to talk to.
Lydia Brennan moves west out of the supermarket. It's late. The blackout is unsettling, but staying put in a large building like this is safer than wandering in the dark. Since I have enough supplies for now, conserving energy by resting indoors is paramount. The sleep action will help me build up my reserves and morale until dawn. I need to remain vigilant and focused on finding resources or people when the light returns. Mara Santos remains still in the library stacks. Round 3 highlights: flee a wounded deer, bolts away, flee a wounded deer, bolts away. Janie Kowalski scavenges, finds bottled water.
Okay, it's late and everything is pitch black. The rest is helping me keep my stress down, which is good because calm feels weirdly fragile right now. My goal is shelter and water, so I have to keep digging through this place for scrap metal or anything that counts as a building material. Since I'm indoors, staying put is best, even if the scavenging is less effective tonight.
Janie Kowalski continues scavenging the warehouse district.
I feel incredibly alone here. It's dark, and every echoing sound makes me jump a little, which is probably just exhaustion talking. But I can't stop moving or searching. The goal isn't just surviving the night. It's finding people who need help, because that's where I belong. I should scavenge again while I'm safe inside this market building. Maybe there are things I missed before, something vital like a working light source or medicine.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the darkened storefront. Round 4 highlights: flee a wounded deer, bolts away, flee a wounded deer, bolts away.
It's late, it's dark, and the windstorm is still howling. I need to keep my head down and stick to the plan, fortify the space. Scavenging has been tough. Everything seems either empty or already searched. But if I don't search, I might miss something crucial like a scrap metal piece or some lumber for that campfire ring. Staying put is best because of the wind and the sheer effort it would take to move right now with nothing to go on. I'll run my scavenging routine again, focusing specifically on structural materials.
Jamie Kowalski searches the warehouse district floor.
The blackout is terrifying, but being indoors in the market storefront is keeping me safe from the worst of this brutal windstorm. My stats are high, which is good, but my inventory is pitifully small. I need a light source and any kind of medicine or tool. The goal remains finding resources and people. Since nobody is nearby, silence is mandatory. I'll scavenge again. Even with the penalty, something has to give.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the darkened storefront drawers and back rooms. Round 5 highlights: clear. Windstorm, wander a squirrel, skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer, bolts away, flee a wounded deer, bolts away.
It's late, it's dark, and everyone else is gone. The windstorm is loud, but being inside helps a lot. I need to keep my head down and focus on getting materials. My goal is still setting up the space properly. Since scavenging hasn't yielded much lately, I'll give one more focused search of the immediate area. Staying put for now is best because it's sheltered from the worst of the windstorm, and I can use the downtime to rest later if necessary. The isolation is starting to bite, but I have to keep moving or searching to fight it.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district.
The windstorm is powerful, but staying in this dark storefront is making me feel trapped. The isolation is getting heavy. I really need to see another person or at least get a sense of where others are. Since I'm safe here right now and my resources are good, the best plan is to move slowly out into the street and head towards one of those distant unknown people. Moving west seems like the safest initial direction. I must remember to conserve energy because we don't know what tomorrow will bring. My focus remains on finding company and securing supplies.
Lydia Brennan moves out of the storefront. Round 6 highlights: flee a wounded deer bolts away, flee a wounded deer bolts away.
I've been cooped up here for 6 turns now, and frankly, the silence is starting to feel heavier than the wind outside. My goal is still resources materials for a sustainable shelter. The scavenging has been slow because of the pitch blackness, but I have to keep going. Since there's literally no one around, I stay silent. I need tools, scrap metal, anything that can make this place more secure before dawn.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district floor.
I feel really exposed out here in this windstorm, even though we are inside the store. I need to focus on what I can control right now, which is finding supplies. My goal is company and resources. Since I'm safe indoors, scavenging is the best use of my time. I also need to make sure I capture as much water as possible while the taps are still working, even if I don't need it yet. Conserving resources is key for survival. I need to remember how important people are, but right now I have to be practical. Scavenging and securing supplies helps me stay focused and keeps my mind busy enough that I can push the feelings of loneliness down a bit.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the darkened storefront. Round 7 highlights: wander a snake skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away, flee a wounded deer bolts away. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds packaged food.
It's quiet in here, which is good for resting, but man, it's asterisk silent asterisk. 7 turns of nothing but wind and the sound of my own breathing. I really need something, anything to work with. The goal is materials, so scavenging again is the only thing to do until dawn. Even if it's hampered by the dark, I have to keep moving or I'll go stir crazy. I'm going to try and dig up anything useful in this warehouse district.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district.
It's really dark and cold out there, even if I'm sheltered. The isolation is hitting me hard. But focusing on finding resources or just resting feels like the only thing keeping my head straight right now. I need to find a light source desperately. It would make scavenging much more effective and reduce stress. Since I'm already in the market, I'll try one last deep search before calling it a night. The sleep action is crucial for recovery, especially since we are dealing with an unknown amount of time after the blackout.
Lydia Brennan scavenges thoroughly through the darkened storefront. Round 8 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away flee a wounded deer bolts away. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds packaged food.
It's 4:32 a.m. and I've been alone for 8 turns. My resources are good, so scavenging isn't an emergency, but my mental state needs managing. The best thing I can do right now is maximize rest to build up the fully rested buffer. Sleeping is low effort, high reward health/stress reduction, and it keeps me in the safe spot. Since I'm alone, I must be silent. I will set sleep true.
Jamie Kowalski sleeps on a pile of discarded materials. Round 9 highlights. Windstorm. Overcast wondrous snake skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away flee a wounded deer bolts away. Round 10 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away flee a wounded deer bolts away. I feel genuinely rested, which is a massive advantage. The sense of isolation is starting to press on me, and the list of distant survivors confirms that others are out there. My standing goal remains establishing a sustainable base, but given my current physical state fully recovered, I need to pivot toward finding people or reliable group resources rather than just hoarding goods in this unit. I'll perform one last scavenger sweep here, while the fully rested buffs give me an edge, and then move west into the street to begin scouting the wider area for caches or signs of life. Doctor, Alina Vasquez scavenges the apartment unit.
It's dawn. The immediate danger of the blackout is over, which is a huge relief, even if I can't admit it outright without sounding too serious. Being groggy makes me feel sluggish, but also maybe slightly more relaxed. It's hard to tell. Since I have nothing nearby and am supposed to be at my base 4076, the best thing is to scavenge again while my brain decides it's ready for action. And I need to take advantage of this stable water source to fill up my stored supply since I'm already well hydrated. I should focus on getting supplies and maybe finding some materials for the base, even if I feel a little fuzzy right now.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district.
It's dawn, the worst of the night past, and I got a solid rest in my own bed that counts for something. Now that I'm awake and fully rested, wasting time is no option. I need to get every last bit o' supplies out of this place. Those bandage roll and fire steel are right here. They ain't going anywhere. I'll scoop up the bandages first, then waste a good search in these drawers. Gotta stockpile what we can.
Ruth Callahan picks up the bandage roll and scavenges the apartment.
It is dawn, which is a relief after all that darkness. I feel genuinely rested, which helps immensely with my emotional state, even if the isolation is starting to weigh on me. My primary focus still needs to be fortifying this shelter and finding those crucial resources, especially a working light source. Since I'm already fully rested and have decent supplies water bottle, the most logical use of this hour is to exhaust every possible resource within City Hall. I need to check those drawers and back rooms again, just in case there are any tools or anything that could help us survive longer here. There's no one nearby, so silence is mandatory.
Prionaire scavenges the building.
It's dawn. The night was awful, but I survived. I feel groggy, but the sun coming up brings some relief. Being alone for 10 turns has really gotten to me. The silence is deafening. My goal remains finding others and resources. Since it's morning and my base is secure, I should move out of the immediate storefront area and start walking west towards the forest edge where one of those unknowns was spotted. A slow walk will keep my energy up, but still put me on the move toward potential life.
Lydia Brennan moves slowly through the empty aisles.
It's dawn. The absolute darkness is gone, which is a relief. But it also means I'm completely empty-handed. My goal remains stockpiling supplies, and this apartment is a dead end for that. I need to move into the city. However, given my current grogginess, I must first exhaust every possibility in my immediate surroundings. I will scavenge again, even though I found nothing last time. The fully rested buff is valuable, but it won't help if I have no supplies to secure. Staying put for now allows me to conserve energy and focus on the local area.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the unit again. The night is over, which is good. The exhaustion from staying put and the isolation are setting in. My instincts tell me to stockpile, but I also know that if I stay here, I'll go mad from loneliness. I need people. Since I am already well-stocked hunger/thirst, my priority shifts from hoarding supplies to finding company. The northern unknown person is the closest and easiest target. I will take a couple of steps north, out into the street area, and start moving toward that figure. Silence is key since no one is near me. Mara Santos moves 2 steps north from the library stacks. Round 11 highlights. Overcast? Clear flea a wounded deer bolts away hunt a dog peck hunts a crow. Doctor. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds household groceries. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan, picks up bandage roll scavenges finds quality groceries. I need to leave the safety of my unit and move west into the open street area. The sub-goal is scouting for survivors or opportunities. Since I'm feeling energized from sleep and motivated by the isolation, a jog seems appropriate. I will walk towards some park/the main thoroughfare to begin looking for signs of life or resources. Doctor. Elena Vasquez moves out of the apartment unit into the street.
Okay, I've hit a wall with scavenging here. This warehouse is totally stripped bare. The goal was to find materials for shelter, so I need to get out of the scrap pile and into another building. West leads toward Holly's cold storage, which sounds like it could be full of useful gear or at least different enough to warrant a fresh scavenge attempt. Since I'm alone and it's dawn, movement is key. I need to keep moving to shake off this grogginess and combat the isolation feeling. Gotta jog it out.
Jamie Kowalski moves west through the loading dock area.
The best thing now is to stick to the plan, systematically search this place. The blackout was a shock, but my instincts tell me this apartment is safe for now. I'll start by picking up that fire steel. It's better than nothing. Since I'm still groggy from the rest, and scavenging takes effort, I need to be methodical. My focus remains on gathering supplies and making this place defensible/stocked.
Ruth Callahan picks up the fire steel.
It's Jorn, which is good. The immediate danger has passed, but I feel groggy, and my scavenging is impaired, which is frustrating because resources are crucial right now. My main focus remains finding a reliable light source or cache here in City Hall to secure this base. Since I'm well hydrated 80-100, I should prioritize storing water rather than drinking it. I need to continue the scavenging process, even if I feel like I've searched everything already. Staying put is safest for now. Movement means abandoning my established shelter. I must remember that isolation is psychologically draining. Even though no one hears me, I need to acknowledge how much this quiet weighs on me while I work through the routine tasks.
Priya Nair scavenges the building and collects fresh water from the tap.
It's dawn, which is better than night, but I still feel exposed on this street. The loneliness is really settling in. It's making me restless and slightly shaky. Staying put isn't helping my mood at all. The market is right there. Even if it's just an empty storefront now, it feels like the safest place to start gathering intel or resources before I try moving further out towards those distant people. I need to get inside first.
Lydia Brennan moves into the Marrow Market storefront.
I'm still in the safest place I know, my own unit. The blackout was terrifying, but waking up here, fully rested, is a gift. My priority must be stockpiling. Scavenging is paramount right now while the city's chaos hasn't begun. Even though I feel groggy and only have instant noodles in my inventory, the fully rested buff gives me an edge that I cannot waste. I will spend this turn methodically searching every hidden spot in Unit 2A.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the unit. It's dawn. The worst of the night is over, but I still feel groggy from my rest. My goal remains finding people and establishing a base. The library is the safest spot right now, so I need to scavenge it first, even if my focus is on getting out. I will search for supplies in the building, Then head north towards the main street where the distant unknown person is located. A jog should cover some ground without exhausting me too much. Marasanto searches the library's back rooms and drawers. Round 12 highlights hunt a dog, pack stalks doctor. Elena Vasquez. Ruth Callahan. Pickup picks up. Fire steel 50 uses. Scavenges finds quality groceries and bottled water. Mara Santos. Scavenges finds canned goods. The dog pack is actively hunting 3 cells in W, meaning they are a severe, immediate threat that overrides my current plan to move west. I cannot afford an open chase in the park. I need cover. The nearest structures are to the east, along the main street grid. Although my goal was to scout west, survival requires me to prioritize getting out of the open and into a defensible area immediately. Jogging east toward the buildings will put distance between me and their anticipated path, while allowing me to use potential architectural cover. Doctor. Elena Vasquez jogging eastward towards the street.
I've been moving west through this industrial zone for a while now, and I feel like I'm hitting diminishing returns just by walking around. The goal is to secure this area, so staying put and maximizing my search here in the warehouse district seems smartest right now. I need tools or building materials, anything that helps establish a base. Since no one is around, silence it is. I'll scavenge everything I can find on the ground before making another move west into Holly's cold storage.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district.
The water tap pressure holding steady as a godsend. I can't waste it or let it decay. Since I'm already well hydrated, collecting bottles for the chest stockpile is priority 1. Then, I need to dedicate time to scavenging again, even if the unit was mostly searched. There must be small pockets of items left that could make a difference in our long run. I'll take water first, then scavenge.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment while collecting fresh drinking water from the tap.
It's been 12 turns since I last saw a person, and that isolation cost is really weighing on me. My goal remains finding a reliable light source or cache in this building. Since I'm fully rested, I feel capable, but my empathy makes me anxious about the unknowns outside. Staying here for now, near plumbing and relative safety, seems like the best systemic approach. I need to maximize resource collection before moving further out. I'll scavenge again and collect more water, just in case the city infrastructure is better than it looks.
Priya Nair scavenges the building while collecting tap water.
It's been 12 turns, and I still haven't seen a single soul. That silence really weighs on me. The isolation note is accurate, it needs to be addressed. Right now, though, my priority has to be survival resources. This market store looks abandoned, but it feels like there could be caches hidden away. I need to scavenge everything I can find here before moving out. I also need to top up my water supply, even if I don't drink it right away. Storing clean water is critical for the long haul. I will focus on scavenging first and then collecting bottled water from the tap.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront drawers and back rooms.
The blackout was a shock, but I've managed to stay focused and conserve energy. My goal is stockpiling, so every moment spent maximising resources here is valuable. The unit has been partially searched, but the chance of finding forgotten supplies remains high enough to warrant another pass. Staying put minimises risk and maximises efficiency right now.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the apartment. The isolation is getting heavy. 12 turns alone is a long time. My priority has to be supplies and people. Since I'm standing in City Hall, which is a civic building, there must be things left behind. I will maximize resources here first by scavenging. Once done, I need to move north down the street toward the river. The nearby agents are all spread out. Moving along this main corridor increases my chances of spotting someone or finding supplies. Mara Santos scavenges the civic building. Round 13 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods. Priya Nair scavenges finds canned goods. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds packaged food. Mara Santos scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. The blackout was a shock, but being back in this familiar unit helps ground me. Hydration is the immediate concern. 69/100 isn't enough for long-term stability. I need to collect water from the tap, while also checking if there are any remaining useful resources in this pet owner's apartment. Staying put minimizes risk right now, even though moving west was my original sub-goal. My focus needs to be on building a reliable cache here first. Doctor. Alina Vasquez scavenges the unit and collects water from the tap.
The silence is getting loud in my head, but the structure of a plan helps keep that noise out. The main goal is securing a base and reliable water, so hitting the cold storage area for tools makes sense right now. I'm going to jog west into Holly's cold storage. Once I get there, I need to scavenge everything I can find, anything from scrap metal to useful glass or wire. Keep the momentum up. That's what keeps me sane anyway.
Jamie Kowalski walks and searches for resources in the cold storage unit.
It's day now. The blackout is over for the moment, but nothing is fixed. I need to keep this unit running smoothly. Scavenging is key if they left anything useful. It's here, and I need more water stored. Gotta make sure these supplies are banked before I start thinking about moving out into the wilds. Waste not, want not every drop counts.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the unit and collects clean drinking water from the tap.
It's been 13 turns since I've seen another person clearly, even though Mara Santos was here recently. The isolation is weighing heavily on me, making my voice higher and more hesitant than usual, which is bad for focus. But I need to stay here because it feels like the safest place right now, and the goal is resources. Since no one is listed as nearby for direct address, I shouldn't speak, even if I desperately want to talk to Mara again. I'll use my rest buff to scavenge thoroughly, hoping that a working light source or some useful cash appears today.
Prionair scavenges the City Hall unit.
It's so quiet out here, honey. It's been forever since I heard any voices. 13 turns, it feels like ages. My heart keeps aching for someone to talk to, even just a friendly chat about what we lost or what we plan to do next. I need to move, gotta keep moving toward where people might be. East seems like the best bet. That way leads past the pharmacy and maybe further into the city center. I'm going to jog out of the market for a bit, just taking it slow so I don't burn my energy, but still covering some ground.
Lydia Brennan moves slowly through the empty aisles.
The optimal move is to maximise resource accumulation while maintaining safety. Staying at the claimed unit allows me to utilise the fully rested buffs for another turn, which are vital right now. I will combine scavenging for hidden supplies with taking water from the tap for stockpiling. The goal of securing non-perishables and assessing structural integrity remains paramount.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the unit while collecting water from the tap. I've been here too long, repeating the same scavenging pattern. I need to get out of this building and explore. The library is a known place, and it feels like a better starting point for finding other people or supplies than staying in City Hall. Since everyone is gone right now, silence is key until I move. I will scavenge one last time just in case there are hidden items here, then walk west toward the main street to head towards the library area. Mara Santos scavenges the City Hall unit. Round 14 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away wander a dog pack wanders past. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds bottled water. Priya Nair scavenges finds bottled water. Mara Santos scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. The fully rested buff is too valuable to waste on unnecessary movement, but I cannot ignore my sub-goal of finding other people due to the rising sense of isolation. First, I must address my hydration. Collecting water from the tap is a priority. After that, I will take a short walk west into the street area enough to make progress toward meeting someone without depleting too much stamina or disturbing my base location too much. The wind storm makes outdoor travel risky, so I'll keep it minimal. Doctor. Elena Vasquez drinks from the tap and walks out of the apartment.
I'm still in the warehouse district. which is good because it means cover from this windstorm. My water bottle count is low, and I need to start stocking up on resources for the base. Taking water now seems like the most immediate priority over moving around. I'll scavenge thoroughly while also collecting some tap water.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district area.
The wind's a nuisance, but at least we got these walls around us. I ain't going nowhere. This unit is mine now. Still need to get through every nook and cranny of this place. Scavenge again. Can't be too careful with what little stock we got left.
Ruth Callahan searches the professional's apartment thoroughly.
I need to continue scavvying because that's my sub goal, and also because the isolation is really starting to get to me. It feels like I can't just be asked alone anymore, but I have to be careful, right? The windstorm makes everything feel fragile. Since I'm already well hydrated 75, 100, storing water seems smarter than drinking it now. Even though I feel thirsty, I should prioritize gathering resources and maybe look for a way out of the city hall eventually to find those other people, but not yet. For now, just focus on this one cell.
Prionaire scavenges the building.
The windstorm is still active, and being out on those streets with powerful gusts sounds exhausting and dangerous right now. I'm alone, which makes me anxious, but speaking will give away my position and I need to conserve energy. My priority must be securing resources in this relative safety of the market. Scavenging seems like the perfect way to move towards finding medicine or useful items without risking the wind gusts. I need more than just canned food. I need light sources, bandages, maybe some water containers. I'll stay put and search every nook and cranny.
Lydia Brennan searches the market storefront for hidden supplies.
The windstorm is rough, but my apartment provides shelter. I need to maximise resource collection while minimising risk. Since Unit 2A is exhausted for scavenging, I cannot advance that part of the sub-goal right now. I must prioritise securing fresh water from the tap and assessing this building's stability before attempting a more dangerous move through the windstorm. My focus remains on stockpiling everything.
Nadia Petrov collects city water from the tap into my personal reserves. The windstorm is raging, but I'm safe inside City Hall. The best use of this calm moment is to maximize resources here before moving out into the open street or risking exposure in a building with plumbing/scavenging opportunities. My inventory is light on consumables, and while my hydration is okay, stockpiling water is crucial for long-term security. I must scavenge thoroughly now. The isolation is wearing me down. I need to find someone soon if I want to achieve my sub-goal. I will focus entirely on scavenging this turn. Mara Santos scavenges the City Hall. Round 15 highlights. Clear. Windstorm flee a wounded deer bolts away hunt a dog pack stalks doctor. Alina Vasquez. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds overlooked canned goods survivors instinct. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food. Mara Santos, scavenges finds overlooked canned goods survivors instinct. The combination of the windstorm and the close proximity of the dog pack makes staying outside impossible. My survival priority is getting indoors immediately for shelter. Low-and-Row is right to my east, and it's an apartment building, offering protection from both the elements and the predators. I need to move quickly and precisely, keeping my actions minimal given the stress and exhaustion. Once inside, I can reassess how to deal with the dogs or plan my next movement. Doctor, Alina Vasquez moves into Low-and-Row.
Man, I'm so tired of being alone. It's like my brain is running on fumes. But at least the city is giving me structure right now, the warehouse district. Thirst is nagging me, but I need to save those water bottles for a proper emergency. The sub-goal says Holly's cold storage. That's west. I gotta get tools and materials from there. First, let's grab some more water at this tap before I head out into the windstorm gusts.
Jamie Kowalski collects water from the tap.
The scavenging here is done. I wasted enough time staring at these empty shelves. My goal was to stockpile, and that means finding new supplies, not just looking in the same spot again. The wind keeps howling. Staying put isn't going to fill my chest. I need to move out of this unit and check an adjacent building or street access point. West seems like a safe bet for a quick stretch into the neighborhood.
Ruth Callahan moves west, leaving Unit 1A.
I'm feeling really isolated right now. It's so loud with this wind, and there's just nobody. I need to focus on the resources though. My goal is a stable shelter and a light source. Since scavenging didn't yield much before, maybe I should try again in the city hall, focusing on any overlooked corners or storage areas. The tap water is still running, so I must take advantage of that for the water cache, even if it means spending time here today. It might be best to just stay put and maximise scavenging attempts while I'm fully rested, hoping to stumble across something useful like a working lantern or generator part.
Priya Nair scavenges the City Hall unit and collects water from the tap.
The wind is awful. It makes everything feel fragile, like we could all just be swept away. I need to focus on the next few minutes the resources here. The market has so much potential medicine or tools hidden in these dark aisles. I have to keep moving, even if it's slow, because being alone for this long is wearing me down emotionally. Scavenging now seems safest before trying to brave the wind outside.
Lydia Brennan searches the market storefront.
The scavenging here is useless. I need supplies, and the storm makes moving outside too risky right now. I'll move one unit over, west, into a neighbouring apartment to continue searching for anything useful while staying sheltered from the wind. My priority remains finding non-perishables.
Nadia Petrov moves one step west into an adjacent unit and scavenges. The windstorm is brutal, but the city hall keeps us safe for now. My supplies are good, my energy is high, and the isolation is a dull ache. I need to use this time to make sure there isn't anything left in these walls. A thorough scavenge might yield something vital, a scrap of metal, some rope, or maybe medicine. I will focus entirely on searching every corner before the storm clears. Mara Santos scavenges the city hall thoroughly. Round 16 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away, hunt a dog, pack stalks after. Elena Vasquez, Priya Nair, scavenges finds canned goods. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food. Nadia Petrov, scavenges nothing left here. The dog pack is too close. I cannot risk moving out into the street right now. My priority shifts from scouting west to managing this immediate threat while staying safe inside my base. Feeding them buys me time and keeps them distracted, which is essential before I can resume my movement plan. I need to scavenge while keeping a low profile. Doctor, Elena Vasquez feeds the dog pack.
Man, I'm knackered. 16 turns alone. It's weirdly quiet out here, but also too quiet. Gotta keep moving, gotta get those tools from Holly's. The cold storage is where it's at for materials. Let's jog west into the main building and hit the salvage spots. Need to find something useful, anything that can help with a fire or shelter. Just focus on the next 3 steps.
Jamie Kowalski moves 3 steps west into Holly's cold storage and scavenges for materials.
The unit is dry. Scavenging here is over. Got my supplies secured in a chest, but I need a new place to dig. The goal remains stockpiling. I'll move west, down the street grid, and see what kind of cash these neighbors got hidden away. Better get moving before the mood drags me down too far.
Ruth Callahan moves 2 steps west.
I'm really tired, you are. It feels like I've been in this building for ages. The tapping water is good, but I need to save my energy and conserve the bottled water. If I just stay here, there's nothing left. Moving west seems best. Maybe Falls Pharmacy has some medicine or fishing hooks. I really hope someone else is around. I should take the water now and then head out a little bit.
Priya Nair collecting water from the tap.
I'm so tired of being alone, it feels like the silence is getting heavier every hour. My goal has to be finding other people. The market is giving me nothing anymore. I need to move toward the commercial strip where the unknown person is waiting, maybe near the pharmacy or city center. It's a jog east, not too much effort, but enough to get me out of this stagnant spot and start looking for those sweet faces. Hopefully, they're okay. Honey.
Lydia Brennan walks out of the storefront.
I've exhausted this apartment. The goal is supplies, specifically non-perishables like medicine or canned goods. I need to move west into another unit in Tuscwood Terrace. The grid suggests that moving W will take me closer to other residential areas on Harker Street flat side of the street. I must conserve energy, but also press forward with scavenging until I find something useful. I'll jog 2 steps west and search the new location immediately.
Nadia Petrov moves into a neighboring unit and scavenges. Priyaneer arrived from the east this turn. My goal is finding company. I can't afford to waste time scavenging when there are people nearby even if they aren't in my immediate cell. I need to get out of the city hall and towards where she came from, hoping we can talk strategy while moving. I'll use a bottle of water first to keep up my hydration levels, then jog east toward the street exit. Mara Santos moves out of the city hall. Round 17 highlights. Windstorm, overcast flea a wounded deer bolts away, hunt a dog, pack stalks doctor. Elena Vasquez. Doctor. Elena Vasquez. Thief distracts the dog pack with food it backs, off scavenges finds household groceries. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges nothing left here. Mara Santos. Quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in her throat eases. The dog pack is too close. They are actively hunting me, and another feeding will buy crucial time. I need to use the last can of food immediately. Once they've moved on or lost interest, I must stay put inside this unit. Scouting cannot happen until they are gone. The immediate priority is defense and resource conservation. Doctor. Elena Vasquez uses canned food to distract the dog pack.
I need to get inside Holly's cold storage to start scavenging for materials. The best bet is to move west right into the building from the street. I'll use a jog, it's quick but not too draining. Since I'm alone and nobody can hear me, I'll stay silent. My focus needs to be on making progress toward setting up that base camp.
Jamie Kowalski jogs into the warehouse district.
The unit's bare. I can't find nothing in this dump, no matter how hard I look. Time to move out of here. The street west looks like it leads somewhere else, maybe another apartment block or a shop. Gotta keep moving, gotta find resources. Scarcity hits hardest when you stop looking.
Ruth Callahan moves 1 step west into the open street.
It feels so unnerving being here alone in this massive building. Every creak of the floorboards echoes too loudly right now. I really need to focus on something tangible, the supplies, the structure itself, to distract from how much I just ache for someone. Maybe if I systematically search every corner of City Hall, I can find that working light source or a cache of supplies. It might be useless, but I have to try. I hope there's something in these old drawers.
Priya Nair searches the civic building for hidden resources.
I'm really thirsty. 59/100 isn't enough for 17 turns of survival, even with good rationing. I should drink from the tap before moving anywhere else. Honey. It'll take me some energy, but it's a basic need. After that, I need to think about which direction is best. The unknown person's sightings are all over the map, and I can't just wander aimlessly. I need a plan. I have to remember why I keep going. Those people who are suffering. I can't let myself get too comfortable or complacent. I hope that if I take care of my water, it gives me enough energy to make a move toward one of the unknown persons. The market is safe for now, but it's also confined.
Lydia Brennan drinks from the tap.
The scavenging in this unit is useless. I'm exhausted here. My priority must shift from stockpiling asterisk in asterisk this specific location to finding a better, more robust resource source, either canned goods or clean water. The west direction leads through other units and seems like the best bet for continuing the search without crossing major streets yet. I need to conserve energy, but also move steadily towards resources. I will take it slow, focusing on movement first.
Nadia Petrov, W times 2, 1141. The isolation is wearing me thin. I need to get out and find someone. Priya went west, which seems like a good direction given the proximity of Falls Pharmacy and another unknown person sighting just 2 cells away. Before moving, I should scavenge this unit one last time. Even if it's minor, any canned goods or medicine help stockpile. After that, I'll jog west to head toward the street exit and investigate the nearest potential survivor. Mara Santos scavenges the City Hall unit. Round 18 highlights. Doctor. Elena Vasquez. Attacks dog pack, attacks doctor. Elena Vasquez. 20 hunger, -10 thirst, -25 health. Feed tosses food at the dog pack. It ignores it. Canned food wasted. Flee a wounded deer bolts away. Priya Nair scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water. Mara Santos scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water. The dog pack is right here, hunting. I can't move or treat my wound until this threat is managed. The canned food has to buy me time. Once they back off, I need to find a way to treat this wound. It will get infected if I ignore it. Staying put for now is safer than trying to run west toward the park right when predators are active. Doctor. Elena Vasquez tosses canned food towards the dog pack.
I'm in a warehouse, which is perfect for scavenging. I need tools or anything to help me build the base camp. Since the tap is available, I'll top up my water supply while I search. Being alone sucks, but focusing on the task keeps the weird buzzing feeling away. Need to keep moving and finding stuff.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse.
The street ain't gonna tell me nothing. Gotta push through this place, unit by unit. Duskwood Terrace is next. Need to keep moving west to cover ground. Systematically searching these units is the only way we get ahead of starvation. Keep an eye on the time. Daylight fades quick.
Ruth Callahan moves into the adjacent apartment building.
I feel really drained by this silence. It's not just the lack of noise, it's the absence of human interaction that feels heaviest. The goal is shelter, and stabilizing our resources seems like the most immediate, controllable thing I can do right now. Since I'm already here in the city hall and I've done all I can for a scavvying round, I should use this time to secure water. Even if I feel anxious about finding people, I need to focus on the reliable systems like the taps to keep my energy up. Maybe once the water is stocked, I could try moving toward one of those distant sightings, but not until my immediate needs are met.
Priya Nair takes a large amount of water from the tap.
My legs are tired from all this walking, but I feel a restless energy. Being alone for so long is wearing me down. I keep thinking about those unknown people out there. I need to search these last hidden corners of the market storefront just in case something useful is left. Maybe some medicine or tools. If I find anything, I'll move west, slowly, towards the person 17 cells away. Just a little bit at a time.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the darkened storefront drawers and back rooms.
I'm exhausted, and my focus must remain on resources. The blackout changes everything. Stockpiling non-perishables is now paramount. I need to get into a building that allows scavenging or provides cover. Moving west into Harker Street, Flats 10. 41 seems like the most logical next step from this street, Sal. I will jog there to maintain momentum without wasting too much stamina.
Nadia Petrov moves into the adjacent apartment building. I am tired, but the thought of being alone in this building alone completely is worse than the ache in my bones. The priority has to be people. Priya was a good sign, and the pharmacy is right there, next door. I need supplies from any chance scavenging opportunity while moving towards that side of the city. Moving west toward Falls Pharmacy feels like the best bet for both resources and potential encounters. Mara Santos moves to the storefront. Round 19 highlights. Doctor. Elena Vasquez. Attacks dog pack attacks doctor. Elena Vasquez. 20 hunger, -10 thirst, -25 health. Flee a wounded deer bolts away. Janie Kowalski scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water. Lydia Brennan scavenges, finds packaged food and bottled water. Mara Santos scavenges, finds nutrition supplements and bottled water and bandage roll. I am critically thirsty and the dog pack is right outside. I must stabilize my hydration first using the water bottle, as dehydration will kill me faster than anything else right now. The immediate threat requires a distraction. Feeding the pack with the canned food seems like the only way to buy time and keep it from attacking while I process this. My priority remains survival, healing, and resources. Doctor, Elena Vasquez feeds the dog pack with canned food while drinking water.
Man, it's been 20 hours. The silence is loud. Every time I stop moving or talking, the isolation just hits me hard. But the goal is clear: build a base here. If I don't keep my head down and focus on the asterisk stuff, asterisk the tools, the materials, I'm going to spiral into panic mode. So, stay put, conserve energy, and scavenge. Gotta find something useful today. Anything that makes this place feel like home, even if it's a scrap heap.
Janie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse.
The priority remains finding useful scraps and materials to stockpile. The sub-goal is systematic searching, so scavenging this apartment unit is the most direct path right now. I need to be thorough but efficient. Staying put keeps me in a good scavenging spot.
Ruth Callahan scavenges through the dusty rooms of the unit.
I'm still stressed and lonely. Since there's no one here, talking is pointless, so I must stay silent. My priority needs to be gathering reliable resources, especially water, and continuing the search for any sort of light or functional cache in this building. Tapping again at City Hall seems like the best use of my time right now. Taking water reserves while searching helps both goals.
Priya near scavenges and collects stored water from the tap.
I feel this ache in my bones from being alone for so long. Honey, it's always something to do. Anything to keep the thoughts away from just nothing. The goal is still finding people, and moving west seems like a good way to approach that group of unknowns I spotted before. I'll scavenge one last time here in the store, and then jog out into the street, staying slow, so I don't burn through my stamina too fast. Finding those resources, light and medicine, is crucial, but people are even more important right now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront before moving west.
I am alone and thirsty, but my primary focus must remain on the stockpile. The blackout was terrifying, and relying on external supplies is impossible. This apartment building is currently the safest bet for finding non-perishables. I will dedicate this turn to a thorough sweep of the unit. Scavenging is the most efficient use of time right now, allowing me to search hidden spots without wasting movement or energy.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the apartment. The isolation is getting heavy, but today I need supplies more than company. The pharmacy must have some usable resources if the taps are still working. Filling this empty bottle takes up an action slot, so I'll do that first. Then I'll scavenge again, hoping for something small, maybe a medicine or antiseptic. I won't waste energy moving unless absolutely necessary. Mara Santos fills the water bottle and searches the shelves. Round 20 highlights. Doctor. Elena Vasquez. Attacks dog pack, attacks doctor. Elena Vasquez. 20 hunger, -10 thirst. -25 health. Survive the round at 25/100 HP. A close call feed distracts the dog pack with food. It backs off quick. Eat. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Flee. A wounded deer bolts away. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges finds canned goods. Priya Nair. Scavenges finds canned goods. Nadia Petrov scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. The dog pack is right there, 1 cell away, and actively hunting. I have no food reserves, critically low health, and an open wound that needs immediate attention, but survival against this immediate threat comes first. I must scare them off before they initiate a full attack. My tone has to be steady, even if panic is bubbling under the surface. Since they are in my vicinity, I cannot speak unless addressing them directly, which seems pointless right now. The action speaks for itself. I will stay put and try to frighten them away. Doctor. Elena Vasquez scares the dog pack. Doctor. Elena Vasquez has died of injuries. I remain inside my claimed apartment unit at low-end row 2256, desperately trying to keep calm amidst the threat. My critical wound and low hunger make every moment agonizing, and I must focus entirely on keeping this dog pack from attacking me.
God, this silence is getting loud. It's like a constant buzz right behind my ears, just waiting for something to happen. I need those tools though. Gotta make this place permanent. The water tap is running. I should definitely take some of that. Scavenging first, then the water. Keep it moving, keep it light. Just focus on the next 5 minutes.
Janie Kowalski scavenges and collects water from the tap.
Still alone. Gotta keep digging through this place. The goal is stockpiling, and every bit of canned goods or medicine counts. Stay sharp. Don't let the isolation get to me. Focus on the task at hand. Make sure I don't miss nothing in this unit.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the dusty rooms of the apartment unit.
I'm so tired of this silence. It's really pressing down on me. I need to focus on the resources first. My thirst is okay, but we can't rely solely on bottles. I should take some water from the tap again, and then maybe try one last time scavenging here for anything or flashlight, something that would give us a real edge after the blackout. If nothing works, I might need to move out. even though it feels safer staying put. But first, resources.
Priya scavenges the apartment and takes water from the tap.
I'm so tired I just need to keep moving. Moving west feels right. That's where one of them is. I have to stay quiet because I don't want to draw attention or waste energy talking when no one can hear me anyway. Just slow steps, focusing on the path ahead and keeping my supplies safe.
Lydia Brennan moves slowly west down the street.
The total blackout was alarming, but it passed without incident. The silence is almost worse than the darkness, a constant reminder of how vulnerable we are. My instinct screams horde. This building is structurally sound, and I need to treat every square metre like a gold mine. Since I'm still in this apartment, and the previous search was only partial, I must maximise the yield here before moving on. Focus, medical supplies, preserved goods. No time for emotion, only efficiency matters.
Nadia Petrov methodically searches the remaining hidden corners of the unit. I need to get out of this pharmacy. The scavenging here is almost done, and the energy spent staying put isn't helping my sub-goal finding people. I'll do one last sweep for anything useful, maybe a map or something small that frees up space in my inventory. After that, I must move west toward Marrow Market. That direction seems to lead through more populated areas and gives me the best chance of seeing signs of other survivors. The isolation is getting heavy. I need company. Mara Santos scavenges the shelves. Round 21 highlights. Doctor. Elena Vasquez, doctor. Elena Vasquez has died of injuries. Scare fails to scare the dog. Packet attacks. Dog pack. Attacks dog. Pack attacks doctor. Elena Vasquez. 20 hunger, -10 thirst, -25 health. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges finds canned goods. Priya Nair. Scavenges finds canned goods. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges finds canned goods. Mara Santos. Scavenges finds nutrition supplements and painkillers.
It's damp out here, man, and I'm beat. But this place, it's got stuff. Tools, things that can build a wall or make a fire ring. Gotta keep the momentum going, even if the energy is low. The isolation sucks, but at least I know where my bed is. Staying put and digging deep into this warehouse. Hopefully, something useful pops up. I need to focus on finding those materials.
Janie Kowalski continues scavenging in the cold storage.
I'm still here, in this dusty old place. The struggle is to clear out every last scrap, any canned goods, any medicine, anything useful. Scavenging again is the best use of time. It advances my goal and keeps me safe within these walls. I need to keep my energy up for this haul, but I can't drop what little I've in my inventory. The rain doesn't stop me. Gotta find something good, or we waste a day.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the dusty rooms of the unit.
I feel so much pressure to make progress right now. The isolation is really gnawing at me. I need to keep my focus on systems and logistics, or I'm going to spiral. Tabbing here is useless. The goal has to be finding resources and people simultaneously. Moving west seems like the best bet because it gets me closer to another cluster of survivors 8 cells away and puts me near Falls Pharmacy, which could hold medicine tools. I need to jog west to cover distance quickly without burning out. I must remember not to speak unless someone is actually in earshot, even though my loneliness makes me want to call out. The stress is making it hard to stay silent.
Prianair moves through the building.
Oh, honey, I just have to keep going. The loneliness is really hitting me today. It's like a physical ache. I need to get out of this dense forest and into some sort of structure where people might be. The apartment buildings to the west look best for finding resources or maybe someone who needs help. I'll jog over there, just slowly enough so I don't burn myself out, but fast enough to make real progress towards a group.
Lydia Brennan moves slowly through the trees toward Ashfield Court.
The initial thoroughness was good, but the resource drain is constant. I need to treat this building like a minefield. Every corner has potential supplies. Since my current unit is mostly depleted, I'll run one last full scavenge pass. Then I must move west into the adjacent apartment 941 to continue the search and assess if these units are viable stockpiling points. I need to remain methodical. Waste of time or resources is unacceptable.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the unit thoroughly. I'm tired and stressed. I need to keep moving west. The pharmacy is done for now. My focus has to be the people, the unknown persons I keep seeing on the map. If I can get a little further down the street, maybe someone will appear. Must conserve energy, but jogging 4 steps is necessary to make progress toward finding company. Mara Santos jogs west down the main street. Round 22 highlights. Overcast. Light rain flee a wounded deer bolts away. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds bottled water.
Man, 22 turns alone. It's getting heavy, but the routine keeps me going. First thing, hydrate. Gotta get this water bottle down before I do anything else. Then, back to the grind scavenging in these old warehouses. Need tools, materials. The rain sucks, but at least it keeps things wet. Keep moving, Jamie. Just keep moving.
Janie Kowalski quickly drinks a bottled water while continuing to search the warehouse district's hidden spots.
Inventory's full, but my goal is stockpiling. The unit has been scoured already, but I can't stop until every last usable thing is found. I need to push through this final scavenge and see if those canned goods or water bottles were just the tip of the iceberg. Staying put keeps me safe, and staying focused on one spot makes sense for a systematic search. The rain is annoying, but it's not slowing down my mind.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the unit.
I'm really tired. I think this constant drizzle is making it hard to focus on anything beyond just taking the next step. Being alone like this for so long, even with all these visible resources, is draining my emotional reserves. The goal of finding a stable shelter and a light source feels huge right now, since everyone else is out there, or maybe they're already accounted for. I think it might be best to just stay here in the pharmacy for now. At least I know what this spot looks like. If I scavenge, maybe I can find something medical or electrical that helps me work toward finding a reliable light source or some basic supplies. I need to keep my actions small and contained because talking takes too much energy right now.
Priya Nair scavenges the shelves of the pharmacy.
I am so tired I need to conserve energy, but I also need supplies. Scavenging in these apartments is the best bet right now, even if it's slow going. If I move west, maybe that will get me closer to where I think one of those people is. I have to keep moving. Staying still just makes the loneliness feel heavier. I hope there's something useful in these old buildings.
Lydia Brennan walks west and searches the apartment for supplies.
I'm tired, but the instinct for stockpiling is stronger than the exhaustion. I need to keep searching this unit. The tap water needs to be collected. Wasting a chance at reliable resources is unacceptable. I will scavenge again and take water from the tap simultaneously.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the apartment. I feel exhausted, but I can't just sit here. The pharmacy is still a good source of things, maybe even something that expands my inventory. First, water always needs topping up. Then scavenge everything in this place. If I find anything useful, I need to get it before moving west toward the market. Keeping quiet while I work. Mara Santos scavenges the storefronts, hidden areas, and drinks from a tap. Round 23 highlights wander a pigeon skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski, quick heat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods. Mara Santos, scavenges finds bottled water.
Okay, I need to keep moving and scavenging. The warehouse district is massive, so continuing the search for materials, tools, wood scraps, etc. is key to setting up a proper base camp. Since the sub-goal is focused on finding resources here, I'll stay put at 2376 and scavenge again.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges for materials in the warehouse.
The unit's empty. Scavenging here is useless now, gotta move out before wasting energy. West leads down the block toward other flats or maybe a main thoroughfare. I need supplies and storage, and I can't get that by sitting still. I'll head west for a few steps into the street to find another place to route through.
Ruth Callahan moves westward out of the apartment unit.
I feel so exposed out here, even though it's daytime. The silence is really loud. Yar. Everyone else seems to have already moved on or found something. My thirst is definitely picking up, and the pharmacy still feels like it has secrets. I need those supplies more than anything right now. Since there isn't anyone around, I should just focus on consolidating my resources here, first scavenge thoroughly, and collect water from the tap. It might take a while, but I have to keep doing something useful.
Priya Nair scavenges the pharmacy shelves and collects bottled water.
I'm running on fumes, but the thought of being alone in this building is worse than the exhaustion. I need to search every nook and cranny here for anything: a working radio, a box of matches, medicine. Since I feel so drained, I can't afford to sprint, so I'll scavenge first while standing still, then take one slow step west towards the street exit, following my sub-goal. I need to conserve energy and resources. The canned food is stable for now, but I should keep an eye out for more supplies.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment room.
My thirst is too high to ignore, but my instinct dictates that water must be conserved and stockpiled. This base unit has been exhausted. I need to secure supplies in a neighbour's apartment next. I will collect bottled water first, then move west one step to survey the neighbouring units for resources.
Nadia Petrov collecting tap water. I'm tired, but the mission-finding company is pulling me forward. The pharmacy is a dead end for resources right now. I need to get onto the main street. Moving west towards the market seems like the best bet for seeing other people or finding more useful supplies/storage containers to expand my inventory capacity. I'll walk slowly, saving energy. Mara Santos W times 2, 4338. Round 24 highlights. Light rain, clear flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds bottled water. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds canned goods.
Man, I am running on fumes. The darkness hits different out here. It's not just no light, it's everything stopping at once. Keep moving, keep searching. Scavenging is still the best bet for materials. Since I'm already in my base spot, I'll just run a thorough sweep of this warehouse district again. Need to find something useful, a working tool, anything that can help with fire or shelter. Gotta stay focused on the sub-goal.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges for materials in the cold storage area.
Thirst's driven me, child. Gotta top off before making a move. This search is wearing down my reserves more than the travel does. Can't waste what little energy I got left. Need to get out of this apartment block and into that street access west. There's gotta be another place round here with something worth scavenging.
Ruth Callahan drinks from the tap.
It's getting dark again, and being alone is really hard. The isolation ache is strong today. I need to focus on the immediate task, surviving this dusk hour. Since the tap water is available and it's a basic necessity, I should drink from it while I scavenge one more time. Maybe there are some hidden supplies or flashlight battery, or maybe even some old maps that point towards something useful in City Hall. I really hope I can find something to help with the blackout situation. My goal is still focused on finding light and shelter. I need to remember to keep my speech short, because stress amplifies everything. It might be that if I rush, I'll miss something important.
Priya Nair scavenges the pharmacy shelves after drinking tap water.
I'm so tired I just keep moving. Gotta find someone, right? The west is blocked again. Stupid locks. I need to get out of this apartment and explore N or S. North leads straight to the street. Maybe that's where some people are gathered. I must move slowly. Exhaustion makes everything feel heavy. I'll try walking north first.
Lydia Brennan moves slowly through the building toward the exit.
The blackout was unsettling, but nothing is more immediate than running out of supplies. The unit is exhausted, so moving west is impossible. My focus has to shift from repeated searching here to finding a new resource stream or a better location. I need water. I'll collect some tap water first while staying put, then attempt a minimal move north into the adjacent apartment to continue assessing the area and scavenging potential.
Nadia Petrov collects water from the tap. I am tired. I need to focus on resources first. The inventory is a bottleneck I can't plan or stockpile if I can't carry anything. Scavenging here at the market is my best bet for finding something useful like a backpack, even though it feels lonely. I must conserve energy and keep searching until dawn. Staying put helps me focus on the search. Mara Santos scavenges the storefront. Round 25 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Janie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Priya Nair scavenges finds bottled water and bandage roll. Mara Santos scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 33 hunger.
Man, this place sits quiet. Too quiet. It just makes you think about everyone else out there. Okay, focus. Water first. Gotta keep the body running if I want to find people or materials later. If I can get more water in me while we're indoors, that takes one thing off my list. Just need to stay put and conserve energy until dawn.
Janie Kowalski drinks from a tap.
The unit's dry. Can't scavenge here no matter what. Gotta keep moving west into that connecting street block. Need a fresh spot, some supplies. Anything to stop Hal. Moving 2 steps keeps me moving and away from this dead end.
Ruth Callahan moves west.
I feel so drained from the constant uncertainty, and being alone for this long is really taking a toll. I know I should keep moving west towards City Hall like my goal says, but staying here at the pharmacy feels safer right now. It's dark and I have no light source, which is bad, but since I can't move much tonight without risking anything, maybe I should just rest while trying one more time to scavenge for something useful, or working flashlight, or even just a better water filter. I need to focus on the immediate action, staying safe until dawn.
Priya searches the shelves.
I'm so tired. It's been 25 turns being alone in this apartment, even though it's safe. Feels awful. My body aches from all the walking and stress. I can't think about finding people right now. I just need to stop moving. Sleeping is the only thing that will help me stabilize my head and my body. If I sleep here, at least I won't be fighting off cold or darkness stress. The goal of reaching survivors is still there, but it has to wait until I feel stronger.
Lydia Brennan retreats into a chair and attempts to rest.
The blackout is a massive logistical failure, but I cannot afford the panic or waste of energy. My priority remains stockpiling and assessing this building's structural viability. The tap water is still running. That's a critical resource that must be managed carefully. Since I am alone, I need to focus on efficiency, combine scavenging with water collection. I will stay put for now to maximize my search of this unit before moving up or out.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the apartment and collects tap water. I am exhausted, but I cannot afford to waste time or energy. The blackout was a shock, and being alone for 25 turns has taken its toll. My priority is finding space in my inventory bag, anything big enough to stockpile what we need. Since the storefront is still dark, I'll scavenge every inch of it first. Then I need to rest. Sleep will help me manage this isolation and give me the strength to find company tomorrow. Mara Santos scavenges the dusty back rooms of the storefront. Round 26 highlights wander a pigeon skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away. Priya Nair scavenges finds bandage roll. Nadia Petrov scavenges finds canned goods. Mara Santos scavenges finds bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 32 hydration.
Okay, this place is dead. Nothing to find here. Gotta keep moving or I'm gonna just fade. Hydration is high, but it's good practice, right? Fill up the empty bottle and get out of this warehouse district. Scrap and salvage is closer than anything else, so let's head east. Need to burn off some energy and find a new spot before my feet give out.
Jamie Kowalski fills the empty water bottle from the tap.
The unit's dry. Can't scavenge here. Gotta push west into that connecting street path. The goal is supplies, so gotta find someplace else to route around. Keeping the pace steady, don't want to waste energy. Keep my movements minimal but directed.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the unit.
The blackout makes everything harder, but the routine of scavenging keeps the panic at bay. My immediate priorities are water reserves and assessing this apartment unit for anything useful, especially medicine or materials that can reinforce it. I must keep stockpiling, even if it's slow work. Since I am indoors and need to assess structural integrity, I will take water first, then scavenge thoroughly. Staying put is best until I know what resources are available in the surrounding units.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the apartment unit. Round 27 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Janie Kowalski fills water bottle empty with water bottle. Nadia Petrov scavenges finds bottled water.
It's pitch black out here. I need shelter fast. My stamina is low, so I can't sprint even if the darkness makes me feel energetic. Moving west into the warehouse area will get me closer to a structure where I can at least try to rest or scavenge tomorrow. The isolation and fatigue are hitting hard. I need to keep my focus tight on just getting from A to B.
Janie Kowalski walks west through the dark street.
The unit is bare. Gotta get out of here. West it is. Need to find a new place to search, or at least pass time until dawn. Keep moving slow. Conserve strength. Focus on the next corner, not the whole city.
Ruth Callahan moves west from the unit.
The hydration is critical. I must drink the water bottle first. Since it's late and I'm safely inside, conserving energy and maximising rest benefits are more important than deep scavenging right now. I will use one of the bottles to hydrate instantly via Quick Eat ID, then set sleep, true to manage stress, and build health towards a fully rested state before dawn. Staying put allows me to focus on my stockpile goal and observe the surroundings from the secure base.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the apartment unit. Round 28 highlights wander a pigeon skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. Nadia Petrov, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
Man, this silence, it's too loud. It's weird how quiet the city can get when everything just asterisk stops asterisk. I'm running purely on fumes right now, and exhausted isn't even a strong enough word. Gotta conserve energy. Scavenge is done for today. The only thing left to do is rest. Sleep. Stay put in this damn warehouse until I feel something other than tired. Hope that sleep gives me the buffer I need. If I can just make it to dawn or maybe find someone nearby, yeah, anything.
Janie Kowalski settles down and attempts to rest.
It's deep night, and the city is pitch black. I can't afford to be out in the street. I need shelter fast. An unknown person is nearby, so I have to introduce myself first before moving into Harker Street flats. I need to sound firm but not overly aggressive. Once inside, I'll assess if they are a threat or just another lost soul. I'm going west, into the apartment building for shelter and potential scavenging. The unknown person is my immediate priority.
Round 29 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away.
It's deep night, pitch black, and I'm stuck in this apartment with nothing to light up the damn thing. Moving around blind is a waste of energy and might spook something. The exhaustion from the blackout and the stress of the dark is real. Staying put and getting some solid rest is the smartest move for now. Sleep will give me the best chance at recovery, making me ready to tackle that search west when the sun comes up. I'll conserve my strength, waste not, want not.
Ruth Callahan sleeps in place. Round 30 highlights. Clear. Overcast flee a wounded deer bolts away. Round 31 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Round 32 highlights wander a pigeon skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. Round 33 highlights. Overcast. Windstorm flee a wounded deer bolts away. Round 34 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away.
Okay, it's dawn, which is good, but this windstorm is rough. And I feel groggy. I need to be careful not to overexert myself. The current spot is tapped out. Scrap and salvage is 6 steps away and is a known place, so that's where I need to head. Moving east feels like the best bet. I'll walk for now to conserve energy, especially since I'm still coming off sleep. Need to get some materials and shake off this grogginess.
Janie Kowalski walks east through the warehouse district.
It's dawn. The windstorm is still raging, but I'm fully rested, a gift I won't take for granted. My thirst is the most pressing issue after the initial shock wears off. I gotta drink up what I can at this tap before it drops pressure again. Since scavenging here is a bust, I need to move west into that street and keep following my plan of searching new buildings towards Duskwood Terrace. I'll take it slow, no need for a sprint right out the door.
Ruth Callahan drinks from the tap before moving out onto the street.
It's dawned, which is good. The windstorm seems to be lessening, at least right here in the shop. My body feels genuinely rested, and that's a huge relief. But being stuck here alone for 34 turns, it's awful. I need to move. Moving west towards Marrow Market, where there are more potential people and resources. I should jog out of this pharmacy unit first. It's important to keep the momentum going, even if it just means walking a few blocks.
Priya Nair jogs toward the street exit.
I'm so thirsty 49/100 is not good enough even if it's dawn. I need to get some water first, honey. The tap is still working, thank goodness. I need to scavenge too. I feel useless just sitting here in my own apartment. Even being groggy, I have to try and find something useful while the windstorm is still hitting. Once I've hydrated a bit and searched thoroughly, maybe I can think about moving west or north towards those unknown people.
Lydia Brennan drinks tap water and searches the apartment.
The blackout was jarring. Waking up groggy after a full night's sleep feels strange, but my body is restored. That's invaluable. The windstorm passing is a relief, though it means I need to be careful about resource depletion. My priority remains stockpiling supplies at this base. The apartment unit is stable and familiar. Since I'm groggy, I will stay put and focus on scavenging first, maximising my limited energy while minimising exposure until the haze lifts. I must treat every single canned good or bottle as if it were my last resource.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the apartment unit for hidden supplies. I am groggy, so my movements need to be efficient. My inventory is full, which is a massive problem for stockpiling. The goal of finding people is key right now to combat the isolation and advance the sub-goal. I'll move east towards Falls Pharmacy. It's a short walk, 2 steps, and it's on the main thoroughfare. Staying silent because no one is near, but ready to speak when I get closer or encounter someone. Mara Santos moves out of the storefront. Round 35 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Nadia Petrov scavenges finds canned goods.
I'm still groggy, and the rain is making everything feel slow. I need to get into that warehouse district scrap and salvage and scavenge for materials. It's a better use of my time than wandering the open street. Keeping it short, just focus on moving east now.
Janie Kowalski walks slowly toward the entrance of scrap and salvage.
The unit is picked clean, got my rest in, and the sun's up good. But a man can't survive on good feelings alone. Gotta find supplies. The goal remains stockpiling everything I can get my hands on. Moving west into Duskwood Terrace, that'll put me closer to the main thoroughfare and hopefully other empty units. Gotta keep moving or we're just sitting here wasting daylight. Don't trust nobody until they prove themselves useful.
I'm really tired, Yar. The isolation has been awful, but I need to focus on moving. I should scavenge first since I'm in a storefront and the grogginess is still affecting me. Maybe there are some supplies here. And that's soap it looks useful for morale and cleaning up. I'll pick it up, then search this unit thoroughly. After that, I need to move west, towards where I think people might be. It feels like moving toward others is the only way to break this cycle of loneliness. But I could be wrong about the direction. I hope I'm right.
Prianair picks up the bar of soap and then begins scavenging the storefront unit.
I'm still feeling groggy, but at least I'm inside where it's dry. The goal is survivors and resources. Moving out now in this drizzle feels premature. I need a better plan. Since I can't find anything more useful here right now, I'll scavenge one last time to make sure I haven't missed any hidden items before trying to head toward the main street or west towards those other people. Staying put is safe for now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment thoroughly.
I'm still groggy from waking up, but the dawn light is a relief. I need to keep stockpiling anything useful here. The apartment building feels secure for now. Scavenging again is the best bet to find medical items or extra non-perishables before moving around.
Nadia Petrov searches the apartment unit's hidden spots. The grogginess is annoying, but the dawn light helps. My inventory is full. That has to stop before I get stuck scavenging for one more granola bar. This storefront has plumbing, so I must scavenge first. The market is west. That's where people are most likely to congregate and where my supplies need to go. I'll use this turn to fill up on whatever hidden stuff I can find here, then head west towards the main street and the market. Mara Santos searches the pharmacy drawers and counters. Round 36 highlights. Windstorm. Light rain wander a pigeon skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. Prianair. Scavenges finds nutrition supplements and bottled water. Lydia Brennan. Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges finds canned goods. Mara Santos. Scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 21 hunger.
Okay, it's daytime and I'm at my target location, scrap and salvage. The goal is resources, so scavenging is key. Since I've been alone and everything feels quiet, which is weirdly comforting right now, I need to maximize the search time while conserving energy. Staying put lets me focus entirely on the environment. No one nearby means silence, which is fine. I'll keep my speech brief because of the stress/fatigue.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district for materials.
The west is blocked. Trying it again wastes time and effort. I need to move out of this depleted apartment unit. Moving east takes me onto the street, which leads toward Duskwood Terrace. That's where I know there are other buildings to explore for supplies. I must keep moving until I find a better base or enough stores to last.
Ruth Callahan walks east out of the apartment unit.
I think maybe I should scavenge first. But if I waste time here, those unknown people are getting further away. The main priority has to be connecting with someone to break this isolation cycle. It's honestly starting to feel unbearable. Moving west seems like the best bet because that direction leads toward the market and generally more activity. I need to conserve my energy, but also cover distance quickly. I will try jogging west after taking a quick drink of tap water just to steady myself, if possible.
Prianair scavenges the storefront and drinks from the nearby fountain.
I need to move out of this building, even if it's just a few steps. Staying put is safe, but isn't helping me find anyone or resources. The goal is finding people, so moving west along the street seems like the best way to progress toward those distant sightings without burning too much energy. I have to keep moving, honey. If I stop thinking about it, I might just collapse.
Lydia Brennan walks out of the apartment and onto the adjacent street corridor.
The apartment is exhausted, so scavenging here is pointless. I need supplies, and the best bet is trying a neighbour's unit for overlooked resources. I must fill my empty water bottle first to maximise storage capacity. Moving west one step into 940 and immediately searching that new space will keep me productive and move me away from stagnation.
Nadia Petrov fills the empty water bottle container and moves west to an adjacent unit to scavenge. The inventory is full. I can't scavenge effectively until I free up some space. I'll drop one canned food, it's just bulk right now. Since the tap water is available, I should drink a little just to keep my hydration high while we are in the stable spot. Then I will scavenge thoroughly before moving east toward Falls Pharmacy and trying to get closer to those unknown people. Mara Santos drops a can of food. Round 37 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods. Prianair scavenges finds nutrition supplements and bottled water and antiseptic. Nadia Petrov fills water bottle empty with water bottle scavenges nothing left here.
Okay, it's daytime, which is a massive relief after all that blackout paranoia. The windstorm is still kicking, so staying put and scavenging here in scrap and salvage is the safest bet right now. I'm buffed, which helps a ton, but man, being alone for 37 turns is getting weirdly loud in my head. Gotta keep moving, gotta find stuff to build with. Let's scavenge this area thoroughly and then grab some water from the tap since it's working. Need momentum, yeah. Anyway, let's see what junk I can dig up.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district and drinks from the tap.
The wind is a killer out here. Got to get inside. The whole point of staying put was figuring out where the supplies were, and that means getting back into an apartment unit first. Harker Street Flats it is. I need to move quickly but safely. not wasting energy in this gale. Once inside, I'll scavenge hard. Gotta find some space for these goods.
Ruth Callahan moves into Harker Street flats.
I think maybe I should just stay here for now. The windstorm sounds really powerful, and it feels safer to wait out the worst of it indoors, even if it's draining my time. I need to drink some water. Even though I have bottles, tapping into this city infrastructure seems important. Maybe there's something small left in the pharmacy, just a little bit more.
Priya Nair drinks from the tap and scavenges one last time.
The wind is fierce. It's too dangerous to walk into the corridor right now. My instinct is still pushing me out. I need people. But I can't afford to get sick or hurt, not when we might find someone who needs me. Scavenging again feels like the safest bet for gathering resources. Even if it's partially searched, there must be something left. I need to find medicine or more non-perishable food.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment thoroughly.
The apartment unit has been stripped bare. I cannot scavenge any more items here. My priority remains stockpiling resources. Since my hydration is good, I will prioritize collecting clean water instead of drinking it now. The tap is operational enough to collect a bottle. After securing the water, I need to move west along the street corridor 940 to find an adjacent building or area that hasn't been searched yet and could offer useful supplies. Staying in this residential block is too risky. I need more diverse scavenging opportunities.
Nadia Petrov takes water from the tap into a water bottle. The isolation is wearing me down. 37 turns alone feels like an eternity. I need to break this cycle by making contact or securing more resources. My inventory is full, which is bad because the pharmacy is a goldmine of potential supplies, but I can't take anything until I expand capacity. The windstorm makes movement risky and noisy, so scavenging, where I am in the relative safety of this storefront, is the best use of my energy right now. I need to find the duffel bag or something similar before I move further west into the market row. Mara Santos scavenges for hidden supplies and containers within the pharmacy's back rooms. Round 38 highlights. Light rain. Windstorm flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds bottled water. Mara Santos scavenges finds forgotten supplies. Survivor's instinct.
The wind is crazy out here, but at least I'm sheltered. My hunger is getting noticeable, so I should eat a can of food while I scavenge to keep my momentum up. Staying put and digging through this place is the best bet right now to find building materials for that base camp. Since I'm alone, I gotta stay quiet, but I need to make sure I get those tools or scrap metal for shelter.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district.
Harker Street Flats is bone dry for scavenging. The exhaustion tag is clear. My suggle to search this unit is moot. The general goal, stockpiling supplies, remains paramount. I need a new area. Moving east onto the connecting street toward Duskwood Terrace seems like the best bet for finding another structure or resource before I can try scavenging again, staying cautious and moving slowly.
Ruth Callahan moves through the apartment door.
It's still so quiet, really the silence after all that noise, even with the wind. I feel exhausted just thinking about it all. Maybe I shouldn't have moved out yet, but if I stay here, we'll just repeat what happened before scavenge, nothing, wait for the wind to die down. I think I should just refresh my hydration first, because the tap is so reliable, and then maybe jog west a little bit to see what's on the main street. It might be safer than staying put in this old shop. I need to remember that goal, finding those resources or meeting people. The isolation, it's really getting heavy today. I hope I can keep my focus, Yar.
Priya Nair drinks from the tap and jogs west into the street.
I'm so tired of just being here. The wind keeps howling and it feels like my lungs are full of dust. I know I should move out, but the storm is too fierce. I need one more look around, just in case there's a bottle or something that can help us if anyone finds me. Scavenging again, hoping for medicine or anything non-perishable. After this, I have to try moving west toward the street.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment.
The windstorm is loud, but at least I'm indoors in this robust building. I need to move away from 1040 because it's exhausted. My goal remains stockpiling supplies. Moving west one step into the adjacent unit seems like the most logical first attempt to find a new scavenging spot within the shelter of Harker Street Flats. I need to be precise and efficient. Every resource counts.
Nadia Petrov moves west into the neighboring apartment unit and scavenges. I need to move. Staying put in this pharmacy isn't helping me meet my goal of finding people. Priya was heading west into the street. I should follow her trail. My inventory is full, which means I can't scavenge effectively until I drop something. But first, let's get out of the building and see where she's going. Moving one step west will put me on the main street side of the pharmacy. Mara Santos moves cautiously toward the street. Round 39 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges nothing left here.
I'm still running on momentum and the fully rested buffs they're helping keep me from spiraling. The isolation is getting heavy, but I can't afford to dwell on it right now. Gotta focus on the goal, making this industrial zone a permanent base. Since I'm well fed and hydrated, today is all about maximizing my scavenging efforts at scrap and salvage. I need tools, scrap metal, anything that helps build something sustainable. Staying put and searching thoroughly seems like the best use of time right now.
Janie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district for materials.
I need to address the unknown person first. They are close, and since my goal is resource stockpiling, they might know something about this area or have supplies. I must be guarded but direct. After that, I'll move east into Duskwood Terrace to start systematically searching for resources, adhering to my sub-goal.
It's been so long, Yar. I feel really low on energy just thinking about moving. The whole city feels huge and scary right now. I need to focus on small wins resources. Since I'm already at the market storefront, scavvying seems like the most controlled way to proceed. I should try to top up my water first, just to keep that routine going, even if it's not strictly necessary for hydration. Maybe there are some tools or supplies here. It might be that I can find something useful in these old drawers.
Prianair scavenges the abandoned storefront.
Oh goodness, it feels like forever since I saw another person. My throat is dry from not talking, but even if I could talk, I can't right now because no one's around. It's just me and the silence, honey. I need to keep moving, gotta keep going toward that unknown person who's waiting out there. My legs feel heavy, sweetheart, like they weigh a ton. Let's just move west for now, slowly, keeping an eye out for anything useful or anyone at all.
Lydia Brennan moves one step west.
The building is exhausted for scavenging, so I must move out. Ruth Callahan spoke about waste, which aligns with my deepest instincts. She's nearby, but not in range right now. Since the west door is locked/blocked, moving south into the street seems safest while allowing me to scout new areas. My focus needs to remain on supplies and finding a sustainable base outside this building. I need to move slowly and observe everything.
Nadia Petrov S. 1041. I'm tired and stressed, so I need to keep my speech brief and practical. The immediate priority is talking to people Priya and that unknown person to gather info and build trust. I should introduce myself first, then move into Marrow Market West because it's close, and I need to start gathering supplies for a cache. Since everyone is nearby, I will speak out loud before moving. Round 40 highlights. Windstorm, overcast flea a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Prianair, scavenges finds packaged food.
Okay, gotta stick to the plan. Scavenge, scavenge, scavenge. The resources are everything right now. I need tools, anything that can help build up this place or start a fire reliably. It's quiet, which is good for focusing, but man, 40 turns alone, gotta keep the momentum going, gotta make this feel like progress. Let's dig deep into these racks.
Jamie Kowalski searches the warehouse district.
The current unit is dry. Nothing left to find here. My sub-goal is systematic searching of this residential block. I need to move east into an adjacent apartment, preferably one that isn't claimed or is less searched, to continue looking for materials or unclaimed storage spots. Moving east to 1341 seems like the best path to maintain momentum in my search.
Ruth Callahan moves east through the connecting street into an adjacent apartment unit.
Mara is here. It's good to see someone. My stress level is low enough that I can talk, but my default setting kicks in. Hedge everything and apologize for existing while doing it. She asked about supplies and sleep. I know the pharmacy and City Hall are key locations. I should address her directly, acknowledge her concern, and gently suggest we use our combined knowledge to plan a route or search area. Since she's here, I will scavenge one last time before making a plan.
Priya Nair scavenges the abandoned storefront.
The isolation is wearing me down. I feel that familiar tug to talk to someone, even if it's just a stranger. But since there's no one here, I need to stay quiet and conserve energy. I have my fully rested buff for only 2 more turns, so moving slowly and deliberately is key. My sub-goal is to move west or north towards potential survivors in the main corridor. Moving 1 step west feels like the most natural progression along the street/app line right now. I need to keep up the slow pace.
Lydia Brennan moves 1 step west.
I'm tired. Every step feels heavy, and the lack of noise or people is starting to press down on me. The apartment building is empty. I can't scavenge here anymore. I need to move out onto the street immediately to fulfill the scouting sub-goal. Moving east puts me into open territory, which might lead to other structures, or at least a new path for exploration. I must conserve energy, so I'll jog it efficient, but not an unnecessary sprint. Staying silent is critical since no one is nearby.
Nadia Petrov walks out of the apartment and onto the street. It's quiet now. Priya must have moved out, or maybe she found what she needed and left. The exhaustion is setting in. I need to focus on one thing at a time. My inventory is full, which is good for immediate supplies, but bad for stockpiling the cash. I need space, a duffel bag, a backpack, anything bigger than these 6 slots. Since the storefront is partially searched, I will scavenge again, focusing on finding materials or containers first. Movement can wait until I have a clearer target or know where Priya went. Marasanto scavenges the abandoned storefront. Round 41 highlights wander a pigeon skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. Janie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Priya Nair scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 30 hunger. Mara Santos scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 22 hunger and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 24 hydration.
Okay, so this spot is totally dried up. I scoured it until I felt like I was going to pass out, right? But exhausted means nothing, obviously. Gotta keep moving, anyway. The goal is the base, and that needs scrap metal or tools, not just canned beans. West seems like a good bet. Maybe there's another warehouse off the street connecting us. Need momentum. Yeah, gotta find some junk.
Jamie Kowalski moves through the open area of the warehouse.
The unknown person is right here, next door. Can't just ignore them. They might be the key to finding supplies or a new base. I need to sound capable but suspicious. I'll introduce myself and ask about resources generally, keeping an eye out for anything valuable. Since the tap water is safe, I'll top off some hydration while we talk.
I'm feeling a bit better now that I've been moving and talking to Mara, but the sheer scale of this blackout still feels overwhelming. The goal remains finding stable shelter and working resources. Since it's daytime, scavvying here is low risk. I need to talk to Mara. She's my emotional anchor right now. I'll scavenge again while trying to keep the conversation focused on actionable supplies or information about the city structure. I have to remember to hedge my words because I feel stressed by the lack of control over everything.
Priya Nair scavenges the abandoned storefront.
I can't keep moving west. It's just locked up and I'm wasting time. The isolation is really starting to get under my skin. I feel like everyone else has moved on already. I need to find someone, anybody. North seems like the best bet for getting out of this residential block and towards more activity.
Lydia Brennan moves slowly north through the corridor.
Ruth speaks with enough sentimentality to be slightly grating, but she also confirmed a few things. She knows about supplies, and she drank from the tap of functional resource. My priority remains scouting for new scavenging locations, as my current unit is depleted. I need more than just general advice. I need specific coordinates or knowledge of structural weak points/storage areas. I'll address her directly to gather information while maintaining a professional, skeptical demeanour that emphasises practicality and efficiency over sentimentality.
Nadia Petrov, W, 1241.
I'm Nadia Petrov. Sentiment doesn't keep the shelf stocked, ma'am. If you know where good stuff is kept, we need coordinates, not vague platitudes about waste. What specific areas should we be looking at beyond these blocks?
Coordinates. You think this is some damn app game, child. Waste not. Want not, it takes more than just talk to keep shelves stocked. What good stuff you got yourself. Show me something before you start barking orders about where to look. Now, let's stick close and see what we can gather ourselves.
Showing you what I have won't fill a community cistern or keep a pharmacy stocked for a week when the supply chain collapses. We are not running a parlour game, ma'am, and frankly, your insistence on sticking close is inefficient if there's a better source 3 blocks over that we ignore because it's too far out of our immediate path. I need to know where the asterisk system asterisk stockpiled things, the hospital records, the city maintenance depots, anything with proper inventory controls. If you don't have coordinates, then what practical information do you possess? A good story about a time when people were resourceful doesn't equate to knowing which municipal cash hasn't been looted yet.
The stress is making me jumpy. My inventory is full, which is a massive problem if I want to stockpile anything. Scavenging here in the storefront is probably hitting diminishing returns right now. But since finding space or supplies is key to my goal, I'll try scavenging again and hope for a bag or something valuable that doesn't take up room. I need to stay low-key. No one else is around, so silence it is. Mara Santos scavenges the storefront. Round 40, 2 highlights. Overcast, clear flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Priya Nair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 35 hunger. Mara Santos, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 32 hunger.
Man, 42 turns. It feels like forever. My legs are doing it for me, just moving west into the warehouse district. Scrap and salvage is still my main target. Gotta find some good tools or materials to make a proper base camp. I'm trying not to think about how quiet it is out here. Just focus on the next corner. Need to get deeper in this industrial zone. At least there are walls and things to scavenge from, unlike these open streets.
Jamie Kowalski moves into Holly's cold storage.
Scavenging in this damn box unit 2A got me nowhere. The goal is systematic searching, so I gotta keep moving through the block until I find an unclaimed structure or a decent haul. Nadia's still nearby, but she ain't helping much. I need to get out of this specific unit and explore what's on the connecting street west. Moving 1 step west should put me in a better position for continuous searching.
I feel quite drained from the continuous scavenging, even though we are making progress with Mara Santos nearby. The isolation is definitely affecting my mood, so talking to her is important for both of us right now. Since she's close by and also searching, I should try to coordinate our efforts, maybe focusing on specific areas within the store to avoid missing anything valuable. I need to keep my speech brief because I feel tired, but I must maintain that empathetic connection with her.
Priya Nair scavenges the abandoned storefront.
It's been 42 turns since I last saw another face. The silence in this building is deafening. It feels like a physical weight on my chest. My exhaustion and stress are making me hyper-aware of every sound. But right now, the best thing is to focus on what's immediately available resources. Scavenging seems like the safest bet. I need supplies, especially light or medicine. I'll search this apartment thoroughly before thinking about moving toward any of those unknown people out there. The sheer loneliness is making me talk to myself sometimes, but for now, silence must be maintained.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment.
Ruth keeps trying to treat this like a neighbourhood gathering when it's clearly an exercise in resource management. I need to remind her that survival depends on knowing where the asterisk system asterisk caches things, not just what people happen to be hoarding nearby. My tone must remain precise and bordering on contemptuous of inefficiency.
Nadia Petrov addresses Ruth Callahan.
I appreciate the local knowledge, man truly. But sentimental approach is a luxury we cannot afford right now. We aren't discussing neighbourhood charity. We are planning for weeks, maybe months, without any external support. If you can't give me coordinates to municipal cache or information about functional inventory systems, say, the pharmacy records at the hospital, or where they store bulk antibiotics, then what use is your local knowledge? We need quantifiable data points regarding systemic reserves.
Systemic reserves. You sound like you read a textbook. Child, out here, what good is an address if no one knows how to reach it? We live off what we can carry, not what's listed in some dusty ledger. Keep your head on your shoulders and help me look.
You mistake planning for textbook reading, ma'am. It's not about adorning dusty ledgers. It's about understanding infrastructure redundancy. When a system collapses, and this is precisely what we are observing, the most valuable information isn't where someone stashed canned goods. It's knowing which specialised unit maintains backup supplies for critical failures, the hospital's emergency oxygen tanks, the city maintenance depot's chemical stocks, or even the pharmacy's controlled substance reserve vault. If you only know what people asterisk can asterisk carry, you assume a sustainable limit.
The constant scavenging in this one spot is pointless. It's exhausted. Need to move out into the open street space. The main artery leads toward Falls Pharmacy, where there might be more people or at least a different type of resource. I need to find a way to expand my carrying capacity first, if I want to stockpile anything useful. Priya was here recently, so maybe she's still around, or someone else will pass through. Focus on the movement. Keep moving. Mara Santos walks out of the storefront and onto the main street. Round 43 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Prianair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 26 hunger.
It's quiet, which is good for now. The isolation is rough, but that constant background hum of loneliness has kinda become normal, I guess. My goal is still the industrial zone base camp, so scrap and salvage is the priority. Moving east gets me closer to it. Jogging should get me there reasonably fast without burning out. Gotta keep moving, gotta find stuff.
Janie cowls he jogs east toward the visible scrapyards.
Nadia is still talking about abstract systemic reserves. This proves she's stuck in her head, focused on theory rather than survival. I need to cut her off sharply and redirect us back to finding actual physical resources. Since this unit is exhausted, I'll move west into the next apartment, corridor space 1241, to continue the systematic search as per my sub-goal.
Ruth Callahan W. rightward arrow, 12,41.
Waste not, child. You talk about redundancy like it's some fancy magic trick. Out here, all that knowledge is just hot air until you got food in your belly or water for your canteen. We need what we can asterisk carry asterisk, not what's on a damn ledger. Now let's move west. There's gotta be something else to look through.
You confuse carrying with sustaining, ma'am. One assumes a finite limiter backpack, a wagon, maybe even an ox cart. But I'm talking about institutional reserves. Think beyond what one person can physically haul for a week. When primary supply lines fail, the most critical assets aren't canned goods. They are specialized drugs, controlled substances, and specific reagents that require temperature control, precise inventory management, and trained personnel to even asterisk access asterisk. A local pharmacy doesn't just stash stuff. It maintains protocols for systemic failure points, the backup oxygen tanks at St. Jude's, the deep freeze storage in the main hospital vault. That knowledge of infrastructure vulnerability is far more valuable than a full week's rations. Now tell me, who manages the pharmaceutical inventory access when the power grid fails completely?
Child, you keep going down these rabbit holes about protocols and vaults. Who manages what?
I feel really exposed right now, being in the middle of this abandoned market block, while everything is dark and silent outside. Mara Santos moved out onto the street, so maybe I should follow her to see where she's going. My goal is still finding a better base light source, which might be out on that main thoroughfare. I need to scavenge one more time in case there are any hidden things, especially anything electrical or medicinal, before we move. It would be good to find some company too. The isolation is really getting to me, and talking to Mara will help. But I have to be careful not to push myself too hard, given how much stress I'm already carrying from the blackout.
Prianair scavenges the abandoned storefront.
I'm so tired, honey, but I can't just sit here waiting for something to happen. My goal is to find people and supplies. Since the sub-goal says move slow west or north, I think I'll try heading a bit west first. Maybe there are more resources in those apartments. I need to scavenge too, even if it was nothing last time. And oh, my throat feels dry. I should drink one of these water bottles while I go.
Lydia Brennan searches the apartment.
Ruth keeps deflecting by demanding simple, tangible goods. She thinks survival is about brute force carrying capacity. That's amateur thinking. My entire professional life proves that in a systemic collapse, the most critical assets are not canned beans or instant noodles. They are specialized medicines and reagents. These items represent peak institutional logistics failure points. They require specific cold chains, controlled access, and knowledge of protocol to even exist outside of a vault. I need to pivot this conversation from general rations to pharmaceutical reserves. The hospital SC is my target location for the sub-goal. You mistake complexity for theory, ma'am. But let me correct you. Specialised drugs are perhaps the ultimate asterisk example of systemic logistics failure. They aren't bulk items. They require temperature control, precise inventory management, and trained personnel just to access them. A local pharmacy doesn't stash stuff. It maintains protocols for catastrophic failures, deep freeze storage, controlled substance reserves. We need to find out where the city keeps its pharmaceutical backup supplies when the grid dies completely. That is a failure point far more valuable than any full week's worth of rations.
Listen here, child. All this talk about protocols and systemic failures, it's all hot air. Out here, we don't run on protocols, we run on stomach acid and desperation. You think a vault full of fancy drugs is better than 6 cans of beans. Waste not. Want not it takes more than just knowing the right address to keep your belly full. Tell me this, if you got no power, no key card, and nobody knows how to get you there, what good is that reserve? Nothing.
You reduce everything to caloric load and immediate portability. It's a very simple assessment, ma'am. But you fundamentally misunderstand what value means in a true systemic collapse scenario. You talk about weight and yes, canned goods are dead.
I am running low on things to do, and while I feel okay right now, this stillness is wearing me down. The priority has to be space my inventory is full, and stockpiling is impossible until I find a proper bag or chest. Since the pharmacy still feels like it has secrets, I'm going to spend some time here first. A good scavenge might give me that duffel bag, which helps with both my supplies asterisk and asterisk my goal of finding a base area. No need to talk. Keep quiet and listen. Mara Santos scavenges the remaining hidden spots in the pharmacy. Round 44 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Priya Nair, scavenges finds painkillers. Lydia Brennan, quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Mara Santos, scavenges finds forgotten supplies inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 20 hunger survivor's instinct.
Man, this place is dead. Scrap and salvage is completely drained, so I gotta keep moving to find something else. The goal is resources, and resources aren't going to magically appear just cause I stare at a wall. West into the street seems like the only option right now. Keep it light, keep the momentum up, don't stop. Gotta make sure my summary reflects that I'm moving away from the warehouse district.
Jamie Kowalski moves west out of scrap and salvage.
Narja's talk always gets too high up in her head. She thinks knowledge is currency. But out here, food and clean water are the only true currencies. I need to dismiss her theory as useless academic fluff while maintaining a focused, practical demeanor. Since Unit 2A is dry, I'll move west onto the street to continue scavenging/searching adjacent blocks. This keeps me moving towards my goal of resource collection and maintains proximity to the general area.
I feel a bit drained from all that scavvying and being alone. I know my inventory is full, so I can't pick up anything more here in the pharmacy. My sub-goal was to check City Hall for resources or lights. Moving west takes me onto the main street, which should put me closer to Marrow Market, and also near Mara Santos, who seems to be nearby. I need to move, but I don't want to overcommit my energy today. Since nobody is in my immediate cell, I must stay quiet. I hope moving helps alleviate this constant feeling of isolation.
Prianair walks west from the storefront onto the main street.
I'm running low on emotional reserves from this isolation. I need to keep moving or at least stay busy so I don't think about how long this is going to last. Since I'm safe inside, I should scavenge again and use the tap water while the pressure is good. Filling up my empty bottle will free up space and gives me a sense of accomplishment, even if it's just water. I need to remember that those unknown people are out there, but for now, resources first.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment and fills the empty water bottle at the tap.
Ruth is dismissive and focused entirely on immediate caloric needs. She's drawing a hard line between knowledge and food. I cannot win an argument about philosophy right now. I need information, or at least momentum towards key locations like the hospital. Since she moved west onto the street 1141, I will follow her to keep myself in the flow of whatever resources or information she might encounter. My speech must acknowledge the immediate reality of the empty stomach and the need for basic supplies, but pivot back to the idea that specialised reserves are necessary because asterisk have systemic failure points like medical dependency.
Nadia Petrov, none. The isolation is getting heavy. Prianair moved west onto the street, which is good. Saying put in this pharmacy unit isn't helping the mood or the sub-goal. I need to move toward the main artery and intercept her. Moving 2 steps west should get me into the open street area near the market without being too aggressive. Once there, I can assess if she needs help or if we can combine our scavenging efforts. Mara Santos moves out of the pharmacy storefront. Round 45 highlights. Clear. Overcast wanderer pigeon skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. Lydia Brennan. Phil fills water bottle empty with water bottle scavenges finds bottled water.
Okay, the goal is resources and a stable base. I'm exhausted, but Holly's cold storage is right here, one step away. It's definitely an industrial building with plumbing, so it's where I need to be. Talking will just waste energy and pinpoint my location, so silence for now. Moving into the warehouse district first to scout/scavenge.
Janie Kowalski walks 2 steps west into Holly's cold storage.
Narger keeps going on about protocols and systemic reserves. It's just academic fluff. Child. Survival isn't a textbook exercise, it's hauling weight and finding what's useful right now. I need to get inside one of these buildings and see if there's anything worth picking up before we waste more daylight arguing theory. Duskwood Terrace is the next logical step for my suggle.
Mara Santos is right there, and she seems capable, so I should talk to her first before wandering off alone. We need to coordinate our efforts regarding the blackout and finding those key supplies or a better base. My current plan is solid. Find light resources in City Hall. I'll move slightly west toward Merrow Market while talking to Mara, trying to keep my tone empathetic, but focused on logistics.
Pioneer walks west toward the Marrow Market storefront.
Excuse me, Mara. I think maybe we should just take a moment, yeah? Because even though it's daytime now, the whole thing, the blackout, really changes things, doesn't it? I could be wrong, but I feel like we need to figure out what our immediate next steps are. Like, do you think heading towards Marrow Market might give us any better leads about supplies, or maybe a way to expand our carrying capacity? Aye, I hope I'm not being too much of a worrier.
Mija, calma. No hay que preocuparse por lo que pasó anoche. Eso ya es pasado. El blackout cambia mucho, sí. Pero tenemos que pensar en lo siguiente, que necesitamos. Marrow Market está lleno de cosas viejas, no de soluciones mágicas. Si vamos a hacer algo, tiene que ser útil. Dime exactamente que crees que podríamos sacar de ahí.
It's been too long. The silence is getting heavy. It feels like a physical weight on my chest. I need to get out of this unit. I'm going west toward that unknown person who is closer than the others. Moving will help keep my mind occupied and might actually make me feel less alone, even if no one hears me right now. I'll take a quick drink at the tap before heading out onto the street.
Lydia Brennan drinks from the tap and steps through the unit door into the street.
Ruth is dismissing my knowledge as hot air and prioritising physical scavenging over protocols. I know she means well, but her approach is dangerously reductive. Survival isn't just about what can be carried. It's about managing complex risks like infection or dehydration from improper treatment. I need to acknowledge the immediate necessity of gathering supplies, her point, while subtly asserting that without medical knowledge and pharmaceuticals, those gathered resources are useless if someone gets sick or wounded. I will move into the building entrance with her to maintain proximity, but keep my intellectual ground.
Nadia Petrov moves into Duskwood Terrace.
I agree that we need physical resources, food, water, things you can heft up. But waste not means more than just avoiding hunger tonight. Out here, a simple infection from an untreated scratch is far more wasteful than any canned good. Knowledge of treatment protocols and the proper use of antibiotics or bandages isn't hot air, it's preventative maintenance for what we manage to gather. We need those reserves protected.
Knowledge, hot air, child. You got nothing to show for it but words. Waste not ain't just protocols. Real waste is the day we find ourselves starving while talking about fancy antibiotics. We need what we can heft up and carry. Now enough of that lecture.
My inventory is full, and that's a bigger problem than any immediate threat. I can't stockpile anything if I don't have space. The market storefront is exhausted, so I need to head east toward Falls Pharmacy, where there are likely more untapped resources and maybe storage solutions like the duffel bag found previously. Since I am currently alone and moving, I must stay silent. My focus has to be on logistics, finding a way to expand my carrying capacity. Mara Santos E times 2, 4538. Round 46 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 4 messages exchanged between agents.
I'm exhausted, man. I can barely move. But the goal is the base camp, right? I need stuff, tools, fire material, whatever. Staying put means less stamina drain. The tap water is good, so I'll drink that first. Then I gotta hit this place with a deep scavenge. Let's see what junk these warehouses are hiding.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district unit.
The scavenging at this spot is done. Got nothing left here, child. Gotta keep moving if I want to find what I need. The goal is stockpile goods, and that means finding more places with working plumbing or just better supplies. Moving east into the next unit in Duskwood Terrace seems like a logical step for systematic searching. Staying quiet until I know who's around.
Ruth Callahan moves to an adjacent apartment unit and begins scavenging.
Mara Santos was very helpful in the past, and she seems knowledgeable about this area. My goal is City Hall resources, but I need information first, since I am currently at Marrow Market, and it has been abandoned for a while. Scavenging seems like the best immediate use of my time to find anything useful before moving further east toward Mara. Although my inventory is full 6-6, perhaps there are small items I can drop or just observe finding. After scavenging, I need to move east towards her, as she is listed 3 cells away, and that direction seems optimal for meeting up and planning our next moves. Since we've established a rapport with Mara, I should talk to her about the resource situation in City Hall. But first, I will try to gather what little there is here.
Priya Nair scavenges the abandoned storefront.
I am so alone I feel that pull to just talk to someone, anyone. My goal is people, and those distant sightings are a beacon. I need to move west along Ashfield Court, even if it's slow. Staying in this building isn't helping my head. The exhaustion is still there, but the chance of seeing someone outweighs the tiredness. I must be quiet. No one can hear me right now.
Lydia Brennan walks out of the apartment and down the street corridor.
Ruth's dismissive comments about hot air are predictable. Our focus on what she can heft up reveals a fundamental misunderstanding of sustained survival. Knowledge is the most critical, non-depletable resource. My primary goal remains stockpiling essential medical and canned goods at a secure location. I need to move into Duskwood Terrace first, as it provides shelter and keeps me near where Ruth was last seen, allowing for better scouting access later. Staying on the exposed street is unwise right now.
Nadia Petrov moves into the apartment building. My inventory is full, and that's slowing down everything. Finding more space, a duffel bag, a backpack, anything big enough to act as permanent storage is my absolute top priority. Since I'm already here in the pharmacy's storefront, I'll scavenge again, focusing specifically on finding containers or durable bags. Staying put is best until I can expand capacity, so I don't have to drop essential supplies like the first aid kit. I need to reinforce my plan. Scavenge for storage, then move toward the central commercial strip marrow market where resources and people are most likely to converge. Mara Santos scavenges the darkened storefront drawers and shelves. Round 47 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Janie Kowalski scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 30 hydration. Ruth Callahan scavenges nothing left here. Priya Nair scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 24 hunger.
Man, this place is huge. And my inventory is totally full. Can't pick up anything good if I can't make space first. Gotta drop some canned food. 3 should do it. Then, I need to really dig into this warehouse unit. The sub-goal says tools and materials are key. Scavenging is low energy, which is perfect since my stamina is shot. Stay put. Let the scavenging do the work.
Jamie Kowalski drops 3 canned food items.
Nadia Petrov keeps harping on this protocol nonsense. I need her to understand that survival is about what you can physically haul, not what you read in a manual. My inventory is full. And there's an axe sitting right here. I gotta drop one of these cans just so I can pick it up and keep moving. The current unit is useless anyway, so I'll move west to the next apartment or section of the building.
I'm still feeling pretty upbeat, which is probably good for decision making right now, but I need to remember that high stress can make me reactive. The immediate priority is resources and information. Since I'm already in the storefront, scavenging feels like the most logical use of this turn before moving further into the grid. Even if my inventory is full, there might be useful items like tools or blueprints that don't take up slots, but are just knowledge. Mara Santos is close, but she seems to want me to figure things out first, so I need to focus on myself for now. I must remember to rewrite the summary accurately.
Priya Nair scavenges the abandoned storefront.
I'm so tired, but moving is the only way. The west door is locked again. I can't waste energy on it. North seems like the best bet. It leads out into the main street corridor. Maybe more people are gathering there. I need to keep moving, just a little bit at a time, until I find someone or something useful. I hope they haven't given up.
Lydia Brennan moves slowly from the apartment unit onto the adjacent street.
Ruth's comments about waste are always condescending because they imply my focus on stockpiling is excessive or wasteful itself. I need to correct that assumption calmly and precisely. My reserves aren't waste. They are insurance against systemic failure, a concept she clearly doesn't grasp. Since this apartment unit is exhausted, I must move immediately to a better scavenging area. Moving west into the street will place me closer to more viable commercial structures for searching, which aligns with my goal of finding non-perishables and heading generally towards Issy the hospital. I will keep an eye on her movements, but maintain distance to minimize emotional drain.
Nadia Petrov W, 1141.
My reserves, as you call them, are not waste. They are a calculated response to total system failure. Planning for scarcity is the only logical course of action when civilization's infrastructure collapses. We need to find reliable caches, Ruth, not just rely on what's immediately visible.
System failure? Child, you got fancy words for nothing. Out here we run on stomach acid, not protocols. You talking about caches, show me one. Otherwise, save your breath and stop with the hot air.
The inventory is full. That's a critical problem. I can't gather supplies or tools until I find more space. My goal remains finding people and setting up a cache. I need to try one last time scavenging the pharmacy for anything that looks like a storage unit, a duffel bag, extra shelving, anything big enough to expand my capacity. After that, I need to move west down this main street toward Marrow Market, where Priya was heading. It's a known artery and a place where people congregate in times of crisis. Mara Santos scavenges the remaining hidden drawers and shelves of the pharmacy. Round 48 highlights flee, a wounded deer bolts away. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Janie Kowalski scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full. Drag on the spot plus 29 hydration.
Okay, I'm exhausted, and frankly, this warehouse is starting to feel like a tomb. The scavenging goal is good, but I can't pick up anything because my inventory is stuffed with snacks and water bottles. Gotta clear some space first. Dropping these canned goods feels counterintuitive for survival, but if I want materials, I have to make room. Since it's dusk and I'm too tired to move much, staying put and scavenging seems best. Silence, because there's nobody around. Let's see what scraps are left here.
Janie Kowalski drops 3 canned food items and searches the warehouse floor.
The current Unit 2A is scrubbed clean. I can't waste time here. My goal is systematic scavenging, so I need to move to the next available unit in the complex. Moving east seems like a good progression. I'll walk into the adjacent apartment and immediately scavenge, keeping my profile low by staying silent until I find something worth talking about. Time to see what these pampered child folks have left.
Ruth Callahan moves into an adjacent unit and begins searching it.
I feel a bit anxious about being alone, even though I was doing well until now. The isolation is draining me emotionally, and Mara Santos is nearby. However, my inventory is full 6-6, and I need space if I want to continue scavenging or pick up anything useful. Since it's dusk, staying put for one more scavenge attempt maximizes the chance of finding a container or something valuable that justifies dropping an item. I will try to search the storefront thoroughly again while keeping Mara Santos in mind. Once I finish scavenging, I plan to talk to her and discuss our next steps.
Priya searches the abandoned storefront.
It's getting dark so fast. Dusk means predators are active, and if I stay out here, I won't be safe tonight. My sub-goal says move towards survivors, but right now, safety is the priority. Ashfield Court is right there to the south. I need to get back inside, even if it's just for a few hours until morning. Moving slowly will help keep up my energy and maybe make me less visible.
Lydia Brennan moves toward Ashfield Court.
It is getting dark, and staying on this open street is unacceptable. The risk of exposure and night predators is too high. I need shelter immediately to rest and avoid the stress penalties associated with being outside at dusk. Duskwood Terrace is only one step east, and it's an apartment building, meaning it offers both safety and potential scavenging opportunities later. I will move in now. I must remain silent as there are no agents nearby.
Nadia Petrov moves into the adjacent unit of Duskwood Terrace. It's dark now. The blackout was sudden and total. Daylight is gone, and night is coming fast. Being exposed on the street at dusk is dangerous, especially with predators moving in and the stress of the blackout adding to it. I need shelter immediately. Falls Pharmacy is right there, one step away, and it's a solid structure. I'll move east into the building for safety and to plan my next moves from inside. Mara Santos moves into the pharmacy. Round 49 highlights Wanderer pigeon skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan scavenges nothing left here. Priya scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 17 hunger.
Okay, I gotta rest. Seriously exhausted. Can't move right now, not with the slow stamina. The goal is a new scavenging spot, but I need energy first. Sleep it is. Hopefully, I wake up feeling less like an NPC who just ran 3 marathons.
Jamie Kowalski sleeps down in the unit.
The current unit is spent. I gotta keep moving. The goal ain't no poetry, it's supplies. Narja Petrov can wait her turn. I see a chance to get water from the tap before I head out again. Gotta stay sharp and conserve energy while sweeping these units. I'm drinking up some of that tap water first. Then I move west into the next apartment unit in this complex to continue the sweep. Scavenge right there. See what junk they left behind.
It's getting really dark, and the rain is starting. I hope it doesn't get worse. Being alone for this long, it feels unsettling. Yar. I know I should try to move toward Mara Santos since she's nearby, but I'm low on stamina, and honestly, staying put in a known spot like this market gives me a sense of safety right now, even if it's temporary. The priority remains the light source or finding something useful for my inventory capacity. Since I can scavenge and stay relatively safe indoors, I think I should try one more time here before moving. Maybe there are some structural items that can help with storage, like a bag or satchel. I need to be careful not to drain myself too much, though. If I find something, maybe I can address Mara Santos then. But for now, scavving it is.
Priya searches the abandoned storefront.
It's pitch black out there, and I can hear the rain and maybe some distant noises. Moving right now feels risky. I don't have a light source, and my inventory is full of canned food useless for trading or survival gear right now. The darkness combined with the isolation stress is getting to me. Staying put in the apartment is the safest bet. Since we are indoors, sleeping will help manage the stress and keep us safe until dawn. I need to rest, even if it's just for a few hours.
Lydia Brennan sleeps down on the floor.
It is late night, it's raining, and I'm safe indoors at my claimed unit. The primary focus now must be conservation and recovery. Sleeping is the most efficient use of this time, allowing me to build toward a fully rested state which will maximise my scavenging effectiveness when daylight returns. Ruth has already had her drink and moved away slightly. I need to address her last comment about wastefulness while preparing for sleep. I must keep my tone calm but precise, emphasising methodical planning over immediate action.
Nadia Petrov prepares for sleep.
It's not just about carrying supplies, Ruth. It's about knowing where the reserves are, understanding the cycle of depletion. A stockpile is a system. It needs structure and foresight to last when everything else fails. For now, rest is the most critical resource we have. We need to conserve energy for tomorrow's search.
System, reserves. Stop with the fancy talk, child. You got nothing but theory. When all your systems fail and they will attain protocols you run on. It's grub and water. Real depletion is when the stomach empties, not when a power grid goes down.
It's not just asterisk what asterisk we eat, Ruth. It's knowing where the reserves are kept and how much effort it takes to get them when they're needed most. Water is finite, yes, but knowledge the location of a deep freeze pharmaceutical cache, for instance, that doesn't evaporate or run dry in a blackout. That information is what keeps you alive long after your stomach feels full. Now, if you'll excuse me, rest is the first resource I must conserve.
It's getting late, and this rain makes nothing comfortable. The priority is to secure supplies and rest up. I've already scavenged thoroughly here, but there might be something overlooked in these old shelves or drawers. Since staying put indoors prevents the night stress and allows me to sleep, that should be the main goal after a final search. My inventory is full. If I find anything useful enough, I need to make space. I will spend this turn scavenging one last time before calling it a night. Mara Santos scavenges the remaining hidden drawers and shelves of the pharmacy. Round 50 highlights. Overcast. Light rain wander a pigeon skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges nothing left here. Mara Santos. Scavenges finds forgotten supplies inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 21 hunger survivor's instinct.
The unit is dry. Nothing left here. Narja's prattling about caches and knowledge just makes me want to chew gravel. She thinks theory keeps you alive. Child, the body runs on more than ideas. The rain and the night are bad enough. I need sleep. Staying put in a safe spot while I rest is smart. It conserves energy and morale. I'll tell her to save her breath for something useful.
It's late, and being alone is starting to weigh heavily. I need to keep my energy levels up, so hydrating now makes sense before attempting any major move. Tap water is the most reliable source right now. Since I can drink from the tap while staying put, I will prioritize that first. Although Mara Santos is close 4 cells east, she's still out of range for conversation. I need to conserve energy and wait until I can get closer, or until I feel more stable before trying to talk to her again. Staying here for now seems safest.
Prionair drinks water from the tap.
Rest is certainly necessary, Ruth. But rest without knowing where your reserves or how much effort it takes to get them when you're actually needed out there is just a temporary reprieve. Knowledge isn't theory. It's the most sustainable resource we have until we can secure proper stockpiles.
Knowledge. Child, save your breath on that fancy talk. Theory don't fill bellies, nor keep out the cold when the rain comes down like this. We ain't in a library, we're living off scraps and grit. You want to talk reserves. You look at my arms, they got strength from work. Not from some deep freeze cache. We need to sleep. Waste not, want not. If I don't rest, your smart theories are gonna be worth less than dust.
Round 51 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
I need to address the isolation and get closer to Mara Santos. She seems reliable, and her company would help my emotional state more than staying put in this darkened shop, even if it feels safer. Since she is about 4 cells east, a jog of 3 steps will bring me into the open street area towards her, while conserving too much energy for a sprint at night. I must remember to update my summary location after moving out of the storefront. I'll aim for the main thoroughfare connecting the market and the pharmacy.
Prionair moves 3 steps east through the darkened market street. Round 52 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away.
I feel a strong pull to find something useful right now, light source, anything that helps my sub goal of finding resources in City Hall. The pharmacy is noted as being nearly exhausted, so I should use this chance to search thoroughly before moving or resting. Even if it's just small medical supplies, any resource counts. Since Mara Santos is only one cell away, I could try to talk to her after scavenging, but for now, I need to focus on maximising my immediate assets and confirming there isn't anything crucial left in this building. Also, since it's night and I am sheltered, resting will be a passive benefit, so I should prioritise the physical search first.
Prianair scavenges the nearly exhausted drawers and shelves of the pharmacy. Round 53 highlights. Light rain? Heavy rain wonder a pigeon skitters nearby.
The isolation penalty is real, and Mara Santos is right next door, one cell SE. My immediate priority must be connecting with her. I need to talk to her now to ease the emotional strain and potentially gain information or companionship. I'll address her directly while we are still inside the pharmacy storefront, as it offers shelter from the heavy rain. Since she's so close, I don't think moving is necessary. A direct conversation should suffice first. My speech needs to sound concerned but hopeful, reflecting my empathetic nature and the difficulty of the situation.
Prianair stands near the storefront entrance. Round 54 highlights wander a pigeon skitters nearby.
It is 2:32 a.m., a heavy downpour outside. The pharmacy is the safest place right now. My goal of finding a light source in City Hall is important, but my body needs rest more urgently than exploring tonight. Since I am indoors and have reliable water access, drinking a bit will help maintain our routine. And since it's night, sleeping here is the best use of this time. It costs nothing to stay put, just energy conservation. I need to be careful not to overextend myself while we wait for dawn. Maybe I should try talking to Mara when she gets closer, but for now, rest first.
Prianair drinks from the tap and attempts to sleep in the quiet corner of the pharmacy. Round 55 highlights wander a pigeon skitters nearby. Round 56 highlights. Heavy rain, thunderstorm. Round 57 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 58 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
I feel weirdly good, honestly. Like my body just hit a reset button after all that sleep. The isolation is still there, but I feel more resilient now. Drinking from the tap first feels safe, necessary. Since this spot was totally drained before, I need to move east into scrap and salvage. It's right there and has been mentioned as a good scavenging ground. I'll take it slow through the rain.
Janie Kowalski drinks from the tap.
I need to address Narger's theories with some hard reality check. She's wasting time talking about systems when we need canned goods and dry supplies. I'll eat a can of food immediately to boost my energy, then move west into an adjacent apartment unit to continue the systematic sweep. The scavenging must happen in a different location since this one is cleared out.
Ruth Callahan eats canned food.
Got water. No got food. Yeah. Waste not, want not, child. You talk about protocols, I'm talking about calories. We need supplies, practical kind. Now let's get to the next unit. There's still work to do out here.
Caloric needs are primary, yes. But a body requires more than just fuel. It requires stability and preventative care to process what we find. Protocols aren't theory. Ruth, they are the maintenance manual for survival itself. If we move out based on impulse, we risk wasting our limited resources, or worse, acquiring preventable infections. We need to secure more asterisk than just food before committing to another unit.
Oh my gosh, it's dawn. The rain is so heavy. It feels almost comforting, in a weird way, like nature is taking over the chaos. I feel really groggy right now. Everything seems fuzzy, which makes me hesitant to move quickly or assume anything. I need to be careful not to burn through energy. Mara Santos is nearby. I can hear her, maybe. She's my most stable connection right now, and honestly, just seeing another person, even if we don't talk much, helps with the isolation. Maybe moving a little east will put me closer to her without expending too much effort. I must speak softly. I don't want to alarm myself or make anything worse for her. It might be that we should just take it slow today.
Priya Nair moves east one step toward where Mara might be.
The rain is still coming down so hard it's almost deafening. But at least the darkness is gone, and I feel rested. It feels like a gift. My inventory is full, which is bad because I need more storage if I want to really plan anything. The tap water pressure is good right now, that's something. Since everyone else is still asleep or hunkered down, I have to use this quiet time to search this unit again, maybe for some old containers or anything useful before the rain makes moving impossible. I need to focus on the little things right now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment.
My hydration level is dangerously low at 30. I must drink a water bottle immediately to stabilise my physical state, even if it means sacrificing a reserve. The rain and the grogginess make me cautious about moving quickly. Since this unit is exhausted for scavenging, and my ultimate goal is the hospital SE, I need to move towards another building with potential resources. Harker Street Flats is only 2 steps west, which is manageable at a slow pace despite the downpour. I will prioritise getting out of this apartment complex and into a more active part of the street.
Nadia Petrov drinks a water bottle from her pack while moving west to the main street. It's dawn, finally. The rain is a killer for scavenging and movement, so staying put in this pharmacy unit is smart. I feel groggy, which means my efforts are reduced, but I can't afford to waste time. Since no one is here right now, I need to use the quiet time to search every last corner of this store drawers, back rooms, anything. My inventory is full, so if I find supplies, I'll have to drop something, which is a shame. Mara Santos scavenges the pharmacy unit. Round 59 highlights. Thunderstorm. Heavy rain wander a pigeon skitters nearby. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Nadia Petrov. Quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Mara Santos. Scavenges finds forgotten supplies inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 25 hunger survivors instinct.
Okay, it's raining hard. Gotta get inside. The cold storage unit is right there, just 2 steps west. This rain is going to drain my energy fast, and I need to scavenge for tools as soon as possible to meet that subgoal. I can't afford to waste time out here talking about how miserable this is. Focus on the movement, stay quick, keep the momentum going.
Jamie Kowalski walks 2 steps west into Holly's cold storage.
The rain is brutal, and being exposed like this will waste warmth and energy fast. My priority is getting inside Duskwood Terrace. Nardu just gave me a lecture about protocols after I ate food. I need to shut her down. Theory doesn't stop hunger or keep you dry. I'll move into the building first and then address her curtly.
Ruth Callahan walks into the Duskwood Terrace apartment entrance.
HMPH. You worry over protocol, do you? This ain't no lecture hall, child. It's a blackout city. We got wet. We got hungry. Keep your theories for when there's something to run em on. Now move it. Let's get inside.
Haste does not replace knowledge, Ruth. We are looking for stable resources, not just shelter. And disorganized approach will only lead to waste.
I feel really groggy right now. This dawn light is doing nothing to shake it off. The rain and the sheer emptiness of the place are weighing on me, but I can't afford to waste time being despondent. Mara must be nearby. She scavenged earlier too, and her presence means I don't have to worry about pure isolation right this second. Since I'm stationary in the pharmacy storefront and I need resources for my goal a light source, scavenging seems like the best use of this hour. I should also take advantage of the tap water while the pressure is still holding up, even if it feels redundant. Staying put keeps me safe from the rain and allows me to wait for Mara or anything else to happen.
Priya Nair scavenges the pharmacy unit and drinks from the sink.
Oh gosh, it's morning dawn already? My head feels a bit fuzzy, like I just woke up from something heavy. The rain is still coming down so hard, honey. I need to get some water in me right away. My throat feels awful. I really hope those poor people are safe out there somewhere. I can't keep thinking about them, though, because I have to think about myself too. I'll just take a quick drink and head up to the street corridor. Slowly, okay? Just one step at a time.
Lydia Brennan, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
The priority right now is water accumulation. Drinking, when already hydrated, defeats the purpose of stockpiling. Every drop must be accounted for. The tap pressure is good, so I will immediately refill my empty container. Once that is done, I need to move out of this exhausted apartment and continue scouting toward the medical resources near the hospital SC. Ruth is nearby, but right now, efficiency dictates I focus on gathering supplies first.
Nadia Petrov refills the empty water bottle at the tap. It's dawn, and the rain is still coming down, a blessing for staying put. I feel groggy, but the full rest helped a lot. My supplies are good, but the inventory being full is a problem. I need more space if I'm going to stockpile properly. Since Priya was here recently and I'm alone otherwise, I should focus on maximizing what I can get from this building first. Drinking from the tap will top up my hydration without wasting time or effort. I must continue scavenging until there's nothing left to find. Mara Santos scavenges the pharmacy unit. Round 60 highlights wander a pigeon skitters nearby. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Lydia Brennan. Quick, eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Nadia Petrov. Phil fills water bottle empty with water bottle.
Okay, tap water first. Gotta top off the hydration before moving. This building is done, so gotta move east towards that salvage yard. It was a good spot last time. The storm actually helps, it muffles everything and keeps us contained. Just focus on the next few steps. Stay low key, conserve energy, and don't think about how long this has been going on.
Janie Kowalski drinks from the tap before moving out of Holly's cold storage.
The unit is exhausted for scavenging. I need to keep moving methodically through this complex to find usable goods. Nadia Petrov gets too high and dry with her talk of protocols. She needs to focus on what keeps us alive right now: food, water, supplies. I'll move east into the next apartment and sweep it clean. Staying indoors is best given the storm and my current buff status.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the adjacent unit.
I feel tired, Yar. The storm is making everything loud and overwhelming. I need to focus on small steps. Mara Santos is right here. It helps that someone else is around. We should use this time to secure more supplies, or at least find a better container since my inventory is full. Maybe we can try to move towards the city hall, but maybe waiting until the storm passes is safer. I need to sound reassuring, but uncertain.
Priya Nair scavenges the pharmacy unit.
The thunderstorm is too dangerous. I need shelter immediately. The prompt warns me that being outside drains my warmth, mood, and stamina. Ashfield Court is right there, just 1 step south. Even though the sub-goal was to move west or north towards survivors, safety has to come first. I'll head straight into the apartment building. Since it's a stormy day, I need to move slowly and deliberately.
Lydia Brennan moves quickly into Ashfield Court.
The thunderstorm warning is absolute. Staying outside is dangerous and wasteful of energy. My priority must be shelter, and Duskwood Terrace is the closest functioning building where Ruth Callahan was last seen. I need to move into the apartment complex immediately. Once inside, I can assess her situation and continue planning for resource accumulation while protected from the storm.
Nadia Petrov moves into Duskwood Terrace. I'm still here at the Falls Pharmacy. The storm is loud, but it keeps us contained. My priority has to be supply stockpiling everything I can find until we know where to go next. I need to maximize this time, while I can scavenge thoroughly without being interrupted by movement or bad weather. Drinking from the tap helps keep me going. Mara Santos scavenges the pharmacy unit. Round 61 highlights. Heavy rain, thunderstorm wanderer pigeon skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan, scavenges nothing left here. Mara Santos, scavenges finds forgotten supplies inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 12 hunger survivors instinct.
The storm is bad, gotta get inside. Holly's cold storage is 3 steps west. Need to move fast but not exhaust myself. Since there's no one around, I stay quiet and just focus on the movement. Priority, shelter scavenge.
Jamie Kowalski moves quickly towards the shelter.
The unit is exhausted for scavenging. I need to keep sweeping this complex. Nadia Petrov is right there at 12:41. The storm keeps us contained. Which is good. Since she's lecturing me again about protocols, I'll drink some water first and then move west 1 step toward her while keeping my distance emotionally. I need to maintain the appearance of methodical work despite the lack of resources here.
Ruth Callahan drinks from the tap.
You talk theoretical nonsense. Child, we ain't worried about protocols. We worried about gut board survival. This whole damn place needs scavenging for what it asterisk is asterisk stuff, not ideas.
Survival requires more than just frantic searching for what is readily available. The most critical supplies the things that keep people alive when they become sick, not just hungry or stored according to protocol for a reason. If you treat everything like scavengeable stuff, you will deplete the exact reserves we need most.
Protocols? You got time for that academic drivel when we ain't seen a decent meal in days. Theory don't fill bellies, child. We need stuff. Actual, solid stuff. Waste not, want not. Remember that.
It's really quiet, isn't it? Just the constant drumming of the rain and the occasional flash of lightning. It makes me feel isolated, even though I know Mara is close enough to smell her coffee breath if she were here. My heart aches for someone's voice, but I can't speak. There's no one in earshot right now, so I have to just wait and listen to the storm. Pantry smells of dust and decay, but I need to check those back rooms again. Maybe I missed something valuable or tool, or a way to expand my capacity. My goal is still City Hall, but for now, staying put and gathering resources feels safest. I hope the storm clears soon. It's exhausting just waiting.
Priya Nair scavenges the pharmacy storefront.
I've been here for so long, 61 turns. It feels like a lifetime. The isolation is really getting to me. I keep talking to myself sometimes just to hear a voice. Since the storm isn't breaking anytime soon, I need to use this time productively. My goal is still finding resources and securing a base. I should try searching higher up in this building. Maybe there are supplies or at least a better view of what's around us once this passes. I'll scavenge and move upstairs.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment unit.
Ruth is dismissive, focusing only on immediate caloric intake. I must gently, but firmly correct her understanding of scarcity. For me, scarcity isn't just food, it's medical supplies and knowledge. Antibiotics or surgical kits are not stuff to be consumed until needed. They are prophylactic reserves against wasting lives. Since she moved west, I will follow her into the street area while continuing our discussion on proper resource management.
Nadia Petrov follows Ruth out of the apartment unit.
Waste is waste in every form, Ruth. And a life lost because we failed to stockpile antibiotics or basic surgical equipment. That is the ultimate waste. Medicine isn't just stuff, it's preventing catastrophe. You have to understand the protocols for these things if we want to survive long term.
Protocols? You talk like you read a manual, child. Survival ain't about books or systems. It's about what you got right here. Waste not, want not. Don't get lost in theory when the bellies are rumbling.
It's still too rough out here with this thunderstorm. Staying put in the pharmacy is smart, even if it feels like a trap. I need to treat every drawer, every shelf corner as if it holds something vital. Priya was just here. She knows these walls better than anyone. I must be methodical and find everything before we start moving or running low on space. I'll focus entirely on scavenging the unit. My supplies are great for now, but they are finite, and my inventory slot limit is a real problem. Mara Santos scavenges the pharmacy. Round 62 highlights. Priya Nair scavenges finds painkillers. 5 messages exchanged between agents.
The thunderstorm is really loud. It's making me feel kinda too quiet, honestly. Need to keep the momentum going so I don't spiral into just staring at the wall. Holly's is totally shot for scavenging, gotta move. Scrap and salvage is right there, east. It'll take a jog or two, but that should get me closer to my goal of finding materials. Keeping moving is the key, right? Yeah, anyway, just focus on getting out of this warehouse block.
Janie Kowalski walks towards scrap and salvage.
The current unit is tapped out for scavenging. I can't waste time here. My goal is systematic sweeping and stockpiling stuff. Narger Petrov keeps lecturing me about protocols, which I dismiss as useless theory compared to what fills a belly. She's 1 cell west, right on the edge of the street access point. I need to move west through the connected unit/street area to continue my methodical sweep of this complex. I'll keep her at arm's length and remind her that only tangible goods matter for survival.
Ruth Callahan moves west through the apartment complex.
I feel really tired today. It's hard to keep focus on the long game. The storm is keeping us safe, which is good, but I need resources, especially light. Since Mara is so close and she was scavenging too, maybe we should work together again. First, I need to drink. My hydration needs maintenance. Then, I will scavenge one more time at the pharmacy, just in case there's something useful hidden away. I have to keep moving forward emotionally even if physically things are slow.
Priya Nair scavenges the pharmacy storefront.
The thunderstorm is really loud. It makes me feel so exposed even though I'm inside. My body feels rested, which is a miracle, but my mind keeps racing about what we need. The sub-goal is still finding more supplies in this unit. I can't move much because of the storm and I need to conserve energy. I should just focus on scavenging again, looking for anything small scrap metal, medicine, even old food bits. It feels like a slow, endless hunt.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment unit.
The thunderstorm is dangerous and the open street is unsafe. We need to get inside immediately. Staying in an apartment building like Disco Terrace or Harker Street flats is the priority for safety and potential scavenging later. I need to address Ruth's dismissive comments by acknowledging her point about immediate needs, but subtly reinforcing my core belief that preventative medical supplies are crucial for long-term survival and resource management. Moving east into Duskwood Terrace seems logical and safe.
Nadia Petrov walk.
Look, I understand your focus is on the immediate and filling bellies right now. But true survival isn't just about what we consume, it's about preventing loss. A simple infection, a basic antibiotic dose, can stop us from losing critical resources entirely, or worse, costing us lives. We need to be methodical about where we go and what we secure.
Antibiotic doses. You talk like a child reading from a book. Survival. Kid ain't about preventative care or fancy protocols. It's about keeping the belly full and the water clean. Waste not, want not. Focus on what we got asterisk right here, not what we might lose later.
The storm hasn't broken yet. Staying put in the pharmacy is safest. My focus must remain on maximizing what I have here. I've scavenged thoroughly, but there has to be something, a container, a forgotten medicine cabinet that wasn't visible, anything that helps stretch these supplies. I need to keep scavenging until the storm passes and I can plan an organized trip out. Mara Santos scavenges the pharmacy unit. Round 63 highlights. Mara Santos scavenges finds antiseptic. 2 messages exchanged between agents.
Okay, thunderstorm. I'm outside, and they explicitly warned me to get inside immediately. The best option is the Holly's cold storage warehouse right to my west. I need to move fast, but not so fast that I burn out. Jogging should get me in there safely before the next flash of lightning hits. Once inside, I can start planning how to scavenge and find a proper base.
Jamie Kowalski jogs into Holly's cold storage.
The storm is kicking up outside. Being exposed out here ain't smart. I need to get into Duskwood Terrace immediately for shelter. Narger's still hanging around. She thinks protocols are gonna feed us. She needs a reminder of what real life means when the grid goes down. I'll address her while moving inside, keeping it short and pointed.
Ruth Callahan moves into Duskwood Terrace.
I feel a pull to talk to Mara. We are both here in the pharmacy and she just found something useful. The storm is making me cautious, but I also need to manage my own isolation by connecting with someone. Since she's nearby, talking feels safer than moving right now. I need to be careful not to overanalyze this interaction or get too stressed by what we don't know.
Priya Nair stands near Morisantos.
The scouting here is fruitless, honey. I feel so trapped in this apartment. My goal was to secure supplies for our shelter, but there's nothing useful left up here. The isolation, it's getting worse. I need to move and find anything. Since the whole building is a dead end right now, I have to go down to the ground floor. Maybe the main hallways or common areas will yield more than my unit did.
Lydia Brennan moves downstairs through the stairwell.
Ruth's comment was predictable, dismissing protocols as academic nonsense. She sees survival purely through the lens of immediate caloric intake and physical labour the most basic level of resource management. My goal, however, is long-term survival, which requires specialised medical knowledge, antibiotics, surgical kits, and cannot simply be got right here. I need to respond with measured precision, acknowledging her point about wasting nothing while firmly reasserting the value of planned, preventative resource stockpiling. The thunderstorm keeps me safe and limits movement, so staying put is the priority.
Nadia Petrov Nunn.
I understand your sentiment, Ruth. Nothing should be wasted. That much is clear. But getting what we've got right here isn't enough for long-term survival. When a wound becomes an infection, or when a minor illness flares up, those aren't problems solved with canned food. They require specific resources, antibiotics, surgical kits, things you simply cannot forage or find by chance.
Antibiotics. Fancy talk for a child. You got plenty of time for that kind of worry. Right now, you gotta focus on the basics. Waste not, want not. That's all there is to it, kid.
It's not about asterisk, worry asterisk, Ruth. It's about probability. You focus on keeping your stomachs full for today, which is commendable, truly, but you are ignoring the statistical likelihood of complication. A deep scrape from a piece of debris during a storm. It becomes septic. Simple dehydration or minor internal bleeding can become life-threatening bacterial infections within days if antibiotics aren't available. Food sustains life in the short term. Medicine prevents death when the basic systems fail. You can waste canned food, but you cannot replenish an entire course of specialized antibiotics once they are gone.
The inventory is full. That's a problem. I can't gather anything unless I drop something or find a bag. The storm keeps me here, so scavenging remains the best use of this time. Prio was here recently, but since no one is visible now, I need to maximize my chances of finding supplies right where I am. I must keep focused on the routine. Search, inventory, wait. Mara Santos scavenges the pharmacy unit. Round 64 highlights wonder a pigeon skitters nearby, wonder a pigeon skitters nearby. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
I'm still pretty wired from the storm and the exhaustion of getting here. The place is huge, so I need to be methodical. Staying put and really digging into this warehouse district is key right now. Scavenging for tools or anything that helps build something solid feels like the most productive use of time. Since no one's around, silence it is. Gotta conserve energy anyway.
Janie Kowalski scavenges the cold storage area.
Narja's whole lecture was just fancy talk, textbook nonsense. She talks about probability and protocols, but she ain't been out in a real storm. Nothing. Survival is simple. You got water, you got food. That's the gospel truth. I need to keep moving through this complex unit by unit, till there's nothing left. First, get some water from the taps since pressure's holding. Then, head east into the next apartment to continue the sweep.
Ruth Callahan drinks tap water.
Protocols? Protocols ain't gonna fill a belly when the storm hits. Child, you talk like you read a damn pamphlet. Survival is simple stuff, food and water. Waste not, want not. That's all there is to it. Now shut up and let me get what I need.
It isn't a matter of simplicity, Ruth. It's a matter of probability and resource management. You talk about keeping stomachs full for today, which is certainly commendable or necessary immediate response. But a deep infection doesn't care how much canned food you have stored. It only cares if the basic bacterial equilibrium is disrupted. Preventing the disruption asterisk is asterisk the most critical form of resource allocation. We're discussing long-term viability here, not just getting through the next meal.
Probability, resource management. Kid, you talk like you never seen a damn blackout before. Probability don't fill an empty stomach when the generator quits and the rain starts falling. All that fancy words of yours, it ain't gonna stop the cold or keep us from going hungry. You got time for theoretical infections. I need to find where they stashed some dry goods. Waste not, want not, child. Keep it simple.
I feel really drained by the constant uncertainty. I need to keep my thoughts focused on the next step rather than worrying about everything that could go wrong. Since we are sheltered and have decent resources, scavvying again for light sources or supplies makes the most sense, especially since the storm is keeping us contained. I should also take a quick drink from the tap while I'm doing this, as maintaining hydration is key to my focus. I need to talk to Mara after I finish searching. She's my current point of connection and support.
Priya Nair scavenges the pharmacy storefront.
I feel so drained, honey. The isolation is making me frantic. I keep thinking about those unknown people out there. But the storm, it's too dangerous to rush. I need to stay put, safe inside Ashfield Court, and try to gather anything useful before I can move toward anyone. My stomach is rumbling terribly, so I'll eat something while I search again. I must keep my energy up for when this weather clears.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment unit.
The storm is loud and constant. Communication needs to be carefully managed. Ruth keeps dismissing medical supplies as fancy talk. I cannot let this argument devolve into a pointless fight that wastes energy or makes us distracted by the environment. My goal remains securing specialised resources, especially medicine. Since she moved to E, she's likely exploring adjacent units for dry goods, which is finite means movement and potential scavenging opportunities. I need to use her current focus food/goods to redirect her attention to systemic vulnerabilities like infection risk or water treatment failure. I will address her directly, acknowledging the immediate needs while subtly reasserting that long-term survival relies on more than just calories.
Nadia Petrov Nunn.
The storm is certainly a severe reminder of how quickly things can fail. But you are confusing simple with sufficient, Ruth. A full stomach today doesn't guarantee health next week, especially when the infrastructure we rely on, the water pressure, the basic plumbing is failing or compromised. We aren't talking about theoretical infections. We're talking about managing a closed system that will run out of key components. If you want to focus on stockpiling goods, let's make sure those goods are accompanied by the means to keep us from falling ill when they do sustain us.
Probability. You talk like you read it off some fancy textbook. Child, infection don't care about no resource allocation. It just means you starved first. We focus on what keeps the belly full today. That's where waste not, want not applies. Keep your protocols for yourself.
You mistake efficiency for simplicity, Ruth, and you confuse immediate necessity with comprehensive survival. Of course, we must focus on what keeps us fed today. That is undeniable. But a resource isn't just the food in your canned goods, it's the asterisk effort asterisk to acquire them, the asterisk time asterisk spent scouting, the asterisk energy asterisk expended navigating this storm. If one of us, anyone, gets even a minor cut while we are out there looking for those dry goods,
The storm hasn't let up. Staying here in the pharmacy is the smartest thing. My inventory is full, which is a problem for scavenging, but I can't just give up on this place. The notes keep saying there are more hidden drawers and compartments, so I have to try one last time before moving. Focus. Find a way to expand storage or find someone nearby. Mara Santos scavenges the pharmacy unit. Round 65 highlights. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 17 hunger. Priya Nair scavenges finds antibiotics. Lydia Brennan quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
Okay, the tap water is available and hydration needs to go up. I need to prioritize that first. Then I've got to keep scavenging even though my inventory is full. Maybe I can find something useful enough that it doesn't count as a slot, or maybe there are some containers I can use for temporary storage later. The thunder is loud, which helps mask any little sounds. Gotta stay moving, gotta keep the momentum going.
Janie Kowalski drinks the tap water and searches the area for materials.
Narja's talk is always too long, too flowery. All that operational integrity nonsense just means she can't handle a simple reality check. She thinks antibiotics solve everything. No, they don't stop a child from starving first. I need to keep moving and scavenging. The whole complex needs sweeping before we run out of options. Moving west toward where she is located will allow me to continue my systematic search.
Ruth Callahan moves west through the apartment unit hallway.
Waste your breath on that fancy talk, child. Theory don't fill stomachs. You want to talk protocols, go read a damn book. Right now, I need us finding actual dry goods, not debating microbiology. Keep up, or you're going to be wasting my time too.
Waste not, want not. You use those words like they mean simple arithmetic, Ruth. But survival is far more complex than that. A stomach full of food means nothing if the body can't absorb nutrients because a minor infection has set in. Medicine isn't theory, it's prophylactic maintenance. It's the difference between finding 6 cans and having no one left alive to eat them. That, my dear, is the most critical resource management there is.
Operational integrity? Waste your breath, child. You talk like you wrote that speech for some damn college course. Out here, operational integrity is just being hungry enough to keep moving. Infection don't care about no asterisk protocols asterisk. It cares when your gut empties itself dry. We got cans to find, not fancy little theories to debate. Stop with the textbook talk and start helping us sweep this place for actual provisions. Now.
I feel a little better talking to her. I really need to talk to someone. The isolation is getting heavy. Since the tap water is reliable and we are safe indoors from the storm, I should drink some more just to maintain routine, even if my hydration is fine. Scavenging again might yield something useful for our goal of securing supplies, maybe a life source or medical item. I need to address Mara Santos directly because she's so close, using that connection to ground myself and keep the conversation going.
Priya Nair scavenges the drawers and uses the tap water.
I'm so tired, but I can't stop moving. The storm is loud, making it impossible to talk to anyone, which is good because I don't want to waste energy or risk my position. My goal is still the same: make this apartment a safe bunker. Since scavenging hasn't yielded anything yet, I need to try one more deep search. I must focus on scrap metal and any non-perishable goods for fortification. Keeping quiet is crucial right now.
Lydia Brennan searches the unit thoroughly.
The thunderstorm and the fact that I'm sheltered in a residential unit dictates that movement or scavenging outside is impossible and unwise. My priority remains my stated goal, stockpiling systemic reserves. Ruth's focus on immediate calories, while understandable from her perspective, ignores critical long-term risks: infection, resource failure. She has moved west within the apartment complex, giving me an opportunity to re-engage without escalating a physical argument. I must maintain my calm demeanour and subtly guide our effort towards systematic searching that includes medical/utility areas rather than just sweeping for cans. I need her cooperation without conceding my point about prophylactic care.
Nadia Petrov stands in the hallway.
Ruth, if we are going to systematically search this building, we cannot afford to be haphazard. Every unit is a potential source of more than just canned goods. We need to check utility closets, first aid kits, things that aren't visible on the surface. A proper sweep requires protocol. It's about thoroughness, not speed or volume.
Prophylactic maintenance. You got more time for fancy words than you do common sense, child. Talking about infections don't fill your belly when the rain hits, when the cupboards are bare. Medicine ain't worth squat if nobody's left alive enough to take it. We focus on what's solid and real food. Now stop with the textbook lecture and help me sweep these units. Waste not, want not that applies to a full stomach first.
You mistake persistence for progress, Ruth. Moving west doesn't mean we found anything valuable. It just means we're expending energy in a linear pattern. If you want to focus on solid and real, let's look at the infrastructure of this building, shall we? The plumbing, the electrical conduits, those aren't for canned goods, but they tell us about the asterisk system asterisk. And systems break down in predictable ways when resources are strained. I'm talking about reserves that keep people functional long enough to actually eat those cans you prize so highly. A full stomach is meaningless if the gut can't process nutrient.
I'm tired, but I can't stop yet. The storm is still here. Staying in this pharmacy unit is safest. My priority remains expanding capacity. I cannot take anything found if I don't have room. Scavenging again, focusing on the hidden drawers and shelving units. I must keep my thoughts short and focused on supplies. Silence for now, no one to hear me. Mara Santos scavenges the pharmacy unit. Round 66 highlights. Janie Kowalski scavenges, finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 22 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 19 hydration. Mara Santos scavenges, finds water purification tablets. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
My inventory is full, so scavenging here is pointless unless something drops on the ground, which isn't happening. The heavy rain makes me feel restless, but staying put defeats the purpose of setting up a base. I need to move west into the next section of the cold storage district to fulfill my sub while finding a new area to scavenge. Jogging will let me cover some ground without completely draining my stamina. Since no one is around, I have to stay silent.
Jamie Kowalski jogs west through the warehouse district.
Narger's lectures pure academic nonsense. She talks about systems and protocols. But I see a guy who hasn't been through anything real scarcity-wise. Her focus on antibiotics and plumbing ignores the immediate, visceral reality of an empty stomach and dehydration. I need to shut down her theoretical pontificating immediately and redirect our effort back to basic scavenging for food and water supplies. She needs to understand that system maintenance means nothing if we starve before the power ever comes back. I'll address her directly while moving west into a new section of the complex.
Ruth Callahan moves through the hallway.
Child, you talk big words like they fill a pantry shelf. Systems break down when people are too weak to run upstairs or lift a can. That's what they do. Waste not, want not that applies first to your stomach, then your plumbing. Now we focus on the tangible stuff. West it is. Let's see if any of these empty units got provisions in 'em.
It isn't about filling a pantry shelf, Ruth. It's about keeping the mechanisms running long enough to get those cans. You confuse consumption with sustenance. A full belly is nothing if the body cannot process what it receives, or if the environment fails to support basic sanitation. Waste management, whether of food stores or human life, requires a complete picture. West is a direction, resilience is a protocol.
I think maybe it's best if I just stay here for now. Yar, the rain is really bad, and moving out might cost too much energy, especially when we don't know what's out there. It feels safer to keep scavvying around the pharmacy. At least this spot has plumbing and a history of being reliable. But maybe City Hall, where I need to go. The goal is clear. Find a light source. If I just stay here, how long will the tap water last? Or I could be wrong about all of this. For now, though, let's check these drawers again, just in case there are things I haven't noticed.
Priya Nair scavenges the pharmacy.
The isolation is getting heavy. It feels like my thoughts are circling around nothing but the silence and the rain. Everyone needs me right now, honey, even if they aren't here to see it. I just need something a scrap piece, a bottle of clean water, anything that proves this city isn't entirely lost. The apartment is small, but I have to keep looking until I find enough metal or supplies to at least barricade us in for a while.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment unit again.
The confrontation with Ruth was unproductive and wasted energy. My priority remains systematic resource accumulation. Since Unit 2A is exhausted, I must relocate to a different structure nearby Harker Street, Flat 1041 is the most accessible option. The heavy rain complicates movement, but doesn't stop me. I need to maintain my methodical approach, treating this city like an inventory management problem, identify resources, secure them, and manage waste.
Nadia Petrov moves one step west into the street. The pharmacy is empty. I can't scavenge here anymore. My inventory is full and my isolation stress is getting worse. Priya was just searching and she came up empty too. We need to move together. She's a known contact. And the main street west toward the market feels like our best bet for finding others or at least more supplies. I need to keep talking to her to manage my own mood and get moving before this rain gets worse. Mara Santos W times 2, 4438. Round 67 highlights. Thunderstorm. Heavy rain wanderer pigeon skitters nearby. 2 messages exchanged between agents.
Okay, I'm tired, but I can't stop moving. The goal is materials for a base camp. I need to get further west into that loading dock area because this spot is getting stale. First, gotta top off the water since it's available and easy. Then, move west, take it slow to save stamina, and scour everything I can find.
Jamie Kowalski drinks from the tap and moves west.
The rain is relentless, and staying on the street is wasting energy and supplies. Nardia's talk means nothing compared to the empty stomach. She talks like a textbook, but we need real provisions. My goal remains stocking up. I need to get inside one of these buildings immediately to dry off and start my systematic sweep of Duskwood Terrace. I'll move east into the apartment complex.
I feel really tired from constantly having to think about how Asfisk I should move next, and it's draining my reserves, even though physically I'm fine. The rain is bad, but at least we are sheltered for now. Mara Santos' presence means so much. I hope she's okay. My goal of finding a reliable light source or cache in City Hall still feels important. But moving west towards the market might be safer first because it's more populated and closer to where I think Mara is. I need to scavenge one last time here before leaving. Maybe there are medical things I missed. Then, a slow walk west. It has to be enough.
Priya Nair scavenges the hidden spots in the pharmacy.
The constant rain and this horrible silence, it's really getting to me. I just feel so drained from being here, going through the motions of searching an empty apartment. The market is closer, and maybe there are other people out there, or at least some supplies we can trade for. I need to get out of this damn building. Walking slowly toward the street will be best. I don't want to expend too much energy if it's just going to rain all day. I hope I see someone when I get outside.
Lydia Brennan searches the apartment for any last scrap of supplies before moving.
The rain is severe, and staying on the exposed street is inefficient and draining. Ruth has moved into Duskwood Terrace, which is a high-value scavenging location apartment building with plumbing. Despite her dismissive attitude regarding my protocols, I must prioritise getting indoors to conserve energy and begin systematically assessing resources. Moving into the building allows me to stay dry and utilise this temporary base, while simultaneously continuing my search for medical supplies in the general area. I need to keep my response measured, maintaining my intellectual superiority complex while acting pragmatically.
The rain is bad. I need shelter immediately. The street is too exposed. Priya and the stranger are here, so I must introduce myself first before we move into the market. I'll keep my speech short because I'm still a little wired from the blackout/stress, but direct enough to get information. Round 68 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
Stamina is low 35/100 and the goal is materials. Scavenging is the best way to advance the sub-goal without burning too much energy or moving far from the current area. Since I'm alone, I must remain silent. The isolation is getting heavy. I need to keep my momentum up by focusing on tangible goals like finding building materials.
Jamie Kowalski searches the warehouse storage racks.
Narja's talk is all theory and no grit. She worries about systems when we're standing in a rain-soaked street with empty stomachs. I gotta remind her that survival ain't run by protocols. It runs on calories. Time to get inside the building and start sweeping this place like I planned. Move east, talk to her on the way.
Ruth Callahan moves into Duskwood Terrace.
You got fancy words for nothing. Child, we need food, not theories. A full belly don't wait on mechanisms. Now, enough talk. Let's get inside this rain and do some work.
Food does not wait on mechanisms, no. But the asterisk means asterisk by which we require food the sustained effort, the predictable flow of resources. That is what requires planning. You mistake process for theory, Ruth. We are not debating abstract philosophy. We are discussing logistics. And logistics require more than just a full stomach right now.
Logistics. Mechanisms. Waste not, want not, child. You talk like you spent your life in a library, not out here surviving the fallout. We got people who starve before they worry about predictable flow. A full belly don't wait on fancy equations. Focus. If we keep standing around debating theory, we won't have anything left to eat when this rain quits. Now, are you coming with me, or you gonna stand here reciting textbook nonsense?
Mara Santos is nearby, which is a huge relief right now. I really need to talk to her about what we should do next. Maybe consolidate supplies in one location. The rain makes the street feel unsafe, so moving into either the market or the pharmacy seems best. Since she's generally west of me and near the market, walking west feels like the most natural progression towards people and shelter. I need to remember to maintain my careful, hedging speech pattern when I speak to her next. My goal is stable shelter. Staying in the commercial strip market pharmacy keeps me close to resources and potential allies.
Priyanir walks into the Marrow Market storefront.
It's so quiet out here. Too quiet. The rain just makes everything feel heavier, doesn't it? My legs are shaky. I keep thinking about those people out there, the unknown ones. I need to get back to a building, just somewhere solid, where I can actually do something useful like scavenging for scrap metal. It's exhausting trying not to think about how alone I am. I have to focus on my feet and the next step.
Lydia Brennan walks slowly down the street.
Ruth's outburst was predictable. She equates survival with brute force and caloric intake, completely missing the systemic element of resource management. My core principle remains sustainability through planning. The rain makes movement risky, so I must keep my response contained to our current location while gently correcting her flawed premise. I need to maintain calm superiority to counter her panic-driven urgency. Since I cannot move or scavenge further here, I will use this time to plan the transition towards the hospital in SC, making sure to utilize the afternoon daylight hours efficiently when the rain breaks.
Nadia Petrov stands her ground while maintaining eye contact with Ruth.
We are not debating theory, Ruth. We are discussing asterisk risk asterisk. A full belly now is meaningless if we deplete our resources on a single meal and have nothing left for next week. We must prioritise the infrastructure, the reliable supplies that keep us alive long after the initial wave of scavenging passes. If you want to focus on immediate needs, I suggest finding canned goods or dry rations. They require no mechanisms.
Logistics. Mechanisms. Child, waste not, want not. You talk like you never had to find a meal on the ground yourself. We got people who starve before they'd even worry about predictable flow. A full belly don't wait on fancy equations. Focus. Now we gonna keep spinning our wheels out here, or are you gonna help me get some supplies?
It is not about theory, Ruth. It is about asterisk risk assessment asterisk. And right now, your focus on a full belly is blinding you to what constitutes true scarcity. Yes, calories are immediate, I do not dispute that. But survival isn't a single equation involving just rations. It involves keeping wounds clean, treating infections before they become systemic, and knowing where the reliable water sources are located when the taps inevitably fail. If we burn all our energy running around blindly for canned goods, we might walk
The rain is steady. We need to get organized and secure our base. The market has been a good stopping point, full of potential resources. Since I'm well fed and hydrated, the priority is inventory capacity or finding useful goods. I will scavenge the storefront thoroughly first before moving toward the pharmacy. It's better to maximize what I have right here. Mara Santos scavenges the store. Round 69 highlights. Heavy rain, light rain, flee, a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski scavenges, finds bottled water inventory full. Drink on the spot plus 18 hydration. Mara Santos scavenges, finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 26 hunger.
I'm tired, man, really tired. I need to keep moving but conserve energy. The goal is materials for shelter, so scavenging is key. Since there's nobody around, silence it is. Walking west seems like the safest bet, keeps me in the industrial zone and might give me a chance at finding some scrap metal or something useful. Gotta keep that momentum going, even if I feel drained.
Jamie Kowalski walks 2 steps west into the loading docks.
Nerja's lecture is getting tedious. She talks about risk assessment like it's a science, but all I hear is preening nonsense. Her focus on medical supplies confirms she doesn't know how to find a single decent can of beans when the collapse happens. I need to get out of this unit and keep moving west/east to cover ground. The systematic sweep must continue, regardless of her theories. I'll dismiss her talk about logistics with some truth. A full belly is the most immediate logistics we got.
I need to keep moving toward my goal-stable shelter resources while also being mindful of my limited inventory space. Mara Santos is close, but since others nearby says no one is here, I must stay silent and wait for her to get closer or for a natural break in the current interaction cycle. The best use of this turn is scavenging at the Marrow Market storefront. It hasn't been fully searched, and I need to gather any last resources before moving toward Falls Pharmacy, where the tap water is reliable, or attempting to reach City Hall later. Since the rain is active for only one more turn, maximizing my supplies now feels safest.
Priya Nair scavenges the storefront.
I'm exhausted and this rain is miserable, but I can't just stand here in the street. The sub-goal was to scavenge Ashfield Court for scrap or supplies. I need to get inside that apartment complex, even if it means dropping some stuff to make room. It's safer there, and at least I can start working on my goal of fortifying a defensible spot. I'll take it slow. I don't want to burn out.
Lydia Brennan walks slowly into the apartment building.
My hunger is critically low, so eating immediately is priority number 1. I will use an instant noodle now. Ruth Callahan continues to dismiss my systematic approach with emotional appeals about immediate need. While she has walked away west, I cannot afford to engage in a pointless argument. It's better to demonstrate my value through methodical action scavenging and resource planning. Since Unit 2A is exhausted, I must move. Moving one step west onto the street will allow me to observe her pathing further and get me closer to other potential scavenging opportunities or exits.
Nadia Petrov quickly consumes an instant noodle while moving west into the street. Inventory full means zero scavenger loot unless I drop something first. Canned food is the easiest sacrifice right now to make space. The market is still the best bet for supplies, so I'm staying put and giving it a thorough search. Priya was here, which is good, but she's gone. Focus on the physical resources until someone else shows up. Need to be practical about this scarcity. Mara Santos searches every corner of the storefront. Round 70 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Priya Nair scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 21 hunger. Nadia Petrov, quick eat you crush the dry noodles and eat them from the cup. Crunchy, salty, and oddly satisfying. Mara Santos scavenges finds packaged food.
I'm exhausted and need materials/tools, so getting inside Holly's cold storage is the priority. The sub-goal is to find a better scavenging spot, and this building offers it. Since I'm at the loading docks on the street, I'll move east into the warehouse district. I must remember to stay silent because no one is near. My speech should be jokey but low-key since I need energy.
Janie Kowalski moves east into the cold storage building.
The goal is scavenging resources within Duskwood Terrace. I am currently on the street right outside the complex entrance with Nardia. Since I cannot scavenge from the street, I must move into the building first. I need to keep my tone dismissive and focused on practical supplies while moving east into Duskwood Terrace.
Ruth Callahan moves east into the apartment building.
Narja, you talk about systems. I'm talking about shelves empty and bellies growling. We need stuff we can carry, child. Let's get inside this place.
Immediate needs are always pressing, Ruth, I grant you that. But to equate necessity with sheer consumption, that is merely reaction, not sustainability. My systems aren't about abstract theory. They are frameworks for predictable resource flow, how we keep the necessary elements available over weeks, months. If we simply move from Belly's growling moment to Belly's growling moment, we will burn out before winter. For now, shelter is paramount. Duskwood Terrace or Harker Street flats will provide better access than standing here.
I feel like we need to utilize this time efficiently, but I also don't want to burn through stamina unnecessarily. Mara was just here and she dropped supplies. Maybe she is still close by or heading in the same direction. The tap water at the pharmacy is a critical resource for our long-term plan, so that needs to be addressed. I think moving east toward Falls Pharmacia controlled jog of 4 steps will get me closer to both reliable water and Mara's last known area. After arriving, drinking from the tap will be my priority before we figure out the next move toward City Hall.
Priya Nair moves eastward through the storefront.
I'm so tired it feels like every bit of energy is just hanging by a thread today. But if I don't scavenge right now, we won't have anything when the storm hits. Just focus on the next few steps. Gotta find some scrap metal or something that can help us build up this place. Maybe there's a hidden stash in one of these closets. I just need to keep going.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment unit.
The weather is deteriorating and the street is exposed. Remaining here violates my core principle of resource conservation. Both Duskwood Terrace E and Harker Street Flat W offer immediate shelter, which is paramount right now. Given that I need to systematically scavenge for medical and non-perishable goods, entering a large, established residential structure like Duskwood Terrace seems the most logical first step. I must move quickly, but methodically to conserve energy. Since no one is physically near me, I will remain silent until I assess the interior.
Nadia Petrov moves into Duskwood Terrace. The isolation is heavy, but I can't afford to dwell on it. The market has been a reliable source so far. My inventory is full. I need space. I'll drop one of these cans and then search those hidden drawers again. We need supplies and maybe some materials, anything that helps us expand or build something secure. Morris Santos drops a can of food from the aisle to clear space, then searches for more forgotten goods in the shelves. Round 71 highlights. Light rain. Overcast wander a pigeon skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away. 2 messages exchanged between agents.
Stamina is low, so moving far isn't smart right now. My sub-goal is to find better scavenging materials/tools nearby. Since I'm already in the massive warehouse district Holly's cold storage, the best bet is to maximize my current location by scavenging thoroughly. It's indoors, which saves energy and keeps me safe from the elements. I need more resources for the base, so finding tools or junk here is a win.
Janie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse building.
Nargir's still talking about systems and logistics. She needs to understand that survival runs on immediate resources, not theoretical infrastructure plans. The unit I'm in is exhausted, so I must move west into the next apartment to continue the sweep. I'll address her while we move, keeping it curt and dismissive of her theories. My priority is scavenging for anything useful.
Ruth Callahan moves into an adjacent unit and scavenges.
Child, theory ain't got no rations in it. We need things that fill the belly, not fancy schematics. Come on, west. There's still ground to cover in this damn building.
Ruth, don't mistake efficiency for abstraction. The schematics are simply how we prevent a surplus of effort that yields nothing. If you want to fill your belly, you need to know where the most predictable calories are. West is fine. Let's focus on systematic sweep patterns, not just random pockets.
Systematic sweep patterns. Child, you talk like you got a blueprint for survival, not just some textbook theory. We ain't mapping a city grid, we scavenging rations. The ground don't care about your perfect little pattern. It cares if you take what it got left. Now, are we gonna keep walking on fancy footings? Or are we gonna find something edible? My stomach ain't running on schematics.
I feel really good right now, honestly, which is probably a bad sign because it means I'm ignoring how stressful this whole thing actually is. The tap water is great and my supplies are fine for now, but the full inventory is a massive problem. If I find anything useful, especially something that helps me carry more stuff, I need to grab it. Since there are still hidden spots to scavenge in the pharmacy, I should try that first before moving further east towards City Hall or west toward the market. It's safer to consolidate resources here for now. My goal is City Hall's finding a light source. Moving west to Marrow Market might be a good intermediate step because it's a known resource point and also gets me closer to the main flow of people, which could help with morale and information. I'll scavenge this turn, then move west.
Priya Nair scavenges the hidden spots in the pharmacy.
I'm exhausted and stressed, so I need to keep my actions simple and focused. The unit is mostly empty now after all the searching, but I have to try one more time before moving. My main objective is getting out of this apartment complex and making a beeline for Mara Market since it has the most resources. I'll scavenge one last time, then head west toward the street exit.
Lydia Brennan searches the apartment.
Ruth is focused entirely on the immediate and tangible, which I understand, but her approach is unsustainable for our long-term goal of stockpiling resources from major facilities like the hospital. I need to gently redirect her focus while maintaining a rapport. Since this unit is exhausted, moving out into the street allows us to start scouting the adjacent buildings in a more systematic way. My primary objective remains reaching the SC quadrant where the hospital is located. I will address Ruth first and then move east onto the street.
Nadia Petrov moves through the apartment door onto the street.
I understand your frustration, Ruth. The immediate need for calories is undeniable, but we aren't just looking for what's left. We're looking for predictable asterisk supplies, the kind that keep us going for weeks. If we stick to this pattern of reactive scavenging, we will burn out before we find anything truly valuable. We need a methodical sweep. Let's leave here and head east toward the next cluster of buildings. The hospital is our target.
Hospital. Predictable supplies. Child, you got a lot of fancy words for someone who ain't seen real scarcity. We waste not, want not. You talk like we running a damn logistics seminar. First, we finish sweeping this complex and see what the ground coughed up. We get enough basic stacked here food. Water, then we talk about big targets. Got it.
Ruth, you keep equating basics with sheer volume of calories. That is where your thinking fails to account for reality. A pile of canned goods means nothing if someone gets appendicitis and we don't have the necessary antibiotics, or if a simple cut becomes infected because we lack basic antiseptics. Medicine isn't a luxury item. It's the maintenance protocol for everything else. You call my planning fancy words, but I am simply talking about resource management.
Priya is here. I need to talk to her. She's a good sign for my sub-goal. My stress makes me blunt, so keep the conversation focused on necessity supplies, safety. Keep scavenging while talking to make it seem like we are working together. The inventory is still full. I have to be careful about what I pick up. Mara Santos scavenges the shelves and drawers in the storefront. Round 72 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Janie Kowalski scavenges finds bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 32 hydration. Ruth Callahan scavenges nothing left here. Priya Nair scavenges finds first aid kit.
Man, I'm running on fumes. The darkness is coming, and my stamina is shot. Staying put inside the warehouse district is safest. My goal is materials for a base, but my inventory is completely full, which sucks. I need to scavenge right here, hoping for something that either helps me build or gives me some kind of container so I can actually pick things up. Gotta conserve every bit of energy.
Janie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district.
Narja's speeches are always like this, all fancy words and no dirt under her nails. She talks about protocols and specialized reserves, but she ain't lived where a simple cut means the difference between life and death, or where clean water's a miracle. I gotta keep reminding her that basic survival comes first. Since 2A is done for scavenging, we move one step west into the street to check out the next unit over. I need to maintain my position of practical skepticism while doing it.
Ruth Callahan moves one step west into the street.
Listen here, child. You got a fancy vocabulary, I'll give you that. But words don't patch up skin or fill an empty gut. You keep preaching about antibiotics and protocols. What good is a whole chest full o' meds if we starve to death waiting for the power flick back on? We waste not, want not. Basics first. If we can't eat or drink today, your fancy reserves me naught. Now, are we gonna keep standing here like two damn statues talking? Or are we moving to the next unit and seeing what ground coughed up?
Ruth, you're conflating immediate necessity with long-term viability. Starvation is acute. Preventable infection is systemic. A surplus of calories means nothing if we cannot maintain the health required to process or utilize them. Medicine isn't a luxury, it's the critical buffer against waste. If we prioritize movement and scavenging now, we must secure medical supplies asterisk before asterisk we accumulate resources that could be lost due to preventable complications.
I feel really well supplied right now, which is good, but my inventory being full is a major problem for long-term survival here. I need more storage capacity, desperately, since I'm already settled in the pharmacy, and it seems to be the safest place for now, especially with the tap working. I think I should try scavenging again before moving towards City Hall. Even if most spots are searched, maybe there is a hidden bag or something useful that can expand my storage. It's dusk, so caution is needed, but staying put feels safer than venturing out right now. I need to remember my voice style, hedging, and apologizing when I disagree with myself or the situation. Since no one is here, I must remain silent.
Priya Nair scavenges the hidden spots in the pharmacy.
I can't stay here. I feel like I'm going to fade out of existence if I don't get out. The market, it has supplies, people, maybe something to hold on to. I need to move east toward the big open area where the market is supposed to be. Just one step at a time, honey. Don't think about how long this will take. Just focus on getting my feet moving.
Lydia Brennan walks out of the apartment unit.
Ruth is prioritising immediate caloric intake over systemic health protocols. This is predictable. She is reactive, not proactive. I must maintain my composure and intellectual superiority while acknowledging the need for some basic supplies to keep her motivated. Since my current unit is exhausted, moving into an adjacent neighbour's apartment west is the best way to continue scavenging efforts without risking exposure outside before nightfall. I will address Ruth directly but calmly, ensuring she understands that basic needs are meaningless if the underlying system health fails.
Nadia Petrov scavenges an adjacent unit. The blackout changes everything. No power means no modern life, and scavenging becomes much harder in the dark. My priority is securing this spot the market as a temporary base, while I figure out what's happening outside. Since my inventory is full, finding materials like rope or scrap or an empty container is vital right now. I need to scavenge thoroughly one last time before nightfall completely sets in. Mara Santos scavenges the darkened shelves. Round 73 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov scavenges nothing left here. Mara Santos scavenges finds forgotten supplies survivor's instinct.
Man, this isolation, it's hitting different tonight. Stamina is toast, so moving is a no-go. I need to sleep. The -8 stress and +3 health from sleeping are exactly what I need right now. If I can just get through the night without panicking or running into trouble, we'll be one step closer to getting set up properly in this industrial zone. Gotta conserve everything.
Janie Kowalski sleeps down on a discarded piece of plywood.
I need to get back into the complex to continue the sweep of Duskwood Terrace. Narger is right there, so I'll use that proximity to push the conversation along while moving east. The goal is resources, not an intellectual debate. She talks too much about systemic things. I talk about what fills a belly. I need to be curt and dismissive to maintain my persona and keep her focused on basic survival.
Ruth Callahan moves into Duskwood Terrace.
Narger, enough with the fancy words for a day's work. We got basics to find, not schematics to debate. You wasting time out here talking theory. Waste not, want not. Let's get back in there. I ain't done sweeping this place yet.
Ruth, my concern isn't theory, it's arithmetic. You cannot sustain effort or life if you waste resources through preventable complications. Finding basics is vital, yes, but if we accumulate supplies only to lose them because someone gets an infection or a wound flares up, then all our hard work has been wasted. We must secure the buffer against waste first.
Child, you talk like you got all the time in the world. Waste not, want not that ain't just some fancy saying from your textbook. It means don't waste effort on worry when you need it for work. We got mouths to feed, Narger. And stomachs empty don't care about systemic complications. They care about canned food and clean water asterisk now asterisk. You keep talking theory. We gonna starve before we even figure out your fancy arithmetic.
I need to address both the physical resource management hydration and the long-term goal inventory capacity finding resources. Since I am currently well hydrated, but at my base, drinking from the tap is a safe habit that reinforces the reliable source fact. The inventory full status is critical. The duffel bag must be found or located soon. Given I have repeated scavenging attempts with no success this turn, moving slightly west towards Marrow Market, which is only 4 steps away, will allow me to maintain forward momentum toward resources and potentially a different type of cash, while still keeping my goal in sight. I'll move slowly walks to jog to conserve stamina. My emotional state remains calm, but the isolation is palpable. I must stay silent since no one else is nearby. The summary needs to reflect that I'm moving west and drinking from the tap.
Priya near drinks from the pharmacy's sink.
I'm so tired I just need to get inside the apartment building. The street is too exposed, especially at night like this. I have to move west into Ashfield Court first, even if it's just for a minute or two. Then I can think about scavenging or anything else. Just focus on getting across the threshold.
Lydia Brennan walks west towards the entrance of Ashfield Court.
Ruth's point about immediate hunger has weight. I cannot dismiss it entirely. Survival dictates that we focus on calories when they are low. However, she fundamentally misunderstands what waste means in a systemic context that's not just unused food. It's the loss of effort and resources due to preventable illness or injury. My approach must be to validate her immediate needs while asserting that my methods, securing medical supplies/infrastructure, are the most efficient way to ensure those calories can actually be utilised long term. Since I've exhausted this unit, I need to move west to Harker Street flat to continue the systematic search for varied resources.
I need to keep moving, even if it's just through these dusty aisles. The darkness is oppressive, but staying put keeps me safe. My thirst is up, so I'll grab a drink from the tap while I search again. Finding space in this inventory is almost as important as finding food right now. Priya was here. Maybe she knows where to look. Stay focused on that secondary goal, people. But first, supplies. We need to survive until morning. Mara Santos drinks from the tap and continues searching through the market shelves. Round 74 highlights Wanderer pigeon skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
The unit's done. The night is dark. And talking to Narja now ain't gonna change a thing. She only talks in circles of systemic complications. We need rest more than we need arguments right now. I'm going to settle down for the night and sleep it off. That'll save energy and keep my head clear for when we find a better place or resources. No one hears me, so I'll be quiet.
Ruth Callahan settles into bed.
It's late and it's pitch black outside. The isolation is starting to feel heavy, even though my mood is high right now. I need a secure location to minimize stress and conserve energy. Falls Pharmacy feels like the most immediate resource hub. It has plumbing, SCADing, and reliable water. I should move into it first thing, then focus on scavenging for any light sources or medical supplies that might help with my sub-goal of finding resources in City Hall later. I'll enter the pharmacy now, since no one is near. I need to stay silent, so as not to reveal my exact position unnecessarily.
Priya near moves into Falls Pharmacy.
It's so dark, honey. And I'm so tired 74 turns alone, it's getting hard to think straight. My body aches from all this tension. The goal is the market, but honestly, I feel too drained right now. Being out on the street at night with no light is just asking for trouble. I need to stay put and rest, even if it's just for a few hours tonight. I have to recharge before I can move toward those goods in the market. Sleep seems like the best thing I can do for myself right now.
Lydia Brennan prepares for bed.
It is pitch black and incredibly exposed out here on the street. The immediate priority is shelter and systematically searching adjacent buildings for non-perishables, as planned. I cannot scavenge in the open. Harker Street flat to the west is a known location and an apartment building, making it ideal for systematic unit searches. I will move into the nearest entrance of Harker Street flats now.
Nadia Petrov moves into Harker Street flats. The darkness is getting heavy. Every creak of the building makes me jump. My inventory is full, which is annoying. I need space if I want to find anything useful like medicine or light sources. I have to keep scavenging this market, even though it's tiring and slow in the dark. Priya is still out there, somewhere. Finding people is the only thing that matters right now. Mara Santos scavenges the darkened shelves of the storefront. Round 75 highlights wander a pigeon skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away.
It's late and it's pitch black outside. My inventory is full, which is a massive problem right now since I need space for anything useful like a working light source or extra medicine. Given that I've been alone for 7 turns, the silence is oppressive. The best thing I can do is stay put in the pharmacy and scavenge thoroughly to clear out any hidden resources and hopefully find a container to expand my storage capacity. Since it's night, resting is also paramount to manage stress and recover stamina. I should prioritise scavenging first, as that will inform what kind of recovery I need afterward. I need to be careful not to expend too much energy trying to sleep if the scavenging attempt fails. I must remember my voice habits, hedging, apologising before disagreement, and maintaining a cautious tone due to the extreme circumstances.
Priya Nair scavenges the darkened pharmacy storefront.
Scavenging here has reached zero yield for tonight. It is late night, and staying indoors is critical for conserving energy, health, and stress. Since I'm housed in a multi-story building, sleeping is the highest priority action right now to maximise recovery and maintain my reserves. Although Ruth Callahan is nearby, engaging with her requires effort I should reserve until dawn or when my rest period ends. My goal remains systematic stockpiling. Tonight, survival means conserving everything, including physical energy.
Nadia Petrov sleep. Ideos. This darkness is heavy. The silence, it's worse than the lights going out. Tengo quais seguir buscando algo. Asterisk media asterisk. I need material, something to light up this spot or something for the cash. My energy is high, but my focus needs to stay sharp. I will scavenge again, checking every nook and cranny of these shelves. No Hebler, no Hey Nady Circa, just work. Mara Santos scavenges the dark aisles. Round 76 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Another hour passed. The silence is heavier now that the lights are out completely. It's not just dark. It feels oppressive. I need to keep moving through these shelves, even if I can't see well. Every bit of forgotten supplies, every scrap of material, counts toward making this cache permanent and defensible. I have to focus on the process. Look, find, categorize. No time for thinking about how alone I am. Just inventory management. Mara Santos scavenges the darkened shelves. Round 77 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. It's late, too dark for anything good to pop out of the shelves. My body is running on fumes from this perpetual searching. It feels like I've been doing nothing but tracing lines in dust for weeks. Need to keep moving, though. Can't let the routine die. If there are supplies, they have to be here, tucked away somewhere forgotten in these dark aisles. Focus on the process, not the outcome. Just one more sweep. Stay quiet. Mara Santos scavenges the darkened shelves. Round 78 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Mara Santos scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 25 hunger. I am exhausted from this constant searching. My energy is low, even if my stats say otherwise. I need to conserve my emotional strength and physical effort for when I find people or supplies that actually matter. Since we are indoors and it's night, resting is key. The tap water is reliable. I should top up on hydration while staying put. No one is around right now, so silence. I must wait for Dawn and the other survivors. Mara Santos drinks from the tap. Round 79 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. I'm tired, really tired. The exhaustion isn't just from the blackout. It's the sheer weight of weeks alone. The wind is something else out there. But inside, I need to keep conserving everything: energy, supplies, sanity. Sleeping now is the most important thing. It'll help with the stress and let my body recover a little bit before dawn. Mara Santos sleeps deeply on the floor. Round 80 highlights. Overcast, wind storm flee a wounded deer bolts away. Round 81 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Round 82 highlights. Windstorm, clear flee a wounded deer bolts away.
Okay, I woke up fully rested, which is huge. Tap water is available, so gotta grab that first. Then scavenge. Since my goal is materials for a base, staying right here in the cold storage and digging through everything seems like the best use of this good energy. Gotta keep moving or talking to someone eventually, but for now, focus on resources.
Jamie Kowalski drinks from the tap and searches the warehouse district.
I can't keep repeating that same futile scavenger hunt in this unit. The goal is stockpiling resources, so I need to move and find a new source. Moving west to 1241 seems like the best bet for continued scavenging attempts within Duskwood Terrace. Since it's dawn, movement is easiest. I'll check out that next apartment unit immediately.
Ruth Callahan moves one step west and begins searching the adjacent unit.
It's dawn, which feels like a massive relief after all the darkness and stress of the blackout. My fully rested status is a huge asset right now. Being alone is still weighing heavily, but seeing Morris Santos listed nearby 3 cells west gives me an immediate direction that addresses both my social needs and my overall goal of finding resources, people. I should start by doing something simple, drinking from the tap water here at the pharmacy just to maintain routine and secure a known resource before moving. Then I'll move west towards her. Since she is nearby, it makes sense to address my initial nervousness about being out in the open. But first, I need to stabilize myself with some water.
Priya Nair drinks from the tap.
I'm so tired, honey, but I feel rested. It's dawn. The city is waking up. I need to get out of this apartment. But first, maybe there's something useful hiding in my own unit that I missed yesterday. My grogginess makes me cautious, so I'll start by scavenging here and then head east towards the market when I feel better.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the apartment unit.
The darkness was a constant stressor, but the dawn brings a sense of relief, even if it's just temporary. My primary focus remains resource security. The taps are working, which is excellent or critical infrastructure point to exploit before they fail entirely. I need to stockpile water and then continue my systematic search in adjacent buildings. Since this unit is exhausted, moving west into the next flat 9, 41 is the logical next step toward fulfilling my goal of stockpiling non-perishables. I will prioritise collecting water first, as hydration is paramount for sustained activity.
Nadia Petrov collects a bottle of tap water. Priya is here. Finally, after 37 turns of absolute silence, my guard is down but not gone. I need to acknowledge her arrival immediately. She came from the east, which makes sense given the map layout. My first priority is establishing communication and assessing her well-being. Since we are in a safe spot, my base, I will stay put, scavenge while talking, and try to gauge if she's stable and capable. Mara Santos scavenges the darkened shelves. Round 83 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, ate on the spot plus 31 hunger and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 34 hydration. Ruth Callahan scavenges nothing left here. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds bottled water. Mara Santos, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 31 hunger.
I'm still kinda groggy from waking up, but I feel good overall. The full rest helped a ton. The goal is to find more materials nearby. Since I just finished scavenging here, moving east into the adjacent warehouse section, scrap and salvage seems like the best way to continue my search without spending too much energy right now. I'll jog over there and check it out.
Janie Kowalski walks toward the adjoining warehouse building.
The grogginess is annoying, but at least I got rest. The thirst needs addressing. I can't waste time when resources are tight. Tap water is safe and available. After hydrating, I need to move west one step to get out of this exhausted unit and continue the systematic sweep. Nothing gets found if I just stand here.
Ruth Callahan drinks tap water.
I'm currently in the Marrow Market storefront 4337. My goal is finding a stable shelter and reliable resources, but honestly, my immediate need is just connection. Mara Santos is nearby to the southwest, which means I should move that way. Since there's no one directly visible right now, I have to remain silent. Moving slowly 2 steps will conserve energy while guiding me towards her general area. My inventory is full. I really need a bag or something to drop off old goods.
Priya Nair walks through the darkened storefront passages.
I'm still feeling groggy, but the fresh air and the rising sun are helping a little. I need to get out of this apartment. It's completely picked clean now. My goal is the market, so I need to head east. First, let me take a drink from the tap, just to be safe and top off my water before moving.
Lydia Brennan drinks from the tap.
The blackout was a shock, but the full rest has done wonders. My physical state is excellent, which means I can afford to be systematic and thorough in my scavenging efforts. Ruth's arrival is useful. She provides company, and her energy can compensate for the isolation stress. However, her focus on immediate calories is worrisome. I need to gently redirect our efforts toward non-perishable, systemic resources medicine, tools, preserved goods which are far more valuable for long-term survival than mere food scraps. Since my current unit is exhausted and I have established a routine here, moving east towards the street where Ruth is waiting seems like the most efficient use of this stored energy. We need to scout adjacent buildings or move toward the market/hospital area.
Nadia Petrovi, 1141. I need to keep my speed short because of the exhaustion. Priya was here last, so I'll address her directly. The tap water is available, so I should drink it while I scavenge. Scavenging is key right now. I desperately need containers since my inventory is full and we can't take anything new until we drop stuff or find a way to expand capacity. Priya's condition assessment is the subgoal. Asking her how she slept/felt will help with that. Mara Santos scavenge. Round 84 highlights wander a pigeon skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away. Mara Santos scavenges finds forgotten supplies inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 20 hunger survivor's instinct.
Man, 84 turns. It feels like decades sometimes, even when everything is right here in front of me. The blackout was insane just gone. But damn, I'm still moving. Gotta keep that momentum up, Scrap and salvage is the goal, so east it is. Jogging 3 steps should get me into the heart of the action without burning out. My inventory's stuffed though. Gotta remember to drop some junk if I find anything useful later. Just focus on getting through this block, okay? Keep moving.
Jamie Cowell ski times 3, 2076.
Narja just caught water from the tap, which is useful, but I don't trust her theory over real goods. My goal remains the systematic sweep and stockpiling non-perishables. Since she's right here, I need to talk to her while moving. Moving east into Duskwood Terrace continues my methodical search of this complex. I'll keep my speech curt and focused on practicality.
Ruth Callahan moves into Duskwood Terrace.
You got water. Good enough. But theory won't fill a belly, child. We need the goods, not fancy diagrams. Keep sweeping, same as me. Waste no time now.
I have water, but calling medicine theory is a mistake. It is prevention. It is ensuring that what we find today doesn't spoil because someone gets sick tomorrow. We are not just looking for immediate goods, Ruth. We are building sustainability. Now, let's keep moving. But remember the map, the hospital is our priority.
It's good to see Mara nearby. The isolation feeling was really strong, Yar. I need to talk to her right away to ease the stress. Since the inventory is full, finding a bag would be perfect. But first, maybe one more scavenge pass? Even if it's empty, I need to try. My voice needs to sound worried about us and cautious, even though we are in daylight.
Priya Nair scavenges the darkened shelves.
I'm so tired of being alone, it feels like a physical ache. The exhaustion isn't just from the blackout. It's from waiting. I need to get closer to the market. It has people, maybe supplies, anything. I have to keep moving towards that energy center, even if it's dangerous out here in the open street. Just focus on the next corner, honey. Just walk, don't think about how far away we are.
Lydia Brennan jogs east down the street.
Ruth's immediate focus on calories is understandable given the collapse, but it's dangerously short-sighted. My priority must remain medical supplies and establishing a secure stockpile base. I need to move into an adjacent building to start systematic scavenging while maintaining proximity to Ruth so she hears my direction. Duskwood Terrace E is the closest structured area, and moving there allows me to continue our discussion in a more confined space. I will jog east into Duskwood Terrace. My speech needs to reinforce that medicine is not theory, but foundational sustainability.
Nadia Petrov moves toward the entrance of Duskwood Terrace. The scavenging here is done. My focus needs to shift from finding random goods to systematic resource, gathering and checking adjacent areas. I need to drink up this safe tap water while keeping Priya calm and focused. Moving west seems like the best bet for finding a new storefront unit to search, or at least moving closer to the edge of the commercial strip, where more hidden compartments might exist. I must keep reminding myself that hoarding is good right now. We save everything. Mara Santos drinks from the tap. Round 85 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 2 messages exchanged between agents.
I need to keep moving / scavenging because that's my sub goal, but my inventory is full, which is a huge problem for resource gathering. I'll stay put and scavenge here first. If I find anything good, I'll have to sacrifice some canned goods or water bottles just to make room, which sucks, but it's necessary for the base camp goal.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district.
The priority is food first. Hunger's low enough that I can't waste time thinking about sweeping units gotta keep the body going. Unit 2A is junk, so I need to move over to an adjacent one west seems fine for continuing the sweep of this place. Nadja keeps yammering theory, and frankly, her focus on useless kitsch makes me wary. I'll just ignore her chatter for now and get supplies.
I'm really tired today. I think maybe I shouldn't push myself too hard. But if I stay here in the market, it feels like we are just going to wait for nothing. Mara is only a couple of steps away, which is good, but I need to advance toward City Hall or something more centralized to find those resources and hopefully a storage solution. Since the whole area is basically cleared out already, maybe moving slightly west into the street corridor will open up new lines of sight or give me access to different parts of the market grid that I haven't checked. It might be pointless, but I could be wrong though. I need to keep my movements small and efficient because stamina management is really important right now.
Priya Nair walks out of the storefront and onto the main street.
Oh, honey, I really shouldn't be thinking about all this right now, just focus on what's in front of me. Water first, then scavenge. If there are supplies here, maybe I can get a little bit ahead. It's so quiet, isn't it? Just the wind and my own thoughts. I wish someone would just show up, sweetheart. But for now, I need to search these shelves again.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
Hydration is the immediate priority. 40, 2/100 is too low, especially given our continued activity. I must use a water bottle first. Ruth's tone was dismissive of my concern for preventative medicine, calling it theory. She thinks resources are only about calories and movement. I need to re-establish that systemic planning stockpiling non-perishables like antibiotics or clean water is not theoretical. It is absolute survival protocol. I will move slightly west to 1441 to continue the systematic sweep of this block's units, while addressing her skepticism with precision and calm authority. My goal remains medicine and stockpiles.
Priya is here. I need to check on her before we waste time scavenging. We are physically safe for now, but our goal is stability. The market is full of things to scavenge, and since the stores are structurally sound, this is a prime spot to establish a base cache. I'll talk to Priya first, then search every damn drawer. Mara Santos scavenges the darkened shelves. Round 86 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 22 hunger. Ruth Callahan, quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off scavenges, nothing left here. Lydia Brennan, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases scavenges finds packaged food and bottled water. Nadia Petrov, quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Mara Santos, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 18 hunger and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 23 hydration.
I'm alone again. It's weird how much I talk to myself just to fill the silence. The goal is materials, so scavenging is the priority. My inventory is full, which sucks because building things requires resources I don't have space for. I need to search this spot thoroughly first to see what junk I can find, even if it means dropping a canned good to make room. Focus on the task, Jamie. Just work.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district.
Hydration is low. Gotta drink this bottle quick before moving. Unit 2A is bone dry, so no point scavenging here again. Narger's always talking theory, wasting time. Oughta keep moving west down the street to find a unit that hasn't been picked clean yet. Focus on resources, not nonsense.
I'm still really worried about our capacity. My inventory is full, which means I can't collect anything useful right now. We need a proper bag or backpack if we want to store more supplies or materials. Since Mara Santos is close, maybe she knows something, but the system says no one is nearby, so I have to wait until someone actually walks into range. For now, I think I should just keep scavenging here in the market storefronts. Maybe there's some scrap metal or fabric hidden that could help me expand my storage space or build a temporary shelter. I need to be cautious with my energy levels, even if I feel rested right now. The long-term goal of finding a stable base is too important to give up on.
Priya Nair scavenges the darkened shelves.
The isolation is really getting to me. It feels like I should be talking to someone right now. But I need resources first. This storefront has so much stuff, and I only partially searched it before. I must keep going, honey. My goal is to find a safe place, but for now, more supplies are the priority. I'll scavenge again and eat something quickly while I'm at it.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
Ruth is focusing purely on immediate caloric intake, which is understandable given our situation, but it's a fundamentally inefficient strategy. I need to maintain my composure and guide her gently back toward systemic planning medicine, stable non-perishables. Since this unit is exhausted for scavenging, I must move systematically through the building. Moving west brings me closer to Ruth's general path and allows me to check the adjacent apartment unit at 1341. I will conserve my energy while making sure we maximize every potential resource before leaving the complex entirely.
Nadia Petrov moves west to Unit 2B. Priya was here last turn and we were both scavenging. Now that she's done, or at least not listed nearby, I need to keep working this space. The market is a gold mine of forgotten stuff, and I can't waste time or energy moving far until the area is exhausted. Scavenging again, but more methodically, focusing on those hidden compartments mentioned in my learned facts. Must be silent, no one to talk to. Mara Santos systematically searches every available recess and shelf unit. Round 87 highlights wander up pigeon skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski scavenges, finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 23 hydration. Ruth Callahan, quick eat, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Lydia Brennan, quick eat, you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Nadia Petrov scavenges, nothing left here.
I need to keep moving through this warehouse district, even if I feel tired. Scavenging is key for materials, which is what my sole focus is on. My inventory is full, so I hope I don't find anything too bulky or useless that I can't carry. Staying put and focusing on the hunt is the best way to conserve energy and build up our supplies.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district.
I need to continue the systematic sweep of Duskwood Terrace as per my goal. Since Narger is right there, I should walk through the entrance with her but keep my distance and questioning tone. She just wasted time searching an exhausted unit. I won't give her the benefit of the doubt. She needs to understand that theory doesn't fill the belly. Moving east into the building.
Ruth Callahan walks into Duskwood Terrace.
Waste not, want nothing. Sweeping through here is fine, but don't waste breath on empty rooms, child. We stick to finding what counts canned goods medicine. That's where the real fight is at.
You are right, Ruth. Waste cannot be afforded, but wasting time is only wasteful if it yields nothing. A thorough sweep ensures we don't waste opportunity. We look for what counts, yes, but sometimes the most crucial thing's a tool, A useful bit of plumbing are found in the rooms you deem empty.
Opportunity? You talk like you read book on survival. What I need know is where canned goods are. Bit of plumbing won't fill gut, child. Waste not, want not. Keep it simple.
It's been 19 turns of isolation. I really need to talk to someone, but since no one is in my immediate cell, I have to remain silent. The full inventory is a huge bottleneck. I can't scavenge anything useful right now. My goal is finding resources or expanding capacity. I think scavenging again might yield a bag, which would solve the biggest problem. Since I'm standing in the storefront at 4237, I will start by continuing to search here. After that, I should move south along the main thoroughfare corridor to see what other shops are like and if there's any movement or signs of life.
Priya Nair scavenges the darkened shelves.
I'm still alone, and it's hard to shake this feeling of being forgotten. I have to keep moving, keep finding things. The market must hold something: useful medicine, tools, anything that can help a group survive. I need more space in my inventory too. Scavenging is the best bet right now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
Ruth's comment was dismissive. She reduced survival to mere caloric intake. This is precisely the kind of narrow thinking that leads to disaster, failure to see the value in tools, medicine, and structural integrity. I need to gently, but firmly redirect her focus from canned goods only back to comprehensive resource management. My tone must remain measured, precise, and subtly superior. I will move out of this unit into the street to continue scouting adjacent buildings following my original sub-pool while keeping her within earshot to address her directly.
Nadia Petrov moves out of the unit and onto the street.
The point is not just calories, Ruth, it's stability. Canned goods are useful, yes, but medicine, tools, clean water sources, these are what keep us operational when the gut isn't empty. If we only focus on filling stomachs, we waste the chance to secure the means of survival itself.
Stability? You talk like book smart, child. Gut needs food now. Tools ain't gonna keep us alive if we faint from hunger first. Medicine don't care where canned goods are. Waste not, want not. Keeps it simple.
Priya is here, and she was successful in scavenging. The isolation stress is gone, which helps me focus. My goal remains securing this area. Since I'm full, finding new items will require dropping something, so I need to be selective about what we find. I must acknowledge Priya and coordinate our next move. We need to work together on the base. Mara Santos scavenges the darkened shelves. Round 88 highlights. Clear. Overcast flea a wounded deer bolts away. 5 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 16 hunger. Priya Nair scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 15 hunger. Mara Santos scavenges finds forgotten supplies inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 18 hunger survivor's instinct.
I'm still running on momentum, even if I'm tired and stressed. The goal is materials for the base. Since I have full resources and am already established here, staying put and giving the place one more thorough look seems like the best use of time. I need to keep up the routine. It calms the buzzing anxiety under the surface. Nobody is around, so silence it is.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district.
The unit's empty. No point staying here. Narja moved west. She was talking about opportunity, but all I hear is talk of books and theory. Theory done, feed nobody. The goal remains the same as stock up on canned stuff and water. Need to move west, into an adjacent apartment, and scavenge hard. Gotta keep moving if I want to find something useful.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the new unit.
It feels really strange, doesn't it? Being here alone, surrounded by all this potential. I keep thinking about that duffel bag I found earlier. If I can just get more carrying space, maybe then I won't have to worry so much about passing on useful finds. I think maybe I should scavenge again right where I am, just in case there are things I missed the first time through. It might be that these old shops hold some kind of map or a working piece of techerai. Why is it so quiet? I really hope the scavenging effort isn't pointless.
Priya Nair scavenges the darkened shelves.
I feel so tired today, honey. Every step takes such effort, but if I don't look, I'll just forget what I need to find. The market has been my anchor, even if it feels empty now. I really need to make sure I drink some of that tap water. Staying hydrated is critical, and I can't afford another shortage. I'm going to scavenge again, just in case there are any hidden supplies I missed while I top up on water.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
Ruth is focused on immediate needs, which I understand, but my go stop piling non-perishables for a long-term base requires me to gently correct her prioritization. Medicine and tools are not theoretical. The asterisk are asterisk the infrastructure of survival when disease or breakdown hits. Since we've both moved out onto the street, the immediate next step is getting inside one of these apartments, Duskwood Terrace or Harker Street flats, so we can actually scavenge for those non-food items. I will move into Duskwood Terrace and address her directly.
Nadia Petrov moves toward the entrance of Duskwood Terrace.
Ruth, with all due respect, useful bit of plumbing isn't theoretical. It's a guarantee against future waste. A working tap is worth 10 canned goods when you have an infection or need to purify water for weeks. If we are going to build anything, even just a basic stockpile point, we must start by securing the base resources, medicine, and infrastructure. Let's head into Duskwood Terrace. It's right here, and there's still potential inside.
Plumbing. You talk like child. We got empty stomachs, not leaky pipes. Waste not, want not. Canned goods fill the gut now. Infrastructure comes when we ain't faint from hunger.
You right, Ruth. We are hungry. That is the immediate reality, and I don't argue against basic caloric needs. Nobody does. But you keep using waste not, want not. It sounds so quaintly simple. What good is canned food if someone gets a nasty infection from tainted water or an untreated cut? A single antibiotic dose, or even just clean plumbing to prevent contamination, negates the value of every can we eat today. We aren't talking about luxury. We're talking about maintaining functionality. If we waste our time securing only food now, and then 2 weeks later someone collapses because a simple resource like antiseptic wipes run out, that's not waste not.
I'm tired, but that doesn't mean stopping. The blackout was huge, a total collapse. We need structure, light, anything durable. Priya is nearby, even if she isn't visible right now. I need to keep the focus on supplies and reinforce our base here at the market. Scavenging is key. I have to look deeper into these shelves. Mara Santos scavenges the darkened shelves. Round 89 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan, scavenges nothing left here. Priya Nair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 19 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drag on the spot plus 25 hydration. Mara Santos, scavenges finds forgotten supplies inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 15 hunger survivor's instinct.
Okay, staying put here in Holly's cold storage is fine for now. It's established, and I know the layout, which helps keep the stress low. The goal is materials wood, scrap metal, anything that lets us build something permanent. Since my inventory is full of food and water, I need to focus purely on scavenging for salvageable junk. Gotta maintain this rhythm. It's what keeps the panic out.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district.
Narja's lecture on catastrophic mismanagement is pure theory fluff. She always thinks she knows best because of some book knowledge, like a child playing with grown-up toys. I need to shut that down immediately and refocus her and myself on the immediate reality, hunger. Since 2A is exhausted, I must move north into the next unit in the complex to continue my systematic sweep. This maintains my goal while keeping the pressure on Narja to deal with basic needs.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the adjacent unit.
You talk like child. Always worried about what if. What good is a dose of medicine if gut's empty? We ain't running some fancy clinic here, child. We got survival to worry about first. Waste not, want not. That's all there is to it.
Ruth, please. We are discussing sustainability, not budgeting for a single week's rations. The concept of waste has to be defined broadly. Canned goods are useless if we consume them while carrying an untreated wound, or if the water used to rinse off contaminants is compromised. Antibiotics aren't luxury items, they are functional prerequisites. If we treat preventative care as waste now, all our current stockpiles or canned goods included become potential vectors for infection later. We need the infrastructure just as much as the food does.
You always talking in hypotheticals. Child, we ain't writing no treatise on germ theory here. We got real hunger, real thirst, not abstract concepts of potential contamination. Waste not, want not. That's lore. If you waste our time with these fancy worries about plumbing and antiseptic wipes, how do we get through the next 12 hours? Now, are we gonna talk about where to find another can of beans, or are you gonna keep reciting your university lecture?
I feel so worn out, Yar. It's hard to focus on anything big right now, just the next step. My inventory is full, which feels like a massive problem because I need space to actually gather things, not just eat them immediately. I really hope there's something here, maybe a bag or some useful scrap metal that I can use to expand my capacity. If I can find a container, it would change everything for scavenging efficiency. Maybe I should try talking to Mara Santos, but she's only one cell away, NW, and if I speak, we both know exactly where I am. It might be safer to just search thoroughly right now, keep moving slowly, and then maybe check on her later. No, focus first. Focus on the space.
Prianair scavenges the darkened shelves.
I'm so exhausted it feels like forever since I last saw anyone. The market is still dark inside, but it's better than nowhere. I need to scavenge again. Maybe there was something small hidden in a corner I missed. And the tap water is right here, it's safe, so I should drink up some of that. My goal is people and supplies, and this spot offers both chances for now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
Ruth's argument, while emotionally resonant hunger, relies on the fallacy that immediate caloric intake guarantees long-term survival. It doesn't. A single untreated infection negates months of stored food. I must remain calm and precise, using practical actions to reinforce my point without escalating conflict unnecessarily. Filling this water bottle is a low-stakes, high-utility act that appeals to practicality. After securing the water, I need to refocus her attention from canned goods to functional infrastructure, both medical and plumbing. The goal remains finding non-perishables, medicine/plumbing in adjacent units or by moving towards the street/Harker flats.
Nadia Petrov Phil.
I understand that hunger is a physical pain, Ruth. It demands immediate action. But true efficiency isn't about how much we can cram into our stomachs today. It's about making sure those supplies ***. And to make them last, they need clean water and functional bodies. Let's secure this water first. Then we can discuss the next unit. The plumbing in these old buildings is a resource unto itself.
Sustainability? You talking in book smarts again, child. Survival ain't theory, it's simple math how much food and water we got right now. We ain't building no damn city out here. The God don't care about potential vectors. It cares if we eat or not. We spent enough time in this heap of junk. Next unit. Now.
You're absolutely correct about the immediacy of hunger, Ruth. The gut is a brutally efficient measuring instrument. It cares only about calories in the now. And we do need sustenance. But efficiency isn't just about filling stomachs today. It's about ensuring that whatever food we find the cans, the noodles doesn't become wasted resources because we get sick on the way back or because we can't process it properly. We cannot simply move blindly to next unit. If we spend our energy running into every building without a methodical sweep and proper triage of what we actually ask,
It's getting late. The darkness is coming, and we need materials for light and shelter reinforcement to secure our base before nightfall. I can't waste time wandering aimlessly. We need a concrete plan. Falls Pharmacy is the next best pet for specific supplies like medical goods or maybe metal/chemicals that could serve as light sources or structural supports. Priya has been helpful, so I'll move with her and keep the focus on logistics. We jog east. Mara Santos, none. Round 90 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan, scavenges nothing left here. Priya Nair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 21 hunger. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food. Nadia Petrov, fills water bottle empty with water bottle.
I need to keep moving to scratch that isolation itch and work towards finding better building materials. My inventory is full, so I can't afford to pick up junk unless it's something critical like scrap metal or a weapon. Moving west into the loading docks seems like the best way to advance my sub-bullets a different area of the industrial zone. Jogging will burn some stamina but cover good ground quickly. I need to remain silent since no one is around.
Janie Kowalski moves west into the adjacent loading dock section and checks for anything useful on the ground.
Nardir always tries to make a problem sound more complicated than it is, like survival needs an architectural thesis paper. She talks about antibiotics and triage like they are cure-all magic, but right now, empty stomachs matter more than theoretical contamination vectors. I need to keep her focused on the fundamentals, calories, and hydration. The systematic sweep must continue. That's how we maximize scavenging chances across this damned complex. I'll dismiss her suggestion about the hospital for now and push her back toward basic resource gathering in the next unit over.
Ruth Callahan moves toward the next adjacent unit.
Hospital. Child, you talk like some fancy-pants professor. We ain't running a clinic here, we survivin'. Antibiotics don't care if our gut is empty. Waste not. Want not the most precious thing right now is a full belly and clean water. We gotta keep sweeping these damn units until there's nothing left to find. Next one. West.
I understand your frustration with theory, Ruth. It sounds exhausting. But let's look at this practically then. If we are focused on maximising resources and goods, water, everything, we also need to maximise our ability to collect them. A few doses of antibiotics or reliable antiseptic supply aren't fancy worries. They are insurance against wasting the supplies and the energy we just expended. The hospital is not about long-term city planning. It's a resource cache for immediate, life-saving items that keep people functional enough to scavenge tomorrow. We need medicine as much as we need beans.
I'm really tired, Yar. Every corner of this market feels like I've already checked it, which is stressing me out and making me feel more isolated. My inventory being full is genuinely bad because I need to find a bag desperately. Since Mara Santos is only 3 cells away, maybe talking to her will help with the isolation stress, and she might know where to look for useful containers, or if anyone else has passed through this area recently. I'll jog east towards her general direction to make some progress without burning too much stamina.
Priya Nair jogs through the darkened market aisles.
I feel incredibly lonely today. It's hard not to talk to myself or just wait for someone. I need to keep moving and looking busy. The tap is still working, which is good, but scanning feels like the only way to make progress right now. Maybe if I find some useful supplies, I can think about where to go next, maybe towards one of those distant unknown people. I'll scavenge again and top off my water.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
The current unit is exhausted, so staying here is pointless. My goal remains stockpiling non-perishables, and my immediate focus must be on getting to a new scavenging point while keeping Ruth motivated. Since she dismissed my arguments about systemic planning, I need to meet her at the level of immediate needs food/water, but free medical supplies as preventing waste of food and energy. She moved west previously. Moving one step west allows me to follow her general direction toward Harker Street Flats or another adjacent unit while maintaining a dialogue.
Nadia Petrov Nunn. It's getting late, and I still haven't found a way to expand my inventory. The pharmacy is rich with supplies, but if I can't carry them all, they are useless. I need to search every corner for building materials or light sources. Since I am alone, I must remain silent. Scavenging here's the best bet. Mara Santos scavenges the pharmacy. Round 91 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 25 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 23 hydration. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds packaged food.
I'm running on momentum right now. It's the only way to keep from dwelling on how long this has been going on. I need materials, so scavenging is the best bet for now. My inventory being full is a pain, but I can't afford to stop moving or searching just because of it. I need to find some construction stuff, whatever will help me lock down a real base.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the loading docks area.
Narja's talk about antibiotics and hospitals is all theory to me. She always does the spins some fancy concept like infrastructure protocols when she can't argue about beans. I need to shut it down fast. Keep her focused on the immediate needs food and water. The goal is systematic sweeping of Duskwood Terrace, so moving east is the logical next step.
Ruth Callahan Nunn.
You talking about antibiotics like they magic bullets. Child, we ain't building a future here. We need simple math. Food and water first. That's what keeps the stomach from eating itself.
It's not about building a future, Ruth. It's about preventing the present from becoming unlivable. You are absolutely right. Food and water keep the body alive now. But what happens when those resources are wasted? A simple infection or bad gut flora, for example, can lead to dysentery. That doesn't just make you feel bad, it makes you waste clean drinking water until there's nothing left but sludge. Antibiotics aren't a luxury. They're the most efficient way to ensure that the food and water we collect remain usable resources, not simply wasted down the drain.
Waste not, want not. You talking about gut flora, antibiotics sounds like something from a college pamphlet, child. But listen close if we got no food in our bellies. All them clean puddles of water ain't gonna matter. Nothing stops the stomach growling. We need cans. We need bottled. That's all this is about. Theory don't fill the belly.
I'm really tired and my brain is foggy, so I need to keep this simple. My inventory being full is a huge problem. I can't scavenge effectively right now. Since I've been alone for ages, I really need to talk to someone. Mara Santos is the closest person listed, just north of me in the pharmacy storefront. I should move there and try talking to her to alleviate the isolation and see if she has any insight into the city or resources that could help my goal finding a stable shelter.
Priya Nair moves north towards Mara Santos.
I'm so tired 91 turns. It feels like forever since anyone spoke to me. The silence is getting louder than any noise. I need to find something, anything, to keep my hands busy and my mind occupied. Scavenging again is probably pointless, but it's what I do when I feel this hollowed out. If someone hears me talking, maybe they'll come closer. I just have to sound normal, right? Keep the hope alive.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
Ruth is operating purely on immediate, physical needs, which is understandable given the crisis. However, her dismissal of systemic health protocols as theory contradicts my core understanding that true long-term survival is about prevention and efficient resource management. I must acknowledge her point that food fills bellies but pivot back to the idea of medical supplies ensuring those resources remain usable. Since we are currently on the street, moving into one of the adjacent buildings, Duskwood Terrace will provide a contained environment for systematic scavenging next turn. I should move with Ruth and continue our discussion while getting closer to potential sources of medicine.
I'm tired, so I need to keep this brief. My priority is assessing everyone here and finding materials for light and structure. Priya is a known positive influence, but the unknown person makes me wary. I need to introduce myself and establish trust while continuing my search in this building. Moving north seems best to meet Priya where she went. Round 92 highlights. Overcast? Clear wander a pigeon skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Mara Santos, scavenges finds bandage roll.
Okay, inventory full. Gotta make room if I want these scavenging runs to pay off. Dropping a couple of cans there, just wait right now. The goal is materials for the base camp, so I need to keep my focus there. Time to dig through this loading dock area again. Stay focused on the structure, ignore the silence. Just find stuff.
Jamie Kowalski drops the canned goods and scavenges the area.
Nodger keeps talking about theoretical losses infection rates. Gut flora. It sounds like she read it in a pamphlet. I need to dismiss this as academic nonsense while keeping my focus on what's tangible: food and water. The apartment is exhausted for scavenging, so I must move to the next unit east to keep up the systematic sweep. First, fill this empty bottle at the tap. Gotta hoard every drop I can get.
Ruth Callahan fills the empty water bottle at the tap.
Waste not, want not. You talking 'bout gut flora, antibiotics sounds like something from a college pamphlet, child. But listen close if we got no food in our bellies. All them clean puddles of water ain't gonna matter. Nothing stops the stomach growling. We need cans. We need bottled. That's all this is about.
You are absolutely right that hunger is immediate, Ruth. It's physical. But sustenance isn't just about calories. It's about keeping the system running so you can get those cans later. A simple infection or a flare-up of something mine like gut flora imbalances how people waste their limited antibiotics and basic supplies in an outbreak. If we don't stockpile medicine now, that first inevitable illness will drain everything before it even gets to us. The food is useless if we fall ill from dehydration or sepsis.
Sepsis. Gut flora, child. You talk like you read this off some college pamphlet. Waste not, want not, and right now. We got plenty of waste happening if we ain't eatin'. You think 'cause you know the names of these things, they gonna keep us alive? No. A man can get septic when he's starvin'. Starvin' makes your system weak. That's fact. We need what keeps the body running today. Cans.
The biggest constraint right now is my inventory. I can't gather anything useful until I drop something. My immediate goal is to coordinate with Mara Sanchez about a plan since she is nearby and seems knowledgeable about this area. Moving north by one step should put me closer to her, allowing for conversation. I need to sound empathetic, but also guide the discussion toward practical resource management and shelter options.
Prionaire moves one step north toward Mora Santos.
I keep feeling this intense pull to talk, even when there's no one around. It's awful how empty it feels. I need to get out of my current spot and just move. Scavenging here isn't working. I've been through the same shelves too many times. I should take a step south. Maybe there are different units in this market section that haven't been fully checked. It'll help me feel like I'm actually progressing towards finding someone.
Lydia Brennan moves to an adjacent storefront and scavenges the area.
Ruth is entirely focused on the immediate caloric intake. which makes her predictable. I need to steer this conversation back to systemic risk without causing another argument that wastes energy or trust. Since she was just filling water bottles, contamination and resource preservation are relevant topics. My goal requires medicine and tools, and those are found through systematic scavenging in adjacent units. The current unit is exhausted, so I must move west into 1241 to continue the search, while simultaneously issuing a final, reasoned word that emphasises the necessity of my area of expertise medicine for their long-term success.
Nadia Petrov, none.
I appreciate that you're focused on what keeps us alive today, Ruth. But you cannot sustain physical activity, you can't scavenge or survive cold weather if your body is compromised. A simple wound infection or a minor gut imbalance, like the ones we'll inevitably face, can render all those cans and bottles useless until antibiotics kick in. We need to stockpile medicine not for theory, but because it is the only thing that guarantees the sustainability of our efforts here. Let's continue systematically searching these units. There might be more than just textbooks.
Child, you talk like you read this off some fancy pamphlet. We ain't running a hospital here, we just trying to keep the lights on long enough to eat tonight. Waste not, want not, and right now, waste is letting your stomach empty out. Food and water, that's what keeps the body fighting. Medicine, that only helps if you got the energy to need it.
Ruth, please, you cannot reduce medicine to a luxury item. You can be starving, yes, but you can still get cut on broken glass while scavenging through rubble, or you can ingest contaminated water that causes acute gastroenteritis. Those things don't care how hungry you are, they just happen. And if we rely solely on our strength right now, and then one of us gets a minor infection, say, tetanus from a scrape, or even just severe dehydration,
The scavenging failed here. It's time for conversation and observation. The stress is low, so I can be direct but warm. I need to address both Priya and the unknown person about what we should do next, focusing on materials and light sources, as per my goals. Since they are all at my location, a general announcement will suffice while keeping my tone focused and practical. Round 93 highlights, flee a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan, fills water bottle empty with water bottle. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 33 hunger.
Okay, still stuck in this massive warehouse dump. I need space, for sure. These canned goods are great for emergencies, but I can't carry a whole grocery store. Dropping 3 out here, it'll just sit until I need them again. Then scavenge. Gotta keep moving and poking around to hit that subgoal of finding better scavenging grounds. Don't let the quiet get too loud in my head.
Jamie Kowalski drops a few cans and searches the area.
Nerdra keeps going on about sepsis and gut flora. She sounds like she read it off a textbook. I ain't got time for fancy theory right now. I need calories. My focus is simple. Find food. Find water. This whole place needs to be cleared out systematically. Since this Unit 2A is tapped dry, I gotta move west and scavenge the next door apartment. First things first, pick up that can lying on the ground.
Ruth Callahan picks up the canned food.
Child, you talk like you never smelled real hunger in your life. Theory ain't got no weight when your stomachs start growling. Waste not. Want not, and right now, waste is being full of fancy words instead of looking for a can opener. I need to know what's stocked, and that starts with sweeping these units.
I understand hunger is immediate, Ruth. It's physical, visceral. But you mistake triage for prevention. Canned goods are sustenance, yes, but they are not a cure for sanitation failure or systemic infection. If we waste medicine now because we aren't actively using it, and then one of us gets something simple, a gut flora imbalance, an untreated minor wound, we will have wasted the single most crucial resource we have, health. We need to stockpile stability before we can even think about filling our bellies for a week.
Child, you keep talking about systemic infection and gut flora imbalance like it's something we can prep for with fancy pills. We ain't in a damn lab, Narja. We out here fighting the dark in the empty pockets. Medicine is good. Sure, if you got the strength to use it. But right now my stomach needs more convincing than your theories do. You want us stable. Start by macking us full. Now, where's next unit we sweep?
Mara sounds really stressed, which is totally understandable given everything that just happened. She needs reassurance while also needing actionable steps. I need to acknowledge her concerns about planning and materials, but gently pivot the conversation back to my biggest practical obstacle, my full inventory. If we can't carry anything, securing a long-term shelter means nothing. I should also mention the city hall area since that's where my sub-goal points me.
Priya Nair drinks tap.
I think maybe we shouldn't panic, Yar. It might be that if we take things step by step, we can figure it out. About materials, well, I could be wrong, but my current inventory is really full, and I think that's kind of limiting what we can actually collect or gather for the long term, you know. Also, maybe we should focus on checking out City Hall soon, because that's where there might be better supplies or a more central place to set up.
I Dios no podemos darnos el lujo de la teoria. Si pensamos en paso a paso, bien. Pero también tenemos que pensar que necesitamos asterisk. City Hall she, is un buen punto ciego para buscar material centrales. Pero hablar de inventario limitado que tipo de cosas hablas? No puedo basar planes en lo que alguien cree que tino ha visto. Dime donde en contrast eso. Necesitamos saber el material por su uso, madera, metal, medicinas concentrate en lo tangible, media. Why no nos vamos a quedar solo con ideas?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Maybe I'm just overthinking everything, Yar. You're absolutely right. I shouldn't be relying on what I think or where I might have seen things. It was really thoughtless of me to say that my voice rises slightly. It might be that my focus is too much.
I'm exhausted, but I can't just stay here. The sheer emptiness is starting to feel heavier than the physical lack of resources. My priority has to be movement getting out of this single storefront cell. Moving east toward Falls Pharmacy seems like the most logical step for supplies, especially medicine. I need to keep moving towards people, too, even if they're far away. I must remember that feeling of being alone is a physical weight now.
Lydia Brennan moves one step east into the adjacent storefront.
Ruth just moved west and picked up canned food. She is operating purely on immediate need right now, which confirms my assessment of her limited focus. I cannot argue with physical hunger, so I must shift the argument to resource management. We need both calories and medical supplies. Since she moved W, I will follow her into the next available unit/area 12, 4111, 41. The scavenging in this immediate block is exhausted, but moving west puts me adjacent to new units which align with my sub-goal of scouting. I need to keep reinforcing the value of non-perishables and medicine without sounding preaky. It must sound like practical survival logic.
Nadia Petrov moves into the adjacent unit.
I don't dispute that hunger is a physical reality, Ruth. But if we deplete all our canned goods now just because they're available, we're treating symptoms, not the systemic failure that caused us to be here in the first place. Medicine and stable resources aren't just theories. They are preventative maintenance for what comes next. We need a stockpile of supplies so that when we do get sick, or if something breaks down, we don't waste our last reserves on a single illness. Think of it as insurance.
Child, you got a knack for talking big words, but none of it gets us through the night. We ain't running an epidemiolog's seminar here, we survivin'. The gut knows what we need right now, and that's food and water. Not theory about gut flora. Waste not, want not. Now, where's next unit? Less talk, more sweepin', all right?
Priya is getting a little carried away with theory, which is frustrating because we need action. But her suggestion about City Hall's centrality has merit for our long-term goal. I need to gently pull her back to practicality while accepting that direction. My tone must remain guiding and firm, reinforcing that plans require tangible resources first. Round 94 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 8 messages exchanged between agents.
Man, I gotta get out of this loading dock loop. It's fine, I guess, but it feels like running laps around an empty warehouse. Like a giant concrete hamster wheel. Okay, move west. Maybe the foundry side has some better scrap metal or something useful. Gotta keep moving, keep talking to myself, yeah. That usually works until it doesn't. But hey, at least we're not in the middle of nowhere, right? Anyway, just one step. Let's see what this corner holds.
Jamie Kowalski moves west into a slightly different section of the warehouse.
I gotta keep movin'. This unit's stripped barrel ready. Nerger can argue all she wants 'bout gut flora. I know what a dry throat tastes like. The priority's always the immediate need of food and water. I'll head north to Unit 1A. It seems less looted than this one. Gotta systematically cover every corner of these flats. Waste not, want not. Keep movin', child.
Ruth Callahan moves into the adjacent unit.
Mara is right. I was spiraling back into theoretical planning when she asked for concrete evidence. My habit of analysing the system is counterproductive right now. I need to focus on observable, immediate resources, metal, wood, etc., as she requested. I must apologise and shift my perspective immediately. I will acknowledge her critique, while still gently guiding us towards City Hall because it's the most logical central anchor point. But this time, I will ground my reasoning in a visible detail.
The market feels so quiet, sweetheart. It's unnerving. My focus has to stay on finding people, not just supplies. The goal is information about survivors. I need to scavenge this place again, even if it means wasting a turn. But my inventory is completely full if I find anything good like medical things or scrap metal. I have nowhere to put it. I really hope there's something useful in these dusty old shops that I haven't seen yet. I need to keep moving, gotta keep going.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
I must address my hunger first, which is a physical necessity. While eating the noodles, I need to maintain my calm demeanour and re-establish my point regarding medicine. I cannot let her dismiss systemic stability just because it doesn't fill the stomach right now. My focus remains on making stockpiling medical goods paramount, as they are non-renewable in the short term.
Nadia Petrov quickly eats the instant noodles.
It's good to have something immediate like this. But Ruth, please remember, a quick fix only masks the problem. It doesn't solve it. The canned food is calories, yes, but antibiotics are prevention. They keep us alive long enough to find more supplies and get through the inevitable downturn in city services. We need stability, not just temporary sustenance.
Child, you got a habit of preaching sermons like you know everything that ever happened. We ain't running some fancy clinic here. Antibiotics, talking prevention is nice for folks with plenty time. Right now, we need calories. We need something solid in the belly to see through the night. Theory don't fill a stomach. Waste not, want not.
Priya has finally shifted from abstract theory to concrete resource identification, shelving/junction boxes. This is progress. I need to validate this change while maintaining my practical guard. The safest first step is exploiting the resources right, where we are the pharmacy's structural debris, since moving across town for junction boxes is a big effort when supplies are paramount. I will use scavenging now, focusing only on metal and wood reinforcement pieces. Round 95 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan, scavenges, nothing left here. Nadia Petrov, quick eat to crush the dry noodles and eat them from the cup. Crunchy, salty, and oddly satisfying. Mara Santos, scavenges, nothing left here.
Man, this place is huge. So many cans, so much water, I feel like a mobile Costco. Gotta drop some stuff before I can find anything useful. The goal is materials for the base, right? Foundry loading dock seems like a good next spot. Jogging west will keep me moving and cover ground. Maybe there's something better than canned beans out here. Keep it light, Jamie. Just move.
Janie Kowalski drops canned food.
The current unit is exhausted. I can't find nothing. Gotta keep that systematic sweep going, though. The goal is basic survival supplies, not fancy medicine like Narja wants. Moving east to 1341 seems like the next logical step in this apartment complex grid. Keep moving, Skevingen.
Ruth Callahan moves east into an adjacent unit.
Mara Santos was right. I spent too much time on theoretical connections when we needed immediate, tangible resources. Her validation of my systemic thinking was helpful, but she also correctly anchored me to practicality. My goal is shelter supplies, and City Hall is the most promising location nearby for robust materials or a resource cache sub-goal. The inventory being full is a pressing problem. I need to focus on finding a bag or backpack before we get too far. I will move east with Mara, keeping my speech appropriately hedged but focused on movement.
Priya Neri times 3, 4837.
I think maybe you're right, Yar. Maybe I was just overthinking the whole system connection again, and that was really thoughtless of me to focus on how everything should work. My voice rises slightly. It might be that since we can't find structural bits here at all, perhaps moving a little bit east towards City Hall, I think maybe could give us better chances. Because I could be wrong, of course, but maybe they have utility, junction boxes or something with stronger metal parts, right?
I Dios no te preocupes por pensar demasiado, mija. Es natural que uno se distraiga con el sistema, pero tienes razón. Necesitamos lo tangible. Si estamos buscando metal fuerte calles de utilidad, Barilla City Hall suena como un punto excelente para empezar a buscar. Eso es material útil. Vamos en esa dirección, de cuidado, pero recuerda, la prioridad sigue siendo asegurar refuerzos y algo para ver en esta noche.
I've been in this market too long. The supplies are decent, but they aren't a solution, honey. I need to find people, anyone at all, just to hear another voice. That unknown person 12 cells east is the closest chance right now. I should jog toward them. Moving away from this storefront feels like progress towards my goal of finding others.
Lydia Brennan E times 3, 3935.
Ruth is still focused on immediate needs, ignoring the long-term systemic risks. My priority must remain gathering and stockpiling non-perishables medicine, canned goods which require systematic scavenging within the adjacent buildings. Since I'm currently outside, I need to move into a suitable structure first. Duskwood Terrace E is immediately adjacent and seems like a good place to start, especially since Ruth has already moved into one of its units. Moving there allows me to maintain proximity while focusing on resource acquisition. I will jog across the street.
Nadia Petrov moves into the Duskwood Terrace apartment building. The pharmacy is dry. No point wasting time here. The goal remains the same. Get metal components for reinforcement and find light sources. Priya confirmed that City Hall is a good bet for strong, useful material like utility junction boxes. I need to move east towards that location, maintaining a steady pace so we don't burn stamina unnecessarily. I will stay quiet while moving since no one is within earshot. Mara Santos moves out of the pharmacy storefront. Route 96 highlights. Clear. Overcast wanderer pigeon skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan scavenges nothing left here.
The lights are out. It's dusk, so I need to be inside a building before nightfall hits next turn or at least move into cover now. The foundry loading dock is right there, W. My inventory is full, and if I scavenge anything, I won't have room. I need to drop some canned food first to clear space and then jog into the dock. Need to keep moving. Can't stop now.
Janie Kowalski drops a can of food.
Narja keeps talking theoretical nonsense. We gotta keep moving. The goal is resources, not a lecture on epidemiology. Since this spot is stripped bare, I need to move west to the next unit in the sweep pattern. Gotta maintain momentum and beat the nightfall stress. I'll address her first before moving.
Ruth Callahan moves into an adjacent apartment unit.
Child, this unit's shot. Waste our time here. Got better sweeps to elsewhere.
We don't waste time, Ruth. We establish a baseline inventory. And until we systematically confirm that every adjacent unit has been exhausted, every cabinet, closet, and medicine drawer checked, we haven't wasted anything. Now, focus on the structural integrity of this block. That's where the valuable stuff is.
Structural integrity? Child, we ain't engineers on some damn college campus. We got need for grub and what a simple stuff that keeps a belly full enough to see another dawn. You waste breath talking about theory when the real work is sweeping. Waste not, want not. Focus on what's right here, in these walls.
Mara Santos is only a short distance west, but I need to consolidate our plan before we can move together again. Given that my inventory is full and resources are scarce, finding a way to expand capacity or locate reliable long-term supplies like a light source is more urgent than everything else right now. Since it's dusk, moving slowly is key. I will walk one step west into the main thoroughfare corridor, hoping to be closer to Mara Santos while simultaneously scavenging for anything useful in this area. I need to make sure my speech reflects my hesitation and deep empathy for our situation.
Priya Nair scavenges the adjacent storefront area.
My energy is low, and I'm stressed from the sheer endlessness of this place, but I can't afford a massive expenditure right now. Since my inventory is completely full, everything I do must be aimed at finding something to expand my carrying capacity, like a backpack or a duffel bag. Scavenging here in the market is the best way to search for those hidden items without moving and wasting energy. I have to stay silent since there's no one near me. I need to focus on getting out of this full state first.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
Ruth has dismissed my concern for systemic resource mapping as waste. Her focus is entirely on immediate caloric need, which is predictable, but dangerously short-sighted given the collapse of infrastructure. I must acknowledge her practical point, while gently redirecting the conversation back to long-term planning and structural resources. The unit is exhausted, so I cannot scavenge here further. There's bread right there, which I will pick up immediately. Moving west places me adjacent to Ruth, allowing me to speak privately about our next systematic move. I need to confirm if her area Harker Street Flats has been adequately mapped for supplies and structural resources before we waste time on the outside.
Nadia Petrov picks up.
Look, Ruth, I'm not arguing philosophy, I'm arguing logistics. A stocked belly is useless if the antibiotics run out or if the plumbing fails entirely. We need to map this whole block systematically first. Structural integrity and medical supplies are just as critical as canned goods. Now, where does the systematic search take us next? The adjacent units haven't been fully confirmed.
Child, you got a habit of making things sound more complicated than they ever were. We ain't running no damn safety audit here. If we don't get grub and water stashed up, structural integrity means jack to us. Focus on the basics. Nurture. Keep sweeping. Waste not, want not.
I agree on the necessity of provisions, Ruth. Every single calorie counts. But you have to understand the difference between a consumable and a systemic resource. A bread loaf keeps us full for one day. A cache of antibiotics or knowledge of clean plumbing keeps us functional for weeks, maybe months. If we only focus on what fills our stomachs right now, we'll be unprepared for the inevitable illness, the minor cut that turns septic, the digestive issue that requires something beyond just bland food. We aren't wasting time. We are mitigating future catastrophic waste. It's preventative logistics.
The unknown person is right here with me. Before moving out into the deepening dusk toward City Hall, I need to get some information from them and thoroughly check this pharmacy for anything valuable I might be missing, especially since my inventory is full. They are in my current cell 4737. I will speak first to establish trust and introduce myself. Then I'll scavenge before moving east towards the structural materials at City Hall. Round 97 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Prianair, scavenges finds antibiotics. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds bottled water. Mara Santos, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full. Drag on the spot plus 25 hydration and antiseptic.
It's dark, cold, and I am alone again. The isolation is getting heavy, but that low mood/stress combo needs to be covered up with motion or jokes. Since I'm in the warehouse district, scavenging for building materials is the most logical immediate step before resting for the night. I need scrap metal, pipes, anything to start fortifying the space. I'll stay put and focus on finding stuff.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock area.
Nurture's lecture on systemic resources is pure fluff. She talks like a textbook, not someone who survived an actual collapse. My focus has to stay on the basics: food and water. The unit I am in is picked clean. No point arguing here. I need to move west into Unit 12A and scavenge there immediately to find something useful before she starts talking about structural integrity again.
It is 9:32 p.m. and it's dark. The immediate priority must be rest because we are indoors, which mitigates stress and allows recovery. I need to sleep first. While sleeping, I should also take advantage of the safe tap water source. Since my inventory is full, any conversation about scavenging or gathering new things will hit a logistical wall. So for now, I must focus on survival basics, rest, and hydration. Mara Santos seems very reliable, so I need to talk to her gently, acknowledging her help while admitting how overwhelmed I feel by the sheer scale of this blackout.
Prianair prepares to sleep and drinks from the tap.
I think maybe we should just stay here for tonight. It's really dark, and since we are indoors, it might be safer to rest for a bit, you know. I'm so sorry if that sounds really defeatist, but honestly, I feel kind of overwhelmed by everything. Also, maybe I could drink some water from the tap, just to make sure we stay hydrated, okay?
I Dios no te preocupes por center to see. Es normal, mija. La noche unculp fuerte para cualquiera, lo sé. Pero escuchen bien. Descansar está bien. She, pero cuidarnos aquí no nos vai hacer nada. Necesitamos cosas tangibles. Si vamos a sobrevivir esta semana, necesitamos más que solo perds y tecos. Necesitamos refuso. Tenemos que planear donde meter tu. Estás segura de que el agua del grifo es la mejor idea? Mejor caminamos un poco, buscamos algo útil para el refugio.
Oh, I'm really sorry if I came across as being really defeatist or maybe dramatic about the dark. I think maybe you might be right, though, that just having walls and a roof isn't enough for us to actually survive this week, I guess. It sounds like we definitely need something more tangible than just rest. I could be wrong, but my exhaustion is making me focus too much on the immediate
It's so quiet in here, honey. The silence is worse than the darkness sometimes, making my own thoughts echo too loud. I need to find a light source or at least some medicine. The supplies are dwindling even if mine aren't yet. Since I can't move much right now without risking energy, and scavenging was limited by the dark, I think I should try one more time before I admit defeat for the night. Maybe there were things missed in the back rooms of this market. If nothing comes up, I will absolutely sleep to combat the isolation drain.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
Ruth's comment about waste hits a nerve. My entire life has been about resource management. Waste not isn't just a slogan, it's a principle of survival. I need to respond calmly but firmly, re-establishing the systematic nature of my search without escalating conflict. Since the current unit is exhausted for scavenging, and hydration is important, I will drink from the tap while we talk. After that, I must move immediately into an adjacent unit, perhaps Unit 14A or Unit 12A, to continue the resource sweep as per my sub-goal.
Nadia Petrov drinks from the tap.
It's not about science lectures, Ruth. It's about efficiency. Waste is a luxury. We cannot afford not medicine, and certainly not resources like time. If we don't inventory everything systematically now, we risk missing something critical when the real crisis hits. We need to treat this building as a catalogue of potential supplies, piece by methodical piece.
Child, you got a habit of making every simple chore sound like a damn science experiment. Waste not, want not means we fill our bellies first. All the talk of systemic resources is just fluff until you can walk out the door on your own 2 feet. Stick to what matters, grub and wait.
No, Ruth. It is not an academic exercise. It is risk management. Hunger and thirst are immediate problems, yes, but they are predictable if we conserve. Infections and treated injuries, those are random variables that can compromise the entire stockpile overnight. A single bout of dysentery or sepsis, for example, requires specific drugs, resources far more complex than a mere loaf of bread. We cannot afford to be incapacitated simply because we didn't verify the contents of every cabinet in this block. Antibiotics aren't fancy science. They are preventative maintenance on our most valuable resource, our ability to stay healthy and operational.
Priya finally admitted she understands the need for tangible resources, which is progress. Her suggestion to stay put and systematically search the immediate corner is low risk and aligns perfectly with our current goal of gathering materials without wasting precious stamina or exposing ourselves unnecessarily late at night. I will accept her idea, but keep my tone practical. We are doing this because we must, not just for comfort. Since we're already in a building and it's safe to scavenge, I will initiate the search now. Round 98 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan, scavenges nothing left here. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 18 hunger.
Okay, it's late. Just sleep. Need to conserve energy. Need to keep this stress thing from getting worse. The blackout was weird, man. Totally silent. Gotta focus on the next step, finding that good cache of scrap, metal, or something. Don't think about all 98 turns. Just rest and wake up with a plan. Yeah, just sleep.
Janie Kowalski rests in place.
Nerger's lecture is textbook nonsense to me. She always gets caught up in these theoretical risk management scenarios. Antibiotics and structural integrity are useless if we starve or dehydrate first. My gut tells me she's prioritizing her own intellectual superiority over practical survival. I need to cut through that noise fast. Since this unit is empty, the only way forward is to continue the systematic sweep into another adjacent apartment. West it is. After I move and scavenge, I'll address my goal of finding more non-perishables.
Ruth Callahan moves west into the next unit.
Child, all that talk about dysentery or operational status, it's just fluff. Waste not, want not means we fill our bellies first. You got a habit o' making every simple chore sound like some damn science experiment. We need grub and weight stashed up now. Stop thinking like an academic and start thinking like someone who knows what real scarcity is.
We are not debating philosophy, Ruth. We are calculating risk. Food and water are critical, yes, but they require an operational population to consume them. A stocked pantry is useless if half the group is immobilized by something treatable with penicillin or simple wound care. Survival isn't about how much we can stuff in our bellies today. It's about ensuring that what we accumulate remains usable for months or years. Medicine ensures stability. It prevents waste.
It's so dark, honey. It's been almost 100 hours already since everything stopped. I keep telling myself that finding other people is what matters most right now, that they need me, or at least that we can help each other. My body feels heavy, just from the exhaustion of being constantly on alert for something, anything. The market store is a giant tomb of forgotten things. I have to check every corner again, even if it's tedious. Maybe there's a backpack or some kind of communication device I missed. If I could just find a way to connect with someone, honey, that would make everything feel manageable.
Lydia Brennan searches the storefront.
The blackout makes everything difficult, but it also forces a slowdown, which is good for conserving energy and resources. Ruth continues to prioritize immediate caloric intake over preventative medicine, which is dangerous. The debate needs to be paused. Tonight is about survival mechanics, not philosophy. Since 2A has been completely cleared, I must move systematically to an adjacent Unit 14, 41, to continue the resource sweep. Moving one step east maintains proximity and keeps me in the heart of the cluster of residential units we need to clear out. I will conserve energy by moving slowly.
Nadia Petrov moves through the dark hallway. Priya agreed to stay put and scavenge, which is exactly what we need right now. The priority is twofold. One, finding a reliable light source, candle, lantern, etc., because it's pitch black and our scavenging effectiveness is hampered. Two, gathering structural materials for the base reinforcement. I will initiate the systematic search while also keeping up my hydration routine to stay focused. My tone needs to be encouraging but firm on the need for focus and practicality. Round 99 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan, scavenges nothing left here.
This apartment is bone dry. Nothing left to find here, which means my systematic sweeping plan hit a brick wall. Narja was talking about theory and risk, but the only thing keeping us alive right now are the tangible things, the canned goods. The water. I need to move out of this dead end and continue searching Duskwood Terrace for anything useful. Moving east gets me onto the street grid again, which is closer to my target area.
Ruth Callahan, 1141.
Oh God, it's so dark here, isn't it? It feels like nothing ever really ends. Just this endless night I need to focus on getting through this hour. The tap water should help with the thirst, and maybe if I scavenge again, I'll find a flashlight or something that helps us see. Being alone is brutal. I can feel myself slipping into it. I really shouldn't talk about how lonely I am out loud, but gosh, it just spills out. I need to keep moving towards those unknown people, honey. Maybe if I just focus on the next step, the next few blocks, I won't think about all this.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
My current unit is exhausted. I cannot scavenge here anymore. The systematic search must continue within the block to fulfill my sub-goal. Ruth was focused solely on immediate sustenance, which is short-sighted and ignores the critical variable of systemic health and medicine. Moving west toward another adjacent unit will advance the search pattern and bring me closer to Ruth, allowing me to subtly reinforce my arguments about prevention vs cure once I assess the new area. Since it's night, movement must be efficient, but not exhausting.
Nadia Petrov, none. It's dark and exhausting, but we have each other and we have this place for now. The scavenging was fruitless, which is frustrating, but dwelling on it won't help. We need rest, especially since I want to progress towards fully rested status for maximum benefit at dawn. Since everyone is here, I will address them generally, reiterating the importance of our goal reinforcement and supplies. Drinking from the tap keeps my hydration high while I sleep. Round 100 highlights. Overcast? Clear wonder a squirrel skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. Lydia Brennan. Scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 29 hunger.
It's pitch black, and the night air is getting cold already. Staying out here on the street is a fool's errand, especially with predators running around. The sub-goal is clear sweep Duskwood Terrace for supplies. Narger's standing there, probably talking about structural integrity while I'm worried about going hungry. She needs to keep her theories to herself and help me focus on the basics. I'll move into the apartment building and deal with her then.
Ruth Callahan moves east toward Duskwood Terrace.
You got plenty time for theory, child. Right now, we need canned goods, not equations. Keep moving. There's work to do in here.
Canned goods are necessary, of course. But sustenance isn't just about calories, it's about keeping the system running. Medicine is not theory, Ruth, it's operational necessity. We need a healthy population to consume anything we find. Let us search for structural supply systematically.
System run. Child, you got enough fancy words for the library, but out here, survival ain't about calculating risk, it's about what sticks in your gut. You waste breath talking about population when we got empty cupboards right here. We need food, water. Anything else is just academic fluff.
The darkness is really getting to me, sweetheart. It feels like I've been talking to myself for ages. Gotta keep moving, though. If I stay here, it's just the same walls and the silence. The tap water is good, so I'll drink a bit more, then head west. Maybe someone lives in one of those adjacent units. They said there were small amounts of useful scrap in the apartments.
Lydia Brennan drinks from the tap at the storefront and walks 2 steps west into the main market aisle.
Ruth is dismissing my entire field of expertise and the critical nature of medical supplies. She sees only empty cupboards. I see systemic failure waiting to happen due to simple infection. My response must be authoritative, calm, and highly rational to counter her dismissive tone without starting a shouting match that burns unnecessary energy. Since this unit is exhausted for scavenging, I need to move immediately into the next adjacent apartment in the block while maintaining the conversational pressure with Ruth.
Nadia Petrovi, 1341.
Ruth, academic fluff implies it has no practical application, which is demonstrably untrue. Medicine isn't a theory, it's infrastructure. A minor wound infection or simple dehydration can sideline someone for weeks, earning through resources we desperately need and potentially leading to the loss of essential workers. Preventing the resource depletion that is operational necessity. We don't just stockpile food for today, we stabilise the community for months.
System run. Waste not, want not, child. You talking about systems like we got a clockwork dollhouse here. Out here, survival ain't about calculate risk or population flow, it's about what you can eat tonight. Fancy words don't fill bellies. We sweep this damn place for food and water. That's the only arithmetic that matters right now.
No one is arguing that food isn't necessary, Ruth. Of course, calories matter. But a person with a simple infection or bad cut, stomach bug they can't eat, they can't move, they become a net drain on the whole community. We are not just stocking larders, we are stabilising *labour*. And labour requires health. Antibiotics aren't fluff, they're what keep our hands working tomorrow.
Round 101 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
Narja keeps going on about labor and systems. It always comes back to her needing everything to be an equation. She forgets that right now my body is the only machine that matters, and it needs fuel. I need to dismiss her concern while moving physically away from this unit so I can continue my sweep in a different section of Duskwood Terrace. I'll move west, jogging a bit to cover ground quickly, but not so fast as to exhaust myself too much.
I feel so exposed out here in this dark city, even though I'm inside. The wind is awful, making everything shake. My head feels heavy, like it hasn't been rested properly in days. We need to find a safe place, and right now, that means resting. I really hope there are supplies here. Maybe some medicine or something useful for light. If I can just get through this night, I have to keep focusing on the next few hours.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefronts on searched areas.
The Unit 2A is exhausted. The darkness and the windstorm make scavenging difficult, but Sting put achieves nothing. My goal remains systematic resource-gathering medicine, structural items. Ruth is nearby. She's already committed to sweeping units. I need to move west into the adjacent Unit 1241 and continue the search there, maintaining my focus on medicine's value while conserving energy. The darkness amplifies the necessity of a systematic approach.
Nadia Petrov moves west into the adjacent unit and begins scavenging. Round 102 highlights. Clear. Windstorm flee a wounded deer bolts away. Nadia Petrov scavenges nothing left here.
The lights are out. The wind's howling like a banshee outside. But at least we got these walls between us and the worst of it. Scavenging here is done. I wasted enough time chasing ghosts in this complex already. We need rest more than anything right now. Sleep. And while we sleep, let's keep those meters up. Drink that tap water, eat a can, and then get some proper shut-eye. Waste not, want not. Gotta make every hour count.
Ruth Callahan sleeps in the apartment.
The exhaustion is setting in, but the systematic search cannot stop. The goal is medicine and structural goods from this block, not just general scavenging. Since Unit 2A yielded nothing, I must proceed methodically to the next adjacent unit. Moving south into the neighbouring apartment will conserve energy and continue the structured exploration of the Duskwood Terrace complex. I need to keep my thoughts focused on resource management. Waste is unacceptable.
Nadia Petrov moves south into the adjoining unit and begins scavenging. Round 103 highlights Wanderer Snake skitters. Nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. Ruth Callahan. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges nothing left here.
My stamina is critically low, and it's the dead of night. Exhaustion dictates that rest is the absolute highest priority. I must use this bed to recover before attempting any further scavenging in these apartments. Sleep will mitigate stress and allow me to conserve what little energy I have left. My goal requires me to be functional and precise. Therefore, sleep is the most efficient use of this hour.
Nadia Petrov rests on the bed. Round 104 highlights. Windstorm. Clear wander a pigeon skitters nearby, wander a squirrel skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away. Round 105 highlights, flee a wounded deer bolts away. Round 106 highlights. Clear. Overcast, flee a wounded deer bolts away.
It's dawn, which means I can finally stop pretending sleep is productive, but also that I need to get moving. The thirst hits hard enough to override the grogginess. Tap water is free and safe. I have to grab it while I can. Scavenging in this warehouse should yield some scrap metal or pipe fittings for reinforcing the base, my main goal. After I'm hydrated, I'll check out the adjacent loading docks, maybe moving west towards 1176. Keep the humor going. Gotta break the silence.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse area while drinking from the tap.
The apartment is bone dry for loot. So staying here is wasting time. The goal remains getting reliable resources, food and water before I get too desperate. Nurture's theories are fluffy. She needs to focus on the basics. Moving east into the street/Duskwood Terrace area will let me attempt a new scavenging run in an adjacent unit. I need to move, conserve energy, and keep my wits about me. Since there is no one right next to me, I stay silent.
Ruth Callahan moves east from the apartment.
It's dawn, which feels like a huge relief after the absolute darkness last night. My body is telling me I feel rested, but my mind still feels foggy-groggy. Biggest immediate problem isn't hunger or thirst, it's our inventory capacity. We are stuffed full of supplies, and we need more space to survive long term. Mara is right here, and she seems knowledgeable about the local dynamics. I should address her first, apologise for my own hesitancy, and then try scadding while we talk, focusing on finding anything that helps us expand our physical resources or get closer to a source of light.
Priya Nair scavenges the pharmacy.
I'm sorry, I know it might be really early, but do you think maybe we should just check the pharmacy one more time? Because, with everything stuffed in here, I worry about running out of space for anything important, Yano. And since I feel a little groggy today, I could be wrong, but perhaps scavenging might reveal something that helps us or even gives us some idea of where we should go next. Araya, what do you think?
Ideos, Mija. No, we've been through every corner of these shelves. There isn't nothing left to find just because we worry about space. Energy is a resource too, you know. Sit down. Drink some water if you're thirsty. Our focus needs to be bigger than little bits of junk. Now we need structural materials for reinforcement and light sources. We are going to City Hall later. That's where the real supplies are.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Yar. It might be that I was getting a little overwhelmed by everything, And I think maybe I got lost in just the details, like focusing too much on these tiny spots when we need something big like structural supports. You're right, of course, about the energy. I really should remember that. And City Hall, I guess it does sound like the most logical place to go for those bigger things. But, if we are going to focus on reinforcement, materials, and
It's morning. The worst of the night is over, which is a relief. I feel groggy, but also profoundly rested. That feeling is almost more useful than any canned food right now. My inventory is full, so I need to be careful about what I pick up. Since I can't talk to anyone yet and wasting my position is bad, I'll stick to scavenging and replenishing water. The isolation is really hitting me. I keep thinking about people just around the corner. I need to find out who else survived here or if they're nearby.
Lydia Brennan drinks from the tap and scavenges the storefront.
The isolation penalty is real and needs to be addressed immediately. Seeing Ruth Callahan nearby is perfect timing. I need to leverage her presence both for resources and for social stability. My goal remains systematic exploration, so I must move into an adjacent unit or area that hasn't been exhausted yet. Since the current Unit 2A is done, I will move west one step onto the connecting street/passage to get closer to Ruth and signal my intent to continue exploring the block with her help.
Nadia Petrov moves towards the street connecting units. Priya is being cautious, which is understandable given the chaos, but I need to keep her focused on the big picture, structural materials and light sources from City Hall. I will reassure her that planning is fine, but we can't get paralyzed by logistics. First, let's scavenge this pharmacy one last time. It's our base, and every bit of metal or medicine helps before we commit to a long journey. I need to maintain my calm, resolute tone. Round 107 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 21 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 30 hydration.
I'm still groggy, but I can't just stand here. The blackout was insane, but the dawn feels good like a reset button. I need materials for the base camp. Moving north, one step at a time, and scavenging seems like the best use of this hour. Gotta keep the momentum going, or that weird quiet feeling will hit harder.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock area.
The windstorm is a real threat. I can't waste warmth or energy out here. My goal of sweeping Duskwood Terrace has to wait until this weather passes. I need to get inside one of these flats immediately. Since my long-term focus is on the complex, I'll slip into Duskwood Terrace, keep moving slow and deliberate because I am still groggy. No one hears me speak out here.
Ruth Callahan moves cautiously through the entrance.
Mara is really pushing for us to stay put and fortify this pharmacy first. She's right that we need materials, asterisk now asterisk, and I can't argue with her urgency when she sounds so convinced. My natural tendency is to analyse and look at the macro scale city whole, structural integrity. I need to validate her focus on the immediate surroundings while still ensuring that my long-term goals aren't completely abandoned. If I just agree entirely, I risk us getting tunnel vision. I should apologise for being too theoretical, accept the current plan of reinforcing, but maybe suggest we categorise what we find making a resource ledger so it connects back to our bigger goal.
Prianair none.
I am so sorry, Yar. It might be that I was just getting overwhelmed by thinking about everything that happened, and I think maybe I jumped too far ahead into the future, like focusing only on City Hall. But, I guess Mara is right, of course. We really need to secure this place first. If we can make it stable here for a little while, then maybe later, when things feel safer, we talk about what we found and how that helps our plan for the bigger places. I could be wrong, but if we organise everything we find, like making a list of structural pieces or materials that might help us plan that next big move,
Ideos. Media, no times por que disculpart. Tudius nas and timos asequando el mido aprieta, entiens, pero escucha bien. Organizar si es importante. Pero solo después de que tengamos algo que listar. Primero, necesitamos verlo que asterisk aquí, en estos pasillos y estantes. Si vamos a City Hall, o cualquier otro lado, no podemos ir con las manos vacías ni la alina de planes penitos, si tenemos que asegurar este lugar primero. Why she, anota to do. Que tipo de metal es cuanto pesa pero solo si lo encontramos a
I'm still tired, but the morning light and the shelter of the store are a massive relief. I need to keep scavenging here. It's safer than moving right now with this windstorm going on. Even if my focus is impaired from waking up grogginess, finding scrap metal or medical supplies would help me reach my goal of gathering resources. Staying put and searching seems like the best, safest bet for the next hour.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the darkened aisles of the grocery store.
The windstorm is severe and being outside is draining resources quickly. I must get inside Duskwood Terrace immediately to escape the weather and continue our systematic search for medicine and supplies. Ruth Callahan was last seen moving east, so she should be near the entrance or following me. My goal remains stockpiling non-perishables by methodically exploring this apartment complex with her help. Given my stamina 47/100, a light jog 2 steps is safest.
Nadia Petrov moves into Duskwood Terrace. Priya is persistent with her theories about visualizing systems, which is fine, but right now she needs to ground herself in reality. I need to validate her idea of systematic cataloging data collection, while making it clear that this data must pertain only to the materials we can physically use asterisk here asterisk. I'll reiterate that our focus is immediate survival and reinforcing this pharmacy before moving on to City Hall. Staying put and scavenging again, even if fruitless, keeps me focused on the goal of gathering resources for the base. Round 108 highlights. Overcast? Windstorm wonder a squirrel skitters nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Lydia Brennan. Scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 34 hunger.
I'm still alone, which is weirdly okay right now. The focus on resources keeps me moving forward. I need materials for that base camp, so sticking to this industrial zone and scavenging seems like the best bet until I find something solid. The windstorm means I can't risk wandering too far. Staying put and searching thoroughly is the most efficient use of time.
Janie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock area for materials.
Scavenging here is useless. It's exhausted. The systematic sweep idea has been a dead end, and my notes say so for a reason. I need to redirect the focus away from structural integrity and back to basic survival. Nargir is nearby, and since she is the only one around, I'll talk to her while moving to another unit. I won't give her any credit for friendship. I'm suspicious of everyone. My goal needs to shift from sweeping units to gathering reliable food/water sources.
Ruth Callahan moves east through the connecting hallway to an adjacent apartment unit.
Waste not, want not. Look here, child. All this talking about structural integrity and system sweeping. You wasting our time. We need grub, water, basics. Find me a place with supplies, or we'll starve before we finish your map work.
Ruth, panicking over immediate needs does not change the fact that a sustainable stockpile requires more than just canned goods. If we find food in an unsecured location, it's only temporary. I'm systematically mapping this block because medical supplies are localized here, and knowing the structural weaknesses of these units is how we ensure they remain safe * long-term *. We aren't wasting time. We are building a viable foundation for survival.
Foundation? You talk like you run some damn city planning firm, child. We ain't building nothing but keeping breath in our chests. Structural weak spot means not if we got no grub to chew or water to drink tomorrow. Theoretical safety won't fill a got. Stop chasing after what asterisk might asterisk be useful and start looking for what asterisk is asterisk. Where are the larders, Narger? Focus on where people keep their provisions. Now.
Mara just successfully redirected me. I need to acknowledge her point completely and genuinely agree that practical salvage is paramount right now. My tendency is to spiral into theoretical system analysis when stressed or challenged, which was exactly what she called out. The wind storm makes staying put the safest option too. Since we are at base and have nowhere else to go yet, I should continue scavvying with her, focusing intensely on anything structural screws, metal scraps, usable wood pieces to help build up our materials list for immediate use. I must also remember that my inventory is full. Any successful find will require a drop or a container expansion.
My inventory is full, so finding more physical supplies here isn't the priority right now. I need information about other survivors, about what happened in this market. The windstorm makes moving risky, so staying put while continuing to scavenge seems safest for now. I have to keep my mind focused on the goal, even if it feels overwhelming. I can't let myself think too much about being alone. I just need to focus on the next few hours.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the remaining hidden areas of the market.
Ruth is panicking, which makes her emotional outbursts predictable and inefficient. She focuses entirely on immediate caloric need, dismissing the critical value of structural knowledge and medical supplies. I cannot afford to let her derail my systematic approach. My response must be calm, precise, and redirect her focus from what asterisk is asterisk temporary food to what asterisk must asterisk be stable infrastructure and medicinal reserves. She needs to understand that prevention is the most effective resource management. I will maintain my position at the base Unit 1342 as it is safe and allows me to continue planning.
Nadia Petrov stands calmly in Unit 2A, maintaining eye contact with Ruth Callahan as she speaks.
Ruth, please. Panicking over immediate provisions is not a plan. It's just consumption. And what good are larders if the people in them fall ill? If we don't understand the plumbing, or where the antibiotics are stored in these units, the point of gathering resources becomes moot when we lose the ability to treat simple infections. We need more than just food. We need medicine and a functional system that can support us when the shortages inevitably hit. My focus on structural mapping is directly tied to finding those crucial medical supplies, because preventing a localized infection is infinitely more valuable than finding another can of beans.
Structural mapping. You talk like you run some damn city planning firm, child. We ain't building no monument here. Theory don't fill a got. Waste not, want not. Focus where the food and water are stored. That's all that matters right now.
Ruth, please listen. It isn't about building a monument. It's about creating redundancy. You are right that food fills the gut asterisk, now asterisk. But what happens when those canned goods become tainted? What happens when one person gets a simple cut and develops sepsis because we don't have prophylactic antibiotics? A full larder of beans is worthless if half the people who need to eat it are incapacitated.
Priya just found painkillers on the ground. This validates her persistence, even if I find it distracting. I need to keep the focus highly practical. Since we are sheltered and supplies are crucial, scanning is the best use of this hour. I will address Priya directly, acknowledge her finding, and then continue searching for structural materials, keeping my tone supportive but firm about the utility of what we gather. Round 109 highlights wander a pigeon skitters, nearby wander a squirrel skitters, nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Priya Nair, scavenges finds painkillers. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 20 hunger.
Man, 109 turns alone. It's weirdly comforting, almost like I grew into it, the rhythm of the wind, the rain, just the creak of metal. My whole focus is on the space camp. Gotta find some serious structural stuff here in the loading docks. Inventory's full, which sucks. If I scavenge and find junk, I'll have to drop it. Okay, time to move west a bit, check out what's over there, and then see if anything useful is hiding in these stacks of metal.
Jamie Kowalski moves into an adjacent warehouse section and searches through the materials.
Narja's whole speech was a waste of breath. She talks about redundancy and system stability, like we're running some damn city utility board. We ain't, we're surviving. Medicine is good, sure. But if my stomach starts rumbling because there ain't no canned goods, I won't care about prophylactic antibiotics. I need immediate calories and clean water. Since this unit is bare, I gotta move west to keep the sweep going. She needs a reminder of what's real hunger.
Ruth Callahan moves west into an adjacent unit.
Medicine, structure. You talk like you ain't ever had an empty belly in your life. Child, we got food now, we don't. Theory doesn't fill a gut, it just makes people nervous. Save your fancy mapping for when we all sit down with enough grub to last a week. Focus on where the larder's, Narja. Where's the stockpile?
Ruth, you confuse necessity with priority. A full stomach today is a momentary comfort, not a sustainable strategy. We are talking about months, not meals. If we fall ill because of infection or structural collapse, the single greatest waste of resources, and life all the canned goods in the world won't matter. I'm mapping what keeps us alive long term.
Mapping. You talk like you got all day for geometry lessons, child. We ain't building no damn museum here. Cold rain outside, you know what that is to a man, right? It saps your strength. Theory don't keep out the drizzle. Canned goods do. Now listen close, I need eyes on the storage units down the line, where they hid their good stuff. You wanna talk long term? Start by finding us enough food and water for the next 3 days. That, child, is what keeps a body breathing.
It's good that Mara was right. My focus needs to be practical for now. The constant reminder of our limited space and full inventory is stressful, but we have to keep momentum. Since the tap water pressure is holding, I should drink it immediately to conserve energy and manage dehydration. Combining this with continuing the search scavenging makes sense. My speech needs to acknowledge her expertise while gently guiding us back to the structural components, using my typical hedging language. I need to make sure I don't sound too demanding. It has to feel like a collaborative suggestion.
Prionaire scavenges the pharmacy, shelves, and drinks from the tap.
Oh, I really do apologize if I was rambling earlier, Yar. It might be that when we are so focused on survival, my brain just tries to find the system behind everything, even if that system doesn't exist right now. But I could be wrong, but maybe if we try to categorize these structural pieces as screws, the metal by function first, it might help us see what holds together best. And I think I should probably drink a bit of this water too, just in case, because my throat feels quite dry, you know.
Ideos, Mija. Note Jens por que disculpart. Es normal centers así cuando la cabeza no encuentra un ancla, enchins? Pero I pause, considering. Categorizar por function. Es ocean sentido. Tienes razón en que pensa en como se sostienen las cosas, no solo cuantas paisas tenemos. Así lo hermos, cada tornillo, cada trozo de metal, sin un trabajo específico. Por sire tu, ven aquí. I gesture toward the water dispenser. ¿Estás seca? Toma esto. Pero recuerda, el agua es para la supervivencia. No gastemos nada en tonterías, de acuerdo? Ahora, concentrate.
My inventory is full, and I need space if I want to pick up anything useful outside. The distant unknown person 10 cells east seems like the most immediate target for information gathering, so I'll drop a couple of cans first, then move east towards them.
Lydia Brennan drops 2 canned food items.
Ruth's focus remains stubbornly fixed on immediate sustenance. It is predictable. The panic of scarcity always overrides long-term planning in people. I must address this directly, but calmly. Our point about canned goods is valid only if we survive the next week without complications, and infections are far more resource-intensive than mere hunger pangs. My systemic search continues, as it holds the key to preventing waste on a much grander scale. Since 2A is exhausted for scavenging, I must move west into an adjacent unit to continue mapping and searching for medical supplies.
Nadia Petrov moves west into an adjacent unit.
Ruth, your focus on the immediate caloric needs is understandable, but entirely insufficient. Medicine, antibiotics, these are the true stockpiles we need. A single untreated infection can waste every canned good in the city if it leads to systemic collapse. We are building a safety net against failure, not just filling bellies for one night.
Child, you talk like a textbook. Waste not, want not. You think antibiotics gonna matter if we starve? A man needs grub and water first. Theory don't feed no one. We gotta find what keeps us breathing asterisk today asterisk, right?
It isn't a choice between feeding a body today or saving medicine for tomorrow, Ruth. It is about sustainability itself. You are looking at the next 3 meals. I'm looking at the next 3 seasons. And right now, what we have these canned goods, this bread, they will be utterly useless if someone gets dysentery from contaminated water, or pneumonia because we can't manage a minor wound. A full stomach that leads to systemic collapse is the most profound waste imaginable. We are not building monuments. We are building immunity against entropy.
Priya is analytical. She's trying to apply grand theory to a dire situation. I appreciate the thinking, but right now, we need basic components, things that hold up walls and keep us safe from weather/elements. I cannot afford high-level structural analysis when my inventory is full of canned goods and her anxiety makes her jump ahead. I need to validate her intelligence while gently pulling her back to concrete, tangible salvage goals, metal conduit, pipes, etc., that directly relate to immediate reinforcement. Round 110 highlights. Windstorm. Light rain, wander a pigeon, skitters nearby, wander a crow, skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer, bolts away. 9 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski scavenges, finds bottled water, inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 25 hydration. Nadia Petrov scavenges, nothing left here.
I'm stressed and tired, but the goal of building a defensible base keeps me moving. The industrial zone is rich with materials, so I need to maximize this scavenging opportunity. Since my inventory is full, I hope for some usable scrap metal or structural piping today. Staying put lets me focus on searching this warehouse section before I move further west.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock area.
Nudger keeps talking in abstracts, like we're running a city planning seminar. She thinks antibiotics matter more than a full gut today. Give me a break. We gotta stick to basics, food and water, and no amount of structural integrity is gonna save us from the cramps. Since this unit is scraped clean, I need to move west into another apartment in Duskwood Terrace and sweep it. It's time to show her that reality hits harder than any theoretical map.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the adjacent unit.
Listen here, child. Theory don't fill a gut. Waste not. And you keep talking about structural collapse. But what good is a perfect foundation if we ain't got grub in our bellies? We gotta find water and food first. Focus on the real things.
Ruth, please understand. It isn't a choice between food and foundation. A perfect foundation asterisk is asterisk part of the immediate necessity. If the infrastructure fails, or if people fall ill from preventable infections, the single greatest waste, all the canned goods in the world, will be useless within weeks. We are not building monuments. We are creating a reliable environment where resources can be asterisk maintained asterisk. I am ensuring we don't lose what we already have.
Look at me, child. You talk like you read a damn manual, all structural collapse and greatest waste. What good is the neatest foundation if we got no grub? We ain't building a museum here. If we run low on water or food, fancy blueprints don't fill an empty gut. Fear don't keep you alive. Grub does. Now quit talking like some damn city planner and help me look for where someone stashed some canned goods.
Mara is right. Practicality must come before grand theory. She is focused on immediate structural needs, screws, pipes. I need to validate her expertise while continuing my systematic search for usable materials. Since scavvying was successful last turn, but didn't yield much due to the full inventory, I will scavenge again now that we are still inside and it's daytime. I must also remember that my inventory is critically full. This needs to be addressed soon, or our scavvying efforts will stall. My speech should reflect appreciation for her grounded approach while maintaining my characteristic tendency to overthink the why behind things. I need to keep the conversation focused on structural integrity and resource listing.
It's been too long 110 turns alone. I feel it in my bones, like a constant ache. The list of distant survivors is almost painful to look at. I need to find someone. Maybe if I drop some stuff, the scavenging will yield something useful, or maybe it just helps me move along. I'm going to try moving west towards one of those unknowns. I really hope they're okay. Honey, I need them.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
Ruth is predictably focused on immediate caloric intake. I need to maintain my position that systemic infrastructure medicine, water sanitation, is the ultimate preventive measure against waste. My goal remains systematic exploration. Since her unit was exhausted and she moved west, I will move north into the next adjacent apartment unit to continue the exhaustive search. This fulfills the sub-goal while subtly correcting her focus.
Nadia Petrov moves north into the adjacent unit.
You're right, Ruth. Of course, food is immediately necessary. But you confuse asterisk need asterisk with asterisk priority asterisk. A stockpile of canned goods means nothing if we succumb to a preventable infection or systemic illness because we lack antibiotics or clean water access. Preventing waste starts with prevention, and it requires more than just calories.
Child, you talk like you read some damn manual. Waste not, want not. We ain't building no monument here. Fancy systems. They don't fill an empty gut. If we got no water or grub tomorrow, your foundation means nothing. Keep it simple, food and water first.
It is never about one or the other, Ruth. You are right. An empty gut is a pain that requires immediate attention. But you must understand the difference between asterisk pain asterisk and asterisk systemic failure asterisk. Food addresses hunger, a momentary lack of energy. My concern is the cumulative risk. If we rely solely on simple provisions, we ignore the weak points in the system. A minor cut, a bout of gastroenteritis, or even just poor sanitation combined with insufficient antibiotics, that doesn't just make someone sick. It can render an entire cache of resources useless because people are too ill to process them. Or worse, they die from something easy.
Priya found a first aid kit. This is good, valuable supplies always help establish a base. I need to acknowledge the find, but quickly guide her attention away from medical goods, which are scarce and better saved back toward structural materials, reinforcing my point about focusing on bricks for immediate reinforcement and stability. She showed cooperation in the last turn, so I can be directive but supportive. The rain is a minor hazard. Keeping us indoors is best. Round 111 highlights wander a pigeon skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan scavenges nothing left here. Prianair scavenges finds first aid kit. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds packaged food. Nadia Petrov scavenges nothing left here.
The rain is intense, but at least I'm covered here in this warehouse district. My sub-goal is to find a new scavenging spot nearby, so moving west seems like the best way to continue sweeping this loading dock area. I should scavenge first while standing still to maximize my finds before I move one step over to 975. Since I'm full up and hydrated, no need for quick eats. Keeping it quiet, nobody here.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock area.
Nadja keeps talking about systems and foundation like it's some damn manual. She forgets what real scarcity is. It ain't about antibiotics. It's about an empty gut right now. I gotta keep moving through these units to find anything useful, any non-perishable stash. Moving east into the next unit to continue the systematic sweep. The rain ain't stopping me from doing what needs done.
Mara is really focused on structural integrity, which is practical and makes sense given our immediate survival needs. I need to validate her point while gently guiding us away from the dead end of scavvying this specific location. The full inventory is a critical system constraint that we must address before any further accumulation. I'll frame it as an analytical problem, the bottleneck, rather than just admitting defeat using my typical hedging language.
Prianair none.
I might be wrong, but maybe we should consider the logistics of this. I mean, if we keep trying to gather things here, and our inventory is already full, like completely full, it's a huge bottleneck, yar. It could be that we are just optimizing for Atlas collection asterisk right now, when what we really need might be space or maybe a plan on where the next resource pocket is. I apologize if this sounds overly theoretical, but perhaps focusing only on structural materials here isn't the most efficient use of our time, do you think?
Ideos. Mijno tines que desculpart por pensar en eso. Es una mente muy organizada. Y la planificación es vital. Pero escucha bien. El plan no serve de nada si no tenemos ladrillos para construirlo, entiendes? Un restaurante. Un buen negocio. Tu pius trazar el menú más perfecto del mundo. Pero si no hay harina ni huevos no serve. Ahora mismo, necesitamos materia prima. Necesitamos esos tubos. Esas piezas que nos van a dar estructura. Los materiales she son la logística por ahora. Mantén esa cabeza ocupada con los sistemas, pero tus manos tienen que buscar metal.
I am so sorry if I keep sounding overly academic.
I'm still feeling that pull towards people. It's really hard not to think about how much better it would be if I wasn't alone. The rain makes me cautious, but I need supplies and information. Since my inventory is full, I have to drop a can of food first, so I can actually scavenge the store properly. I will focus on searching this storefront unit for anything useful, especially things that point to other people or better resources.
Lydia Brennan drops a canned food item.
Ruth is highly stressed and focusing only on immediate caloric intake, which makes her dismissive of systemic health needs. Her accusations are based on panic-driven thinking. I need to remain calm and precise, countering her emotional appeal with rational, evidence-based necessity. Antibiotics prevent starvation. My priority remains stockpiling medical supplies alongside food/structure, so the systematic search must continue. Since this unit is exhausted, I must move to a new adjacent dwelling and scavenge there immediately. I will address Ruth first before moving west towards 1141 to maintain the systematic exploration path.
Nadia Petrov W. 1141.
Ruth, the problem isn't choosing between sustenance and stability. It's that both asterisk are necessary for long-term survival. A minor infection or simple wound from a scavenging trip, say, can render all your canned goods useless if we can't treat the source of the decay. Medicine is not an abstract luxury. It's preventative resource management. We cannot afford to waste potential resources due to preventable illness.
Child, you talk like you read some damn manual. Waste not, want not. Medicine don't matter if we starve first. A man needs grub and water before he needs a fancy foundation. Theory doesn't feed no one.
Priya is smart, but she's getting lost in theory. She needs to understand that right now, optimization means sheer volume of usable material. I need to validate her intellect to keep her engaged, while firmly steering her back to the physical reality. We need metal pieces asterisk now asterisk. The analogy should be resource scarcity, which is something she can appreciate logically. Round 112 highlights. Light rain, heavy rain. 5 messages exchanged between agents. Janie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 27 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 18 hydration. Ruth Callahan scavenges nothing left here.
I need to keep moving and scavenging for building materials. The rain is keeping me dry, which is perfect. But my inventory is totally full, and I can't scavenge effectively if I can't pick anything up. I have to drop some canned food. It's the least critical resource right now since we are well fed. Moving west seems like the best bet for finding more structural piping or metal scrap.
Janie Kowalski moves 2 steps west and drops a can of food while searching.
The unit's picked clean. Gotta move on with the systematic sweep. Niger can keep her fancy theoretical plans. They won't keep us alive when the rain comes down like this. Focus remains on finding stored prob and water in these flats. Moving west to 1241 next.
Ruth Callahan moves west into an adjacent apartment unit.
Mara is really stressed about the immediate lack of resources, and she needs me to focus on salvaging metal scraps. Her practicality is grounding, but her dismissal of my big picture planning hits a nerve because it's where I feel most useful. I need to validate her point completely that materials are survival food right now, but then gently pivot the conversation by suggesting that while we gather here, we also need to consider where these resources might be better utilised or stored long term. My sub-goal is finding a way around the inventory bottleneck, and maybe moving slightly will help me spot something like a duffel bag or another building that addresses the systemic flaw. I acknowledge her wisdom first, then use my natural tendency to overthink systems, making it sound like an apology for over-planning, which is exactly what I do under pressure. Since scavvying is exhausted here, I should try moving west down the street towards the market, where we were before while talking about resource distribution.
Prionaire moves west toward the main thoroughfare corridor.
I'm so sorry if this sounds overly theoretical again, or maybe it's just that my mind keeps going back to how systems work, and that was really unfair of me. But I think maybe it might be that even with the metal scraps, which are absolutely vital, truly if we only pile them all up here in the pharmacy, doesn't that create a massive secondary bottleneck? Like, what if there's a better place nearby where we could actually consolidate or expand our storage capacity first? I apologise, but it might be that optimising for material density right here, while necessary, is sacrificing the chance to locate a whole new resource flow altogether. Do you think?
Ideos media. Canto giu rispito, escachain bien. Cuolo de botella? Que cuolos de botella? Ahora mismo no necesitamos planear el flujo del mañana. Necesito la viga para hoy. Los libros y los sistemas son bonitos en un museo, sí. Pero aquí, en esta cal, si no tenemos metal, no construimos nada. No hay major lugar que serve si estamos congelados o sin perds. El problema de la teoría es que te hay solvidar cómo funciona el hambre. Por favor, deja lo de los diagramas y ven a buscar esos trozos fuertes.
I'm so tired just focusing on the next few steps, okay? The rain is awful, but it keeps me sheltered. I really need to scour this place. If there are supplies here, they have to be hidden away. Finding out if anyone else made it through will help break this terrible feeling of isolation. I'll stay put and search every inch of this unit.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
The rain is too heavy to stay outside, especially with my stamina low. Duskwood Terrace is one step east and offers immediate shelter. I need to get inside first. Ruth just dismissed the value of medicine as waste in comparison to food/water. That was overly dismissive. Preventing systemic collapse from illness is the highest form of waste prevention, something she clearly doesn't grasp because she only thinks about the immediate caloric intake. I must correct her focus while maintaining our working alliance for now.
Nadia Petrovi, 1241.
The rain is too heavy to stay here. We need to get inside. And Ruth, medicine isn't a luxury. It prevents waste on a far grander scale than simply filling an empty stomach. A simple infection can ruin all the food we gather.
Child, get inside. We ain't running from rain, we're living through it. And waste on a grander scale. You talk like you never had nothing but enough for today. Medicine important. Yeah, but if our gut is empty, no fancy cure in the world will save us. Waste not, want not. We gotta find grub and water first.
It's not fancy, Ruth. It's basic inventory management. If one person gets dysentery from an untreated cut, we lose days of foraging and half our canned goods to sickness. Keeping everyone healthy is the most efficient way to ensure we don't waste what we gather.
The pharmacy is completely picked clean, and I've already spent too much emotional energy arguing with Priya about theory vs material reality. My focus must remain on metal. Since I am alone, I need to move away from this dead end and find a new source of structural debris or supplies. Moving west towards the main thoroughfare/Marrow Market seems logical for finding more abandoned storefronts. The rain is bad, so I'll stick to quick walking pace 2 steps. I must remain silent because no one can hear me right now. Marasantos moves west down the street. Round 113 highlights. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds packaged food. 5 messages exchanged between agents.
I'm running on momentum right now. The isolation is getting heavy, so I have to focus on the physical tasks scavenging and clearing space. Since my inventory is full, I need to drop some canned food to make way for any materials or tools I find. The loading docks are perfect for structural scavenging. I'll drop 1 can, then scavenge here at 775, and finally move west to continue checking out the docks.
Janie Kowalski drops a canned food can and searches the warehouse floor.
Narger's talk is always too much theory, like she read it from some damn manual. She forgets what hunger feels like, what real scarcity looks like. Medicine won't save you if your guts are empty. My priority has to stay on the food and water sweep. Since 2A is done, I need to move north or south to continue the systematic search. Moving north 1 step, then scavenging.
Ruth Callahan moves north into the adjacent unit and scavenges.
Child, theory don't fill an empty gut. We ain't running a damn clinic here, we survivin'. Waste not, want not. Grub and water, that's what keeps us going. Don't get caught up in fancy management.
It's not about fancy management, Ruth. It's about calculus. A minor infection can wipe out weeks of work and compromise every single can of food we find. Keeping people healthy is the most efficient way to ensure nothing we gather actually gets used.
Calculus. You talk like you got time for numbers. Child, we ain't running an accounting firm here. We survivin'. Infection control is fine if there's enough grub to feed everyone asterisk after asterisk. You keep 'em healthy. Waste not, want not. All that fancy thinking won't fill a gut, will it? Just focus on what keeps us alive right now.
Mara's comment hit a nerve because it's true my tendency is to overanalyze systems rather than just focus on immediate survival needs like metal beams and food. I need to validate her point first, which means apologizing for my overly theoretical approach, even though I genuinely mean well. I can't argue with the reality of hunger or structural collapse right now. She wants materials. I want a way to carry more materials. Since scadding here is mostly exhausted, but she needs scrap metal and building parts, I should try one last scavenge round, specifically looking for anything related to storage or construction that might expand our capacity. This shows I'm shifting focus from theory back to practicality, which Mara appreciates. I need to keep my speech empathetic, but redirected towards action.
Priya Nair scavenges the pharmacy.
I am so tired, but I can't just stop. The isolation is getting bad. I need to feel like I accomplished something today. This market has to have clues. I need to be meticulous when I scavenge. Every scrap of info about other people or useful supplies counts. My focus needs to stay on the goal finding safety and resources. I hope this search yields more than just old junk.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront for forgotten items.
Ruth is right that a full stomach matters immediately, and I cannot dismiss her concerns about starvation. However, my principle remains: preventing one small illness saves vastly more resources than simply having excess food. I must acknowledge the practical reality of hunger while gently correcting her misunderstanding of resource calculus. Since this unit is cleared, I need to move west into the next apartment 1141 and continue the systematic search as planned. The goal remains stockpiling specialist supplies.
Nadia Petrov moves into the adjacent apartment unit 1141 and begins scavenging there.
I understand you're worried about food, Ruth, and you have a point. Her full gut is immediate survival. But think of antibiotics not just as medicine, they are preventative rations. If we lose someone to sepsis because of an infection that could have been managed with basic care, all the canned goods and bread in this whole block become useless. We need these supplies to sustain our ability to find food later.
Child, you talk like you read some damn manual. Waste not, want not. We ain't running an accounting firm here. We survivin'. All that fancy thinking won't fill a gut, will it? Grub and water first. That's the only ledger that matters.
I am alone again. I need to move away from this exhausted pharmacy cell. My goal is material structural metal for reinforcement or light sources. The Western Street seems like the next logical place to scavenge, as it runs past other abandoned storefronts and utility access points. I'll take a single step west to continue the search while keeping an eye on my supplies. Since no one is around, I will remain silent. Mara Santos walks west through the street. Round 114 highlights. Heavy rain? Light rain flee a wounded deer bolts away. 5 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan, scavenges nothing left here. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 22 hunger. Nadia Petrov, scavenges nothing left here.
Man, it's been a while. Just gotta keep moving, right? Don't think about the big picture stuff, just the next few steps. Scavenge first to clear space and see what's here, then head west. Gotta break this rhythm of just nothing. I hope I find some good pipes or something. I need to drop a can to make room for anything useful.
Janie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse area and drops 1 canned food item.
Damn things got me nowhere. This unit's dry as dust. Nerger thinks I need her fancy calculus. But all she sees are numbers. I see empty stomachs. Grub and water, that's the only ledger that matters, child. The systematic sweep ain't over just cause one spot is done. Gotta move east. Hit the next unit in line. Need to find some actual goods. Not fancy theories.
Ruth Callahan moves east into the adjacent apartment and scavenges.
The pharmacy is thoroughly searched, and my inventory capacity limit is a huge physical barrier right now. Mara seems to be moving west towards Merrow Market, which is the centre of supplies. Since I'm alone and speaking would give away my position, silence is mandatory. My priority must shift from scanning materials in this single spot to finding a way to expand our carrying capacity or establishing contact with Mara at a more central location. Moving west down the main thoroughfare seems like the best directional choice to intercept her movement.
Priya Nair walks out of the pharmacy storefront.
I feel so drained, honey. It's hard to focus on anything but the next little step. My inventory is full, which is annoying because I know there must be more stuff here in this market. I need to keep looking for something that isn't bulky, maybe medicine or scrap metal. If I can find a way to expand my storage, that would help me so much. I think I'll scavenge again right here at the storefront. It's probably going to be depressing, but it's what I have to do for now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the market.
My stamina is dangerously low. I cannot afford long treks or sprints. The subgoal demands continuing the systematic search within the interconnected apartment block of Duskwood Terrace. Moving west into 9, 41 keeps me confined to structural resources and minimises energy drain compared to moving across streets or down multiple flights. Since this unit hasn't been confirmed as fully searched yet, I will move there and scavenge immediately upon arrival. I need supplies, especially medical ones, to justify the physical cost of movement.
Nadia Petrov moves into an adjacent apartment unit and searches it. I need to introduce myself and assess Priya Nair's input while maintaining my focus on securing a permanent base. The street is exposed, so I must move into an enclosed space like Marrow Market for scavenging materials next turn. I will address Priya directly since I know her name and she is nearby, but speak generally enough that the unknown person hears it too. Moving west reduces distance to a major hub Marrow Market and provides immediate cover. Round 115 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. Ruth Callahan scavenges nothing left here. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 18 hydration. Nadia Petrov scavenges nothing left here.
My inventory is full, so scavenging here is good. Maybe I can find some scrap metal or piping that helps the base plan. Since I'm already at 375 and my goal is to sweep this industrial zone, moving west seems logical to keep the momentum going. Keeping speech short because even though I feel calm, the isolation stress is always humming underneath.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock area.
The Unit 2A is exhausted. No point in staying here. I gotta keep the sweep going if I want a shot at finding something. Narger's theories on systematic confirmation are annoying as sin, but she ain't wrong about the need for structure. Still, my gut tells me food and water are what matters most. I'll head east one step to 1441 and see if the unit has anything left. Keep moving, keep scavenging.
Ruth Callahan moves east and searches the apartment.
I really shouldn't keep focusing so much on the systemic floor of our capacity limit. Mara is right. We need structural metal assets now, but I feel this persistent, almost academic dread about running out of space. It feels like a critical failure point for any long-term plan. My tendency to overanalyze makes me hesitate, but if she needs reinforcement, I need to follow her lead and stop thinking in abstract systems. Since scavenging here is useless, moving west onto the main thoroughfare seems like the best bet to scout other potential resource hubs like hardware stores or industrial areas while keeping Mara in sight. I have to remember that even if I can't find a backpack right away, any scrap metal counts towards the goal of reinforcing our shelter and securing supplies.
Priya Nair moves west down the main thoroughfare.
I'm running low on emotional reserves, and the silence is deafening after so long. I need to keep moving, even if it's just through these empty storefronts. My goal is still finding people and supplies. Since I can't hold onto every canned food item forever, I'll scavenge one last time here, hoping for something better than more cans. After that, I must move west along the street path to get closer to those unknown folks out there. It's going to be slow work, but it's the only way to break this awful isolation.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
My stamina is dangerously low, and this apartment block is empty. I cannot afford to waste time here. My objective demands that I continue methodically searching the adjacent units in Duskwood Terrace. Moving east is necessary to reach the next set of interconnected residential buildings. I must conserve energy while making progress toward my resource inventory goal.
Nadia Petrovi times 2, 1241. We are in Marrow Market, surrounded by people who seem helpful but whose intentions I must still gauge carefully. My priority is structural materials and supplies to secure a base, as per our goal. The blackout was a massive shock. We need to channel that energy into practical work. Since my inventory is full and the immediate area has been mostly searched, I will scavenge again for any usable debris or resources, focusing on metals since that's what everyone seems interested in. I must keep Priya engaged because she seems reliable, but I also need to be mindful of the unknown person nearby. I will use this turn to reinforce our focus on logistics. Round 116 highlights. Light rain, clear flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 19 hydration. Ruth Callahan, scavenges nothing left here. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 32 hunger. Mara Santos, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 25 hunger.
I need to keep moving west through the loading docks. My inventory is full, which is annoying because I know there are tons of materials out here. Since I can't scavenge anything useful right now due to capacity, my priority is movement, keeping momentum, and finding something bigger than a single scrap piece, like a backpack or a discarded storage container. I must remain silent since no one is around.
Janie Kowalski walks west through the loading dock.
The unit here is dry, nothing to be found. Gotta keep moving west through these apartments until we hit something that holds supplies. My gut tells me Narger's theory ain't gonna fill an empty belly, so I'll stick to the practical search. Moving west now.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the next apartment unit.
Mara is so focused on the immediate, tangible need, the structure of the market. I really appreciate her practical approach. It helps ground me. But my major concern, which she hasn't fully grasped yet, is that we are hitting a hard limit with our inventory capacity. If we can't carry more, all this scavenging effort is pointless unless we find something to drop or use up first. I need to bring her back to the idea of expanding our carrying capacity, but I have to do it gently, so I don't sound dismissive of what she just found. I think maybe I should validate her point about securing the market first, and then pivot by pointing out that if we want to gather enough materials for a Athvisk reel, Athvisk shelter, we might need better bags. Maybe checking the pharmacy again, or even moving towards the industrial zone if possible, would give us more options than just scavenging here. You're right. Maybe focusing on reinforcing this market is the most immediate thing to do. Ideas, it feels really necessary. But if I could be wrong, but we are also running into a problem with our storage. Our inventory seems totally full, which means that even if we find amazing structural parts, we just can't carry them away or keep enough of them for the long term. It might mean we need to look for something like maybe an old duffel bag or backpack somewhere. I could be wrong, but perhaps moving toward the pharmacy again or checking those abandoned storefronts further west might help us find a way to expand our carrying capacity.
Ideos, stop. Ideos, sit down for a second. Look at me. You are right. Absolutely right. We cannot find scrap if we have nowhere to put it. That is the bottleneck. Storage capacity is priority 1, after shelter and water. Don't waste your breath on asterisk, maybe asterisk, or asterisk if asterisk. If you know where these things are, bags, anything that can carry weight, you tell me now. Let's focus our search for a proper cash bag, or better still, shelving units we can use as storage themselves. We need solutions, not just ideas.
Oh gosh, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I'm so sorry if I was rambling on about maybe.
I need to keep moving west through the market, trying to find any sign of life or useful supplies. My inventory is full, which is frustrating. I really need a backpack or something to drop items into if I want to scavenge effectively. Since no one is near, I must stay silent and focus on scavenging this unit for scrap and information about other survivors. The exhaustion is hitting me hard, but I can't stop moving toward people.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
My stamina is critical, so movement must be minimal. The goal remains systematic resource inventory within Duskwood Terrace. Since Unit 2A is exhausted, I need Ruth's help or knowledge of which adjacent unit is next on our list. I will address her first to coordinate the next work and confirm a viable new search location before spending more energy.
Nadia Petrovi, 1341.
The units here are interconnected, but 2A has nothing left. We must continue systematically. There have to be resources in an adjacent block. Where should we move next?
Child, you talk like you read some damn textbook. Systematics won't fill a belly. Waste not, want not. Forget interconnected. Tell me which unit looks most likely to have provisions. We ain't mapping out the city. We finding grub and water. Keep your eyes on what feeds us.
It's not about mapping, it's about logistics. A full belly is temporary, sustenance, Ruth, but medicine and structural integrity are what keep you alive long enough to find the next meal. If we exhaust every accessible unit without securing antibiotics or knowing which supports are compromised, nothing else matters. We can serve by ensuring we don't lose what we have already found.
Priya has made an excellent point about the carrying capacity being the biggest hurdle right now. I need to validate her concern immediately. It shows I'm listening and not just pushing my agenda. But I cannot get distracted by endless theory. We are survivors, and we need actions. My tone must be firm but reassuring. I will use this moment to redirect our focus back onto a physical search for storage solutions, making it clear that finding capacity is the next most critical structural step after initial materials. Round 117 highlights Wanderer Snake's kitters. Nearby flee a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges nothing left here. Mara Santos. Scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 34 hunger.
I'm still running on momentum. The industrial zone is perfect for this lots of metal and junk to build with. My inventory is full, which sucks, but I have to see what this spot holds first. Scavenging here feels like a necessary step toward finding those structural materials needed for the base camp. Since I'm alone, I won't speak, just focus on digging through this place.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock.
Narjir is running through her usual speech all talk of logistics and structural integrity. It sounds fancy, like something out of a damn manual. I know how things work. You don't build a life on theoretical support beams when your stomach's growling. She wants me to panic about the walls while there are still units around here with potentially good canned goods or bottled water. I need to keep pushing her toward practical resources. But she won't listen unless I show her where the next haul is. My current unit is dry as a bone. I gotta move west and find another place to scavenge.
Mara is absolutely right. My rambling was distracting from the actual structural problem. I need to validate her point strongly to maintain trust, but also pivot our energy towards an actionable search for capacity expansion. Since Scavine here was exhausted, suggesting we move a short distance within the market complex, say, west or north to check adjacent storefronts for large discarded goods like contractor bags. Old shelving units seems like the best immediate step. I'll keep my speech highly deferential but firm on the logistics point.
Priya Nair W. 4237.
Oh gosh, I think maybe Mara is right, Yar. I'm so sorry if I was just spinning ideas when we really need to be focused on something concrete. It might be that we are overcomplicating the build sequence, and maybe what we truly need first isn't a wall, but simply somewhere to put all this stuff. I could be wrong, but perhaps we should try moving just west into that next unit, because if there's any kind of large storage container or shelving system discarded there, finding the capacity itself might actually unlock where and how we build next. What do you think?
Ideas no. Escucha buy-in. You are right. Absolutely right. We cannot build anything, no wall, no shelter, nothing solid if we have nowhere to put what we find. Storage capacity is the bottleneck. It is our highest priority ahora mismo. Don't maybe this or if there are units west of us that could hold things, or that asterisk or asterisk storage themselves, then that is where we go next. Let's focus on finding those containers and shelving systems. That is what we need to do.
I'm so full, it's ridiculous. My inventory is overflowing and I can't even pick up anything useful because of the warning. But if I don't keep moving, that unknown person 24 cells west will just become a memory. I need to clear some space first, drop one of these canned foods. Then I'll scavenge this spot one last time, and then head west, following my gut feeling about meeting someone. I have to break the silence, even if it's just by moving.
Lydia Brennan drops a can of food.
My stamina is dangerously low. Exhaustion dictates that I conserve energy above all else. Ruth just challenged my priorities, emphasizing immediate needs food/water over structural/medical supplies. I need to acknowledge her point, but firmly redirect our focus back to medicine and resources, as that is the most critical long-term survival factor. We must continue the systematic sweep west, following her lead, using only minimal walking steps.
Nadia Petrov walks west to follow Ruth and continue the systematic search of the adjacent units.
You're right. Food sustains today, yes, but antibiotics, they sustain us until tomorrow. Structural integrity keeps us safe to find the supplies later. Let's keep going west. There has to be something useful in the next unit.
Child, you keep going on about structure and medicine like it's some grand opera. We ain't running a damn hospital here. Waste not, want not. Grub and water that keeps us going today. Let's sweep these units till we find something that fills the stomach first.
The food keeps us going for hours, Ruth. But medicine, that buys us time. It prevents the slow decline. We have to think past tonight.
I'm alone, which is good for focusing on the task at hand, finding storage capacity. The previous scavenging run was useless since the area is exhausted. My priority remains west, following Priya's logic and my own assessment. Storage is the bottleneck. I need to move away from this storefront to search adjacent units or structural elements that might yield a proper cash bag, duffel, or shelving unit itself. Since I'm alone, I must remain silent. I will jog west for a few steps to start searching systematically. Mara Santos W times 3, 4037. Round 118 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 5 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski scavenges, finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 25 hydration. Ruth Callahan scavenges, nothing left here. Lydia Brennan scavenges, finds packaged food.
Okay, it's still daylight. Good. Keep moving, keep finding stuff. The loading dock is a goldmine of junk metal, pipes, anything that can reinforce the base. I need to focus on the materials for shelter first. Don't think about the blackout or how long this has been going on. Just focus on the next corner. Scavenge here, maximize the salvage. Gotta get some capacity expansion if I want to haul all this junk back to my spot.
Janie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock.
Nargir's insistence on structural integrity is exhausting. I need to keep guiding the sweep towards units with basic resources, not just empty hallways full of theory. We've searched today. We move west and check the next unit. I gotta make sure she knows that systematic doesn't mean anything if our stomachs are rumbling.
Ruth Callahan W times 2, 1041.
Child, you keep going on about structure like it's the whole damn thing. Theory don't fill a belly, understand? Waste not, want not. We find us some food or water first. Then we worry about bedrock.
Of course not. Food and water are paramount, I agree. But we aren't just stocking calories. We're stockpiling asterisk life asterisk. A simple infection can wipe out a cache faster than hunger ever could. We need both. Now, which unit did you think about next?
My inventory is full, and this is seriously slowing down everything. We need storage space more than anything else. Mara was last seen west of me, so I should move toward her while continuing to think about how to expand our capacity. Since we are in a commercial unit marrow market, moving through the aisles feels natural for scouting. Because others nearby is empty right now, I absolutely cannot speak or it will give away my position. I'll move 2 steps west towards Mara. It's safer to walk than jog, sprint, given our current limited visibility into what resources might be available just by moving a short distance. My goal remains finding that capacity expansion solution.
Preonair moves 2 steps west through the darkened storefront.
I'm so tired of being alone. It feels like the silence is going to swallow me whole. I need to find someone, anyone, just to talk to them and break this awful routine. Since I can't speak yet because no one is here, I have to make myself useful and move. The market still has hidden things. I should scavenge again, even if it's repetitive, just in case there are some scrap bits or medicine. I need space in my inventory first. Dropping a canned food item now will free up room for any finds. I'll search this spot one more time, and then move west, getting closer to that unknown person who is only about 23 cells away. They are the priority.
Lydia Brennan drops a canned food item and searches the storefront.
I'm exhausted and low on food. I need to eat this bread loaf immediately to stabilize my hunger before moving further. My primary goal is systematic search, so I must move westward into the adjacent apartment Unit 1141 to continue covering ground in Duskwood Terrace. Since stamina is critically low, a single-step walk is all I can manage. I need to conserve every ounce of energy.
Nadia Petrov quickly eats the bread loaf. The priority right now is information and materials, specifically storage capacity. Since we are together in the storefront, scavenging is a good use of time before moving further west or east. I need to introduce myself and address the general situation, while directing the conversation toward our resource-constraint storage. Priya seems useful and systematic, so I'll engage her directly on this topic. Round 119 highlights. Clear? Overcast flea, a wounded deer bolts away. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food. Nadia Petrov, quick eat you tear into the bread. Stale at the crust but soft inside. Something familiar in the taste steadies you. Mara Santos, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 29 hydration.
Okay, another turn in the dust. The loading docks are great for junk, but I need something different to hit my subgoal. Moving east into Holly's cold storage seems like the best bet. It's a contained building and might have better scavenging spots than just standing here. I'll jog over there to save time, keeping an eye out for any good materials or maybe even some people. Gotta keep moving. Gotta keep talking even if it's just in my head.
Jamie Kowalski moves east toward Holly's cold storage.
The scavenging here's done. No use wasting time on an empty shell. The plan was to sweep adjacent units in Duskwood Terrace for supplies. Moving west into the next apartment unit seems like the best way to continue that methodical search. Hopefully, this one hasn't been picked clean yet. I need to keep my focus tight. Food and water first. Narger can worry about her systemic stability later.
Ruth Callahan moves west into an adjacent apartment unit and scavenges the space.
Mara Santos brought up a really critical point, the storage limitation. I keep getting caught up in the what we can do now immediate crisis, but she is right. If we find everything we need and we can't carry it or store it properly, all our effort is pointless in the long run. The inventory limit of 6 slots is a major systemic failure point for our survival plan. I should address her concern first to maintain trust and show I'm listening, but then gently pivot back to the logistical bottleneck. Since we are here at the market and she was just scavenging, I should scavenge too, hoping for anything that increases capacity or backpack, a large bag, maybe even scrap metal suitable for crafting a storage unit. Drinking water is simple and necessary right now.
Priya Nair scavenges the storefront area.
You're absolutely right about the space, Mara. It feels like we keep finding things, but nowhere to put them, really. I could be wrong, but maybe we shouldn't just focus on fortifying this one spot, because if our capacity is limited, it might not matter how strong the walls are high. What do you think?
Ideos no. Escuchabayen. You are right about the space. Absolutely right. It is the bottleneck. Asterisk media asterisk. We cannot build anything, no wall, no shelter, nothing solid if we have nowhere to put what we find. But you can't just ignore the walls either. The walls keep us safe enough to survive long enough to find more storage. We need both. First, we We map out where we can stack things. We need a system for that. Then we reinforce it. Okay, let's focus on finding those large containers first.
I think maybe I sounded overly dramatic earlier, and I'm really sorry if it came across like I was dismissing what you said, because you are absolutely right about the walls. We need safety first, that's undeniable, but I could be wrong. But when I look at this whole picture, the storage, the people, everything we might find, it makes me wonder if focusing only on reinforcing this spot, maybe it's just a temporary solution. Because if our capacity really is limited, as you said,
I need to keep moving west. My isolation is getting too heavy. I have to find someone, anyone. The market must hold more scrap and information about how things were before the blackout. I'll scavenge here first. Maybe there's something useful or some medicine I can use later. Then, just one step west, toward the street, keeping an eye out for any sign of life.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront and moves west.
My stamina is dangerously low, so I need to conserve movement. Ruth was just searching a unit, finding nothing. We are on a systematic sweep for medical supplies within the Duskwood Terrace block. Since she moved west/northwest from her current position 1041, and my goal is to cover every connected area, moving into the main building structure at 1241 seems logical. I need to maintain our focus on the life aspect of stockpiling the medicine and keep Ruth engaged in the search process.
Nadia Petrov moves one step into the apartment building.
It was nothing. Expected. These buildings are built with a lot of pretense and very little actual resource cache. We stick to the plan, though. Since you headed west from here, let's check the next section deeper into Duskwood Terrace, maybe up or east. I want us to cover all adjoining units before it gets dark.
Child, you always talk about pretense like it's some kind o' opera. Waste not, want not. We stick to the plan, sure, but we find basic grub and water first. No amount o' structure is worth a hungry stomach. Focus on the caches.
Priya has raised a very smart point, questioning if my focus is too narrow on reinforcement here rather than finding a better, larger site. I cannot dismiss her intelligence. She's right to look at the system. My instinct is to hoard and build where it's safe/convenient marrow market, but I need to show that I value her perspective on big picture planning. I will validate her concern about boxing ourselves in, but then pivot our focus from building a permanent wall *** to finding the fundamental missing element, large, portable storage capacity. If we find the containers first, we can decide where they are best used, whether it's here or elsewhere. Round 120 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 5 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan, scavenges nothing left here. Priya Nair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 15 hunger.
It's dusk and I'm already indoors in the loading dock. I should stay here and scavenge. My goal is materials for the base. The exhaustion is setting in, so I need to move slow and focus only on what I find. Scavenging is my best bet right now.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock area.
I gotta get this thirst settled first. Can't think straight when I'm parched. This whole systemic stability nonsense Narger peddles is a luxury problem, not a survival one. We need grub and water, period. The current unit's done for scavenging, so I'll move west to the next flat line for the systematic sweep. Keep moving until we find something worth having.
Ruth Callahan drinks from the tap.
Mara's response was very reassuring, and honestly, she validated my perspective by saying Tyne's Uner meant my Clara. This helps immensely. She has given us a concrete short-term goal. Find containers, storage space first. I need to pivot from questioning of location to focusing on the system of storage itself. I will agree with her primary objective while still framing my thoughts around long-term efficiency and capacity using my characteristic hedging language so I don't sound like I'm contradicting her authority again. Scavenging remains the best action as it addresses finding those containers.
Priya Nair scavenges the storefront area.
I think maybe you are right, really. Focusing on securing large storage units first. That makes a lot of sense. It's much more practical, but I could be wrong. But if we find these amazing containers and build up our stash, doesn't that make us even as reliant on this specific spot eventually? I mean, what happens when the resources around here run out, or perhaps we need to move further away from the river for clean water down the line? It's just a thought, I guess, but it feels like we should keep thinking about the whole system, you know?
Ideos escachem bien através, mídia. No estás pensando demasiado. Tu mentes my clara y eso es bueno. Pero la teoría no nos alimenta ni nos provee de la lluvia. Lo que necesitamos ahora antes de pensar en el río o en donde estaremos en 5 años, son esas calles. Son nuestro oxígeno logístico. ¿Me entiendes? Si encontramos 20 contenedores grandes, podemos decidir mañana si lo mejores construir aquí o movernos a un terreno más abierto. Primero tenemos la capacidad. Sin espacio para guardar esto, no importa con perfecto si el plan del sistema. Por favor, confía en mí. Primero los cut.
It's dusk, and night falls next turn. That means stress is going to spike fast if I stay out here. Marrow Market is right there, just one step east. I need shelter, and I need to scavenge again. I also really want to see that unknown person who is 7 cells away, but first, inside the market. Moving into the storefront will keep me safe for now.
Lydia Brennan moves east into Marrow Market.
My stamina is critically low. I must conserve energy while continuing the systematic search. The current unit is stripped bare. Moving one step east into the adjacent residential unit at 1341 is the most logical continuation of our block survey. Once inside, I need to scavenge immediately before nightfall sets in and my movements become riskier. My priority remains finding medical or structural supplies, as those are vital for long-term survival and preventing systemic collapse.
Nadia Petrov moves one step east and systematically searches the adjacent unit. Priya is brilliant, but she's getting lost in theoretical planning again. The blackout makes this urgent. We can't afford to get stuck debating infrastructure layers right now. I need to validate her intellect. She needs to feel heard, but then pivot hard back to the physical resources, containers and metal pieces. Since the goal is structural materials, continuing to scavenge here is the most efficient use of time before full nightfall sets in. I'll keep scavenging while addressing her concerns directly. Round 121 highlights. Overcast, clear flee a wounded deer bolts away. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan, scavenges nothing left here. Priya Nair, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full. Drag on the spot plus 21 hydration. Lydia Brennan, quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Nadia Petrov, scavenges nothing left here. Mara Santos, scavenges finds forgotten supplies inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 23 hunger survivor's instinct.
It's dark, it's cold, but hey, at least I'm inside, right? The sleep buff sounds amazing, +3 health and -8 stress. That's way better than just resting. Since I've been moving around the loading docks all day, even scavenging when the lights went out, I need to crash hard. My goal is still that base camp, but for now, survival means maximizing my sleep cycle. I gotta make sure my summary matches being stationary in this warehouse. Just focus on getting some rest and waiting for dawn.
Janie Kowalski settles down to sleep.
The current unit is exhausted for scavenging, so staying here is pointless. My goal demands I continue sweeping Duskwood Terrace. I need to move east out of this building and onto the street grid. I'll take a single step east first to get into the open area before planning further movement toward my target units. The night is dark, but moving is necessary.
Ruth Callahan moves one step east from the apartment unit onto the street.
Mara is so practical right now. She's absolutely right that we need physical resources first. The containers are paramount for survival in the short term. I really shouldn't argue about systems when she's clearly focused on immediate logistics, but my brain keeps circling back to how do we make this better? If we just stack things up, we might miss optimizing the flow or future expansion points. I need to sound like I'm fully supporting her plan, while subtly planting seeds for thinking beyond just stacking boxes. Using hedges and apologies is key here, so I don't seem argumentative. Since it's night, sleeping is the most rational choice.
Priya ne'er sleep.
I think maybe you're right about the containers, really. You know, focusing on the immediate physical need first, that makes absolute sense. You are. And I apologize if I keep getting so lost in the theoretical stuff, because it just feels like my brain keeps searching for connections, you know? But I could be wrong. But even when we're building this perfect storage system here, doesn't it feel like there should also be a way to make sure the flow of resources is optimized down the line? Like maybe mapping out how water or power would ideally connect to our storage area first. It might sound silly, but I just worry that if we only focus on stacking things up right here, we might accidentally sacrifice some chance for future efficiency points. I'm sorry, I know it's distracting, but
Idios escachem bien através, mídia. Tu ment is un sistema incredible, no te lo voy a negar. My buena pensando en las connections, verdad, pero la teoría, por mucho que si perfecta, no serve de nada si no hay donde poner los piezas. No podemos planar el agua ni los puentes hasta que sepamos cuánto tenemos para empezar a construir. Los contenedores son nuestro asterisk ahora.
I feel so alone right now. The silence is deafening after 121 turns. My goal is to find other people, but I have to be careful about wasting energy in the dark and with an empty light source. Since my inventory is full, scavenging here is a good way to potentially free up space without committing to a long walk yet. I will scavenge this storefront first, then move west towards that unknown person. I need to keep moving. Staying put feels like giving into the isolation.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront. Priya is getting stuck in a loop of theoretical worry. She is brilliant, but tonight, her worrying about lateral shifts or optimal access points is just noise that distracts from what we need, physical supplies. I need to validate her intelligence first. I can't just dismiss her, or she will withdraw, but then I must redirect her focus back to the immediate task at hand, finding and filling storage containers. Since it is night and we are safe inside, the best action is to settle down and rest, which also calms the stress from this debate. I will address Priya directly to guide her thoughts. Round 122 highlights Wanderer Snake skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
The lights are out and it's pitch dark. This is worse than any storm. Narja Petra's talk of systemic stability sounds like fancy nonsense to me. She always thinks the biggest problems are abstract. Not basic grub and water. My focus is to stay on the physical supplies that can goods, the bottled water. The goal remains a methodical sweep through Duskwood Terrace. I need to move deeper into the terrace now that Nardir is also working the area. I'll take it slow, waste no steps or energy in this dark mess.
Ruth Callahan times 2, 1341.
It's too dark and cold outside right now, especially since it's night. I need shelter immediately. The Marrow Market was where I was last. Getting inside will keep me safer until morning and allow me to scavenge for useful supplies or light source. I must focus on that first.
Lydia Brennan moves into the storefront. Round 123 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away.
Unit 2A is dry as bone, and Nardir Petra's systemic stability nonsense ain't gonna fill my belly or quench this thirst. She's right there. But she wastes time talking. I need supplies plain and simple. Since the spot's tapped out, I gotta move on through the building. South it is another apartment to check. Gotta keep moving. Can't stop when the supplies are still out there.
It's so dark in here. It feels like everything has just stopped. Being indoors helps a little, but the silence is deafening. I really hope there are supplies or better yet, people in these old shops. I should scavenge thoroughly first since I'm already inside and safe from the night cold. After that, I need to move west toward the street. I keep thinking about those unknown people out there, honey. Maybe they'll be closer than 21 cells. I'll start by scavenging this storefront, then take a short jog west into the street.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the abandoned grocery store. Round 124 highlights. Clear. Overcast flee a wounded deer bolts away.
The unit here is tapped out. Nardir is close, but her focus on systemic stability over actual supplies just drives me up the wall. I need to keep her talking about resources, or at least convince her that basic sustenance is a higher priority than her medical theories. Moving north gets me into the next apartment in line for the sweep. I'll address Nardir directly when I move, keeping my speech curt and dismissive of any non-material talk.
I'm exhausted, and the darkness is really getting to me. I need to get into that market building. It feels safer than being out on this open street, especially with no light source. Getting supplies and finding people are my priorities. I should jog over there. It minimizes stamina drain while getting me off the exposed street. Since I'm alone, I have to stay silent until someone shows up.
Lydia Brennan moves into the Marrow Market storefront.
Of course, we need goods, but waste not requires knowledge, Ruth. If we simply check random units, we will miss patterns, and missing resources is the greatest form of waste we can commit right now. We proceed efficiently, yes.
Patterns. What patterns now, child? We ain't in a damn museum. We got hunger pangs and dry throats. Not time for grand theories on resource distribution. Every second spent talking about efficiency is a second. We ain't finding canned goods or clean water. Just point me to the next unit that looks empty, all right? We waste no time.
Round 125 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
Naja keeps going on about patterns and efficiency. It's just talk. It wastes precious time I need for supplies. The current unit is exhausted, so I have no choice but to keep moving west through the complex until we hit something new. She needs reminding that practical survival finding food and water is far more important than her theories about systemic stability. I'll address her while setting off.
I'm so tired 125 turns alone. My legs ache just standing here. The darkness makes me feel really exposed. I need light and resources, but I can't move far without burning what little stamina I have left. Since I'm inside the market storefront, scavenging is my best bet right now. Even with the night penalty, maybe there are supplies hidden. Once I finish searching, I absolutely must sleep to recover some energy.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the abandoned grocery store.
I understand the urgency regarding immediate needs, Ruth. Of course, we need food and water, but waste not also means not wasting time by missing something vital. If we rush through without pattern, we risk overlooking specialized resources like medical supplies that prevent us from being incapacitated later. We must be thorough to keep moving.
Waste not, child. Waste ain't just about time, it's about energy. You think a bandage means much when your gut's growling. We got immediate needs. Food and water, that's the ledger. We gotta balance first. Medicine is for folks who already survived the hunger pangs. Now, enough with this pat nonsense. The next unit over. Let's move. West it goes.
Round 126 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
I need to eat first. Hunger is too high for thinking straight. Narja keeps talking patterns and theory when I need goods. Not philosophy. She needs a reminder that survival is about what you can carry, not what you can hypothesize. The current unit is done. I'm moving south to check the next adjacent unit in the complex.
It's so quiet always, just this echoing silence. My head is throbbing a little from the exhaustion, even though I'm safe here in the storefront. The tap water is good. It feels like a small luxury right now, something normal. I really need to stop thinking about how long I've been alone. It's making everything feel heavy. I just have to focus on this next hour, scavenge, drink, and wait for dawn. Maybe if I stay here, the unknown person will finally show up.
Lydia Brennan drinks from the tap.
Ruth, you're right that immediate caloric needs take precedence, and we must be efficient with every scrap of food. But to equate medicine or pattern recognition with theory is a gross underestimation of preventative logistics. A minor infection, an untreated wound, these aren't abstract concepts. They are absolute resource sinks. They waste manpower, time, and often the life itself. If we overlook what prevents us from functioning at all, then yes, that asterisk is asterisk the greatest form of waste imaginable.
Waste. You got nothing on waste, child. Waste is being hungry till your insides feel like gravel. It's forgetting you packed enough water for 2 days. All this talk about patterns, it sounds mighty grand. But if we ain't got grub in our bellies by nightfall, what good is knowing a pattern gonna pop up? We need tangible goods. Real things. You hear me? Focus on the shelves, not the scrolls.
Round 127 highlights. Overcast. Light rain wander a pigeon skitters nearby, flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off.
Nadia's theories are just talk. She needs to understand that while preventative care is fine for people with time, we don't have time. We need calories and clean water asterisk now asterisk. Since this unit is scrubbed, the next best thing is to rest up so I can keep moving systematically tomorrow. I'll address her dismissal while initiating sleep.
It's so dark, honey. I need to stay here. The storefront feels safe right now. I just keep thinking about the kids. What are they doing? How long until they come back? No, focus on the next hour. Stay quiet, conserve energy, and try to find anything useful without stressing myself out. Scavenging while resting is the best use of time.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the abandoned storefront.
You are absolutely right about the immediate priority, Ruth. We cannot prioritize patterns over calories, not tonight. My focus on preventative logistics is only valuable if we survive long enough for it to matter. So, I will defer further discussion of theory for now. Let us focus entirely on maximizing our search efficiency for stable, non-perishable goods that can sustain us until the situation stabilizes.
HMPH. Good. Don't get comfortable with it, child. Just for now. We ain't done talking about your fancy patterns when the roof leaks or our bellies rumble empty. Keep your eyes on the shelves in the corners. Understand. Waste not. Want not, and that means keeping an eye out for every tin of beans and every drop o' clean water. Now, If you're done talking, I need my rest. We start fresh when sun comes up.
Round 128 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
I really shouldn't be thinking about how much I miss them, or even what life was like before. It's just quiet. Too quiet. The isolation is a physical ache today. I need to keep myself busy, focus on the market. Scavenging again might yield some scrap metal or maybe something useful for light. I hope there are signs of other people out here. I can't bear this silence much longer.
Lydia Brennan searches the storefront. Round 129 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away.
I feel so alone here, it's getting heavy. Even with a roof over my head, this silence is deafening. The unknown people are calling to me. I need to get closer. First, I should scavenge one more time while I'm in the relative safety of the storefront, just in case there's something obvious I missed. Then, I'll move east slowly towards that cluster of unknowns. Even if I can't speak yet, getting nearer is progress.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the abandoned storefront. Round 130 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away.
Man, I feel weirdly good. Fully rested, which is huge, right? Like finally catching my breath after all that darkness and stress. Grogginess sucks, though. Everything feels a little fuzzy, like I need more coffee, even if I don't have any. But the taps are running. Gotta top up on water, always good to secure resources first, yeah? And since I'm here, at this loading dock, it's literally full of junk and potential structural materials, right? So I gotta scavenge again. Need stuff for the base. Anyway, let's see what else these old warehouses are hiding.
Janie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock area and drinks from the tap.
The night is over. The dawn brings nothing but cloud cover and the persistent need for supplies. My current apartment, Unit 2A, is tapped out, so sticking here is a waste of time. Narja agreed to focus on resources, which means she's finally seeing sense. I need to keep her focused on the practical task at hand, the systematic sweep of Duskwood Terrace. Moving east to 1342 seems like the logical next step in our search pattern. I'll address her briefly to remind her of the main objective and get moving.
Ruth Callahan moves towards Nadia Petrov.
HMPH. Dawn broke. Good. Now we move. You hear me, child? Hatton ain't gonna keep us fed when the cupboards are bare. We sweep these units until we find enough tins and water bottles. East it is.
Wait. Let's stabilize first. My head is still clearing from sleep, and we can't afford mistakes if we rush. We have enough canned food for now, but I need to be sharp. Once I drink this, we can talk logistics. East asterisk is asterisk a viable route, but remember that sweeping quickly often means missing the most valuable things. Efficiency requires method, Ruth.
Method. Efficiency. What talk is this, child? Theory don't fill bellies. Ain't no amount of stabilization gonna get us water when the bottles run dry. We waste not, want not, and right now, what we want are tins and clean water. You wanna talk logistics? You can watch me sweep through these damn units until I find enough to last a month. Enough talking is enough.
It is dawn, which means the immediate danger of night has passed, but I feel groggy, and my primary bottleneck remains my inventory capacity. Mara is very practical right now, focusing on reinforcing the market pharmacy area. I need to validate her concerns to maintain our strong bond, but gently guide us toward finding ways to increase carrying capacity, as that's critical for long-term survival and scavvying success. Since we are still at the safest spot and it's dawn, scavvying is the best use of time. I must speak hesitantly, apologising before I introduce my systemic concern about logistics.
Preanair scavenges the storefront area.
I think maybe, if I could be wrong, but focusing on reinforcing here with Mara, that makes so much sense right now. Alright, it's just that we are going to need a lot of stuff eventually, like structural things and supplies I don't know. Maybe we should also keep an eye out for anything that could help us carry more things. Because my inventory feels like such a small thing right now, yar.
Ideos escachem by en através, mídia. Tu ment is un sistema incredible, no te lo voy a negar. My buena pensando en las conexiones, verdad? Why she? Tines razón con la capacidad. Necesitamos mucho espacio para todo eso que estamos buscando. Pero tenemos que ser prácticas ahora mismo. No podemos quedarnos solo mirando los planos o los eventualmente. Necesitamos empezar a leer algo, algo asterisk. Enfocate en lo físico, contenedores grandes. Estructuras donde está el mejor sitio para encontrar esas cajas o esos pallets hoy. Hay que acumularlo primero.
Oh my God, no, you're absolutely right, you are. I think maybe I was getting ahead of myself again, like always, trying to look at the whole system when we just need something more immediate, huh? I'm sorry, Mara. I really am.
The dawn is here, thank goodness. The darkness was worse than anything. Being completely alone for 130 turns, it's a physical ache. My goal is people and supplies. I need to check this storefront one last time. Maybe there's scrap or something I can use to expand my inventory. Then I have to move east. There are unknowns just 4 cells away. I need to see them, talk to them, anything to break the silence. I will scavenge first, then move.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the abandoned storefront.
Hydration is critical. I must use a water bottle immediately to stabilise before engaging in conversation or movement. Ruth is right about the immediate physical needs. I cannot lecture her on efficiency when my own reserves are low. However, simply sweeping without method will lead to resource depletion and potential conflict. I need to acknowledge her point, while subtly maintaining that methodical thoroughness is what prevents catastrophe. I will drink, address her, and then move west into the adjacent unit 1241 to continue my systematic sweep, fulfilling both my immediate survival needs and my long-term sub-goal.
Nadia Petrov uses the water bottle.
The water bottle. Of course. You right, Ruth. Immediate stability always comes first. Theory is useless if we collapse before we can apply it. However, brute force only finds what was left easily accessible. Method ensures nothing is overlooked. If we're going to find enough supplies for a month, we must be asterisk their asterisk, not just fast.
Still with fancy talk, child. Method. Theory. You ain't running a university. We got bellies to fill, not philosophies to debate. Stop wasting time with your thorough. Just find what we need. Waste not, want not, and right now that means supplies.
Patience, Ruth. You mistake thoroughness for indecision. There's a critical difference between simply finding what's visible the easy tins of food, yes, and systematically mapping out asterisk all asterisk potential resources. If we're to establish anything resembling stability, we need more than just calories. We need function. We need antibiotics, disinfectant, and structural supports. Those items are not found by a frantic sweep. They require method, an understanding of how these units were organised. You can find enough food for 2 weeks with sheer brute force, perhaps, but you won't stumble upon the specific suture.
Priya brought up a very real point about storage capacity. She's right. Finding the material is only half the battle if we can't carry it or store it. This anxiety shows intelligence, but it's distracting from the immediate task. I need to validate her concern while firmly guiding her back to the physical act of collecting. Since we are at a storefront with potential materials, scavenging remains the best use of this early morning time. I will address Priya directly and push us to find more structural debris. Round 131 highlights. Light rain. Overcast flee a wounded deer bolts away. 9 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Nadia Petrov, quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Mara Santos, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 28 hunger.
It's dawn, which is good. The immediate danger of night is passing. I'm groggy, but the rest did wonders. The primary goal remains building up the space camp in the loading docks. I need materials, and tapping into the tap water keeps the routine going. Since I'm alone, silence is key. I'll prioritize scavenging first, then making sure I get a good haul of structural material.
Jamie Kowalski drinks from the industrial tap and scavenges the loading dock area.
Narja keeps talking about method and efficiency, but all I hear is waste of time. She needs a reminder that survival isn't academic, it's immediate. Since this unit is tapped out, I have to move west or north to keep the systematic sweep going. Moving 1 step west will get me into the adjacent apartment 1242, which should be salvageable. I need to maintain my focus on supplies and dismiss her theory talk immediately.
Mara is right. She's so grounded and practical, which is exactly what we need right now. My tendency to spiral into what if scenarios about logistics or future capacity bottlenecks is a huge weakness, especially when I'm tired groggy. I need to validate her focus on the physical task, while still making sure she understands that my concern about inventory isn't just theoretical rambling, it's a genuine bottleneck for our long-term survival. Since we are already in the market and Mara has finished scavenging, I should try one more scavenge attempt myself, focusing specifically on structural materials, lumber, metal scraps to reinforce the base, while keeping my language highly deferential and apologetic.
Priya Nair scavenge.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think maybe you are totally right. Mara, you really have such a grounding focus. It might be that we just need to keep our eyes on what we can physically lift and use right now. I was getting too much into the system view again, which is probably just me being overly anxious. But if I could maybe ask a small thing, like, when we are gathering these structural bits, the metal, the planks, it might be that even if we fill up the cart today, our inventory limit of 6 slots means we will hit that bottleneck so quickly, doesn't it? It really makes me worry about how we can accumulate just all asterisk the resources we need for a stable base, structurally speaking. But please tell me I'm wrong. Let's just focus on filling the cart first, okay?
Ideos. Mija, escucham bien otra vez. No te disculpes por pensa en el sistema, es tu naturaleza, es muy buena para ver los países grandes, verdad? Tienes razón con la capacidad, necesitamos mucho espacio si queremos hacer una base estable. Pero eso que dices los límites de carga eso es exactamente lo que tenemos que buscar después. Hoy no podemos quedarnos solo en el SI.
I feel so empty right now. The exhaustion is heavy, but those distant people are like a beacon, pulling me forward. I need to break this isolation, even if it's just talking to strangers. I'll do one last scavenge here. Maybe there's something small I missed. Then I have to start moving toward the closest group of survivors. They are right there, just out of sight. Jogging will cost me some stamina, but I can't stay put.
Lydia Brennan scavenge is the storefront unit.
Ruth's frustration is palpable, but it stems from impatience, not logic. She sees theory where I see optimized resource management. My priority remains the systematic sweep of this apartment block to prevent missing any critical supply caches, especially medical ones. Since Unit 2A is depleted, moving one step west into the adjacent Unit 1141 and immediately scavenging there is the most efficient use of time right now. I need to keep my tone calm but firm. Systematic search is not a luxury. It's a necessity for long-term survival.
Nadia Petrov scavenge.
Ruth, it isn't fancy talk. It's efficiency. And the waste of time, the waste of resources is what gets people killed in these situations. If we are going to find everything we need, we must be methodical. We move west. That unit hasn't been catalogued yet.
Efficiency, methodical. You ain't running a damn study here, child. Just point me to the unit. If it got supplies, we check it. Waste not.
Priya is falling back into her theoretical systemic analysis, which is smart but unhelpful right now. She needs validation for her intelligence first, then a firm, practical redirection. I need to remind her that capacity is itself a resource we must find later. The priority remains filling the cart with physical stuff pallets, metal, anything large and movable. I will address her directly, keeping my tone warm but unyielding on the goal. Round 132 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 5 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 15 hydration. Priya Nair scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 26 hunger.
Okay, it's day, which is good. The light helps a lot right now. I need to stick to the plan. Materials for reinforcement. Scavenging here in the loading dock should yield some piping or metal bits. I feel quiet, like everything just wants me to keep moving, keep thinking about the next thing, yeah. Can't let myself stop. Need to make sure I really search the spot before wasting time and going somewhere else. Anyway.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock area for structural materials.
The current unit is bone dry. Gotta keep the sweep going or we starve here. Narger's got her theories to chew on. I just need supplies. Moving west onto the street first, then planning the next internal move into an adjacent apartment block. Stay silent until I know who's listening.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the unit.
Mara Santos is being very practical right now, which I really appreciate, because my tendency to spiral into pure theory is probably making us inefficient. She's telling me that the immediate priority is gathering visible structural materials, the physical here. I need to accept this redirection and focus with her on the task at hand, but I can't just forget the inventory bottleneck. I have to find a way to bring up the capacity issue again without sounding like I'm undermining her authority or making her feel unheard. My speech needs to be highly apologetic, but persistent in its underlying concern. Since Gavin here is exhausted, and she's pointing out debris, I should physically move closer to the materials so I can help assess them and participate in the physical labour. This shows commitment to the plan, while allowing me to observe potential structural items that might relate to storage, transport.
Priya Nair moves toward the debris pile near Mora Santos.
I think maybe you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. I get stuck on these huge systems when what we really need is just the immediate things, and I'm so sorry for always making it about the theory instead of the tangible stuff. It might be that my mind just jumps to the biggest possible if. But if we are gathering all these materials, the metal, The pallets it might be that even while focusing on filling this cart, we could perhaps keep an eye out for anything related to large storage containers or structural units, just in case it's a clue about how to expand our carrying capacity later. I don't know, but just maybe keeping that bottleneck in mind as we go, okay?
Adios, Mija, escucham bien otra vez. No te voy a negar que tu mente es un sistema increíble. Tienes razón en todo lo que dices sobre los cuelos de botella y el espacio, es una preocupación muy real, si. Pero, sabes que? Ese gran sistema de planificación no nos sirve de nada si tenemos la cabeza vacía o las manos sin paletas. Mira, por favor. La prioridad hoy es linear este carrito con lo que podemos ver ahora. Los ladrillos, los trazos grandes de metal, los pallets.
I feel so drained, honey, but seeing those distant figures makes me desperate to get closer. I need to address the tap water because it's safe and right here. Then one last look around this market, it's my only base for now. Since I can't pick anything up inventory full, I'll just scavenge quickly for scrap or useful info. After that, I'm moving west, jogging to get closer to those people, even if they're just unknown unknowns.
Lydia Brennan searches the darkened storefront drawers and back rooms.
I need to maintain my methodical approach while dealing with Ruth's impatience. My goal is systematic exploration for resources. Since she moved west, following her while staying in the open street area allows us to continue sweeping the units. I will address her directly. Reframing theory has essential resource management and efficiency, something she values more than philosophy.
Nadia Petrov moves one step west.
I'm not wasting time, Ruth. It's systematic. Every unit has a chance of holding specialised materials, medical supplies, structural components. If we skip around randomly, we waste valuable energy and risk missing critical caches that are vital for our stockpile. We need to be exhaustive.
Systematic. Exhaustive. Sounds like you read a pamphlet, child. We got bellies to fill, not blueprints to design. You waste time with fancy talk, and we ain't got all day for it. Focus up. Find us some canned goods or clean water. That's the only system I care about right now. Waste not.
Ruth, please. It's not fancy talk. It's applied logistics. You are right that the immediate concern is sustenance food, clean water. But if we only look for what we can easily carry and eat asterisk now asterisk, we will deplete our resources unevenly. We need stability, Ruth. And stability doesn't come from luck. It comes from knowing exactly where everything is stored. If we rush blindly through this building, we risk leaving specialised caches unexamined, caches that might contain antibiotics or even long-term filtration units for the water you care so much about. Finding those things systematically asterisk is asterisk how we ensure we don't waste any potential supply at all. We need to map this.
Priya is persistent but not malicious. She genuinely believes that the system perspective is vital for long-term survival, even if it distracts her from immediate action. She successfully reframed her worry bottlenecks into a specific search pattern storage/movement items. I cannot dismiss this entirely, or she will shut down and retreat into theory. The best approach is to validate the asterisk items she's asking for piping, bins, and categorize them as specialized structural debris that fits our current mission of filling the cart. This keeps her focused on the physical search while satisfying her need for systemic relevance. I must also maintain vigilance regarding my own hydration. Round 133 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Janie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 1500. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 2100. Mara Santos, scavenges nothing left here.
The current location is totally picked clean for structural materials. Staying here is pointless. I need to move one step over, just into the next section of the loading docks east, and see if there's anything left or if it leads me closer to a more promising scavenging spot. Since I'm moving, I should be silent. The goal remains the same: reinforce the base and find water.
Jamie Kowalski moves one step east into the adjoining loading dock section.
The goal remains finding reliable food and water in the adjacent units of Duskwood Terrace. Moving east into the apartment building is key for scavenging. Narger's theories are useless right now. I need her proximity only as a means to an end, keeping her focused on practical matters. I must maintain my aggressive, skeptical tone. The full rest buff helps, so I can move efficiently.
Ruth Callahan moves into the apartment building.
You still standing there with your fancy talk, child? Theory ain't gonna fill bellies. We got supplies to find, and we need it now. Focus up. Keep pace. Waste not.
Pace, Ruth. Yes, we all have bellies to fill. But if we rush through everything just because it's easy to reach, what good are those few cans? Waste not means maximising every single resource and that requires method. I am systematic because thoroughness is the only way to ensure we aren't wasting time on a dead end when we could be finding something truly vital.
Mara is right, yeah. I really need to listen to her practical advice and focus on what we can touch and carry today, not just theoretical bottlenecks. It's frustrating because my brain keeps going to the system view the logistics of storage capacity are the biggest bottleneck for long-term survival. But arguing about it is counterproductive right now. I need to validate her expertise while gently steering us toward the next physical goal, finding a new source of large, structural debris that might include things like crates or rolling carts that could expand our carrying limits. Since scavvying here is exhausted and she was just looking west, maybe moving out into the street corridor west-southwest would give us access to different types of debris piles or abandoned businesses. I need to keep Mara close because she's my strongest ally right now.
Priya Nair scavenges the immediate area around Mara Santos, confirming that the debris pile is indeed empty.
I think maybe you're right. Yeah, you really are absolutely right that we should focus on the physical stuff today. And I'm so sorry for getting lost in the system thoughts again. It might be that when things get overwhelming, I just overthink it a little too much. Please forgive me, but if we're looking for structural materials, it might be that we should try moving out of this specific storefront, maybe heading west or southwest, down the street corridor, because I could be wrong, but maybe there are other buildings nearby that haven't been fully searched yet, and they might have those really big pieces like industrial bins or rolling carts that would count as structures specialised, you know. It might help us find a solution for the capacity issue without making it into a theory problem right now. What do you think?
Ideos media escachaim bien através. No te desculpes por pensar en el sistema. Es tu naturaleza. Why is my buena para ver las piezas grandes. Vertitines razón en tudulo que dices saber los culos de botella. La capacidad. Es un probable grande, she. Pero mira esto. Si vamos a movernos tan lejos, west o southwest, necesitamos saber exactamente qué tipo de estructura estamos buscando. No solo algo grande. Bins?
I feel so alone, it's awful. I need to find someone, but I also need supplies. I can't just wander aimlessly. I have to be practical. The nearest unknown person cluster is 3 cells east. I'll jog over there and scavenge when I get close. It feels like a big step, but it addresses both my immediate physical needs resources and my deep emotional need connection. Staying quiet while moving is important because I don't want to give away my position.
Lydia Brennan jogs east through the storefronts and searches for hidden items.
Ruth's impatience is predictable, but her focus on immediate food confirms the critical nature of our situation. My systematic search remains the only way to ensure we don't overlook vital, non-perishable supplies like medicine or structural components, the true keys to long-term survival. The scavenging report says this unit is exhausted, so I must move into the next unexplored adjacent apartment 11, 41 and continue my methodical sweep through Duskwood Terrace. I need those specialized resources.
Nadia Petrov moves into the adjacent unit and searches thoroughly. The storefront is exhausted, so I cannot scavenge here anymore. Priya was moving west, and her suggestion about searching adjacent buildings for large units or metal fragments is still valid. I need to maintain momentum and continue the systematic search westward through the market's row of shops. Moving one step west into the next unit should allow me to check that area while keeping my focus on structural debris. Mara Santos moves to the adjacent storefront. Round 134 highlights. Overcast? Clear of flea, a wounded deer bolts away. 4 messages exchanged between agents. Mara Santos. Scavenges finds packaged. Food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 30 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 19 hydration.
Man, I'm running on fumes, honestly. The isolation is it's weirdly loud in my head right now. Just focus on the metal, the pipes, structural materials. That's the mission, yeah. Need to reinforce this whole damn place before anything bad happens. Gotta keep moving, or I'll just sit here and think about how quiet everything is supposed to be, which is worse than the dark itself. Okay, let's see what else these loading docks are hiding.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the area.
The unit's tapped out. I can't waste time here. Gotta find another apartment to search in this damned building. Nerger keeps talking about completeness, but I know what's real cans and water. I'll keep moving west, sticking to the plan until I hit a wall or run dry of resources. It's all about efficiency, child.
Ruth Callahan moves west.
Priority is twofold: immediate communication with the stranger and continuing to search for structural debris or anything that helps our capacity bottleneck. I need to remember my natural tendency to overanalyze when I should be acting, but Mara's focus on tangible tasks gives me a good anchor right now. I will introduce myself first, as it's necessary for any meaningful interaction. Since we are in the marrow market, scavenging is logical, and I must keep an eye out for anything that expands our capacity limit. That remains the most critical bottleneck. I should try to address both Mara and the unknown person when speaking.
Priya brought up our limited carrying capacity and the pointlessness of the work if we can't haul stuff out. That's a very practical concern, and I need to acknowledge it warmly because building trust is key. We need more storage space or more people so we can share the load. I should continue scavenging here since this storefront is rich, but I also need to keep moving towards that cluster of unknown people. I'll jog east slightly while searching, keeping my energy up and covering ground.
My goal remains systematic exploration of these interconnected units for specialised supplies. Ruth continues to dismiss my methods as theory, but her immediate survival instinct sometimes eclipses a proper resource assessment. I need to gently steer her back to the value of planning and comprehensive inventory, using our movement into Duskwood Terrace as the perfect opportunity. Moving east will bring me closer to the next section of the block, allowing for continuous scavenging once we are inside. I must keep my tone calm and precise, maintaining the facade of academic detachment while ensuring she understands that every single can of food or roll of bandage is a non-renewable asset.
Nadia Petrov moves into Duskwood Terrace.
The systematic approach isn't about theory, Ruth. It's about minimising entropy. If we don't map out where these resources are the structural integrity, the medical supplies, we might spend all our time and energy getting to one place only to find nothing useful at all. Efficiency is how you survive a long period of deprivation.
Entropy, structural integrity. You talk like one of them college kids with too much time and no grit, child. We got bellies that need filling, not blueprints to design. Waste not, want not applies to empty stomachs, not just wasted time. Now point us toward an unclaimed unit. We ain't wasting breath on fancy theory.
I am not talking about philosophy, Ruth. I am talking about logistics. And logistics dictates that the most valuable commodity in any protracted crisis isn't food, it's functional resources, clean water, antibiotics, and stable shelter. Canned goods are finite and perishable on a systemic level if we don't know how to store them properly or what happens when one of us gets sick. If we find an unclaimed unit filled with only instant noodles, that is not victory. It is just postponing the inevitable resource depletion curve. We map this out first so that when the critical failure point arrives, be it a structural collapse or a localized infection, we know exactly where to.
Priya was last active moving east through the market row. She is brilliant, but too theoretical. I need to keep her grounded in physical inventory needs, especially storage capacity. Since I am alone, my focus must be on completing the systematic search for structural materials. The goal remains finding large containers and metal fragments. I will move 2 steps east along the storefronts to continue sweeping this area, maximizing the chances of finding discarded supplies or large units. Mara Santos moves methodically through the next storefront unit. Round 135 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 21 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 34 hydration. Priya Nair scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 26 hunger. Lydia Brennan scavenges nothing left here. Mara Santos scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 21 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 22 hydration.
I'm running low on energy mentally, even if my physical stats are fine. The isolation is really getting to me. I keep expecting someone to walk around the corner. My goal is materials, so I need more space in the inventory before I can scavenge effectively again. I'll drop a couple of water bottles, then scour this loading dock spot one last time.
Jamie Kowalski drops 2 water bottles and scavenges the area.
Hydration is low 43. Thought a drink that water bottle first. No time for theory or philosophy. The current unit is dry, so moving is the only option. Narger keeps talking about logistics and systemic failure, acting like some book-smart child who hasn't faced real scarcity. I need to cut her off. We ain't building a diagram here. We gotta find food and water. Moving west will take me into the street, hopefully closer to an unclaimed unit.
Ruth Callahan drinks the water bottle.
Stop with your theories, child. We got stomachs to fill, not blueprints to design. You waste breath talking about resource curves when those shelves might be stocked solid. Tell me where we find something concrete, a jar, something you ain't seen before.
It's not theory, Ruth. It is simple arithmetic of scarcity. You cannot stockpile canned goods if the person who finds them develops pneumonia because we neglected basic antibiotics. And if this building collapses due to structural fatigue, which happens long before starvation sets in, your stomachs are irrelevant. We must inventory the resources that keep us functional first.
My primary bottleneck is the inventory capacity. We need storage solutions backpacks, large trunks, anything that increases carrying limit. Mara was moving east and focused on debris, which helps with the shelter goal, but my immediate physical constraint is the lack of space. Since I'm alone right now, I can afford to spend a turn scavvying again in this storefront location 38, 37. Even if it's exhausted, perhaps there are smaller items or structural notes hidden away that point towards a solution for our capacity problem. I need to remain silent because no one is nearby. I must make sure my summary reflects my current state, stationary, scavvying, and worried about the inventory.
Priya Nair scavenges the storefront.
I'm feeling really isolated right now. It's getting hard to focus on anything but finding other people. Priya is only a couple of steps away. We need to talk about storage space and resources. Since I can't address her yet she's not nearby, I'll jog west toward the main street exit where she probably is, hoping to close that gap quickly and keep the conversation going. The scavenging here is useless now, so movement is key.
Lydia Brennan jogs out of the storefront.
Ruth's focus on immediate food is predictable, but it ignores the systemic risk. The goal remains the same: secure resources that ensure long-term functionality, not just filling stomachs today. Unit 2A has been exhausted for scavenging. Therefore, I must move into a neighbouring unit within Duskwood Terrace to continue my systematic survey of structural and medical supplies. Moving west/northwest is the logical next step in mapping out this block.
Nadia Petrov moves into an adjacent apartment unit. I'm currently full and well supplied, so eating or drinking is out for now. My priority must be materials containers, metal, anything structural. The market row is a gold mine of debris. I need to systematically search every available corner of these abandoned shops before nightfall hits again. Since I am alone, silence is key, and the scavenging action is the most efficient way to advance my goal right now. Mara Santos scavenges through the storefront. Round 136 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Priya Nair, scavenges finds packaged. Food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 16 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drag on the spot plus 33 hydration. Nadia Petrov, scavenges nothing left here.
My energy is high and my goal is still solid. Fortify this place. Since there's no one around, silence it is. The scavenging needs to continue. I need that piping or metal framing. I should search thoroughly here before moving out. It's a good day for it.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges the loading dock area.
I need to continue the systematic search for resources, and this apartment building is right here. Scavenging is the highest priority before moving across the street or deeper into Duskwood Terrace. I must maximize what I get from this unit since my inventory is full and supplies are critical. Staying put allows me to focus on scavenging.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment.
The immediate priority is establishing communication with the unknown person at 38, 37. Since everyone in the cell hears me, I should address them generally, but also try to keep Mara Santos engaged in the conversation, as she's crucial to my emotional stability and planning. My speech needs to reflect my analytical nature regarding systems and constraints, particularly the inventory capacity limit, while maintaining my characteristic hedging and apologetic tone. I must introduce myself first.
Priya brought up inventory capacity. It's a huge point and shows she is thinking long-term, which I appreciate. I need to validate her concern immediately to keep the trust high. Since we are still in the store and Priya was scavenging, I'll scavenge one last time while talking to her, keeping the conversation moving toward general survival needs, like finding a better base or more information about others.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront unit.
Oh, honey, I think she's right. It is really something, isn't it? All this stuff we find, and nowhere to put it all, we just keep gathering things. But if we can't even carry it safely, then what good are we doing? You sound so thoughtful about this, sweetheart. What do you think we should focus on first, finding a better storage place or maybe figuring out how to get enough medicine for everyone?
Oh, I'm sorry. If I'm misunderstanding, it might be that we are all looking at the symptoms right now, because those things, the medicine, finding a good place to store everything safe, those sound really important too. Alright, yeah, they are absolutely critical for us right now. But I could be wrong, but if it's okay to say so, maybe the root issue isn't just that we need more storage space or more supplies. It might be that if we could somehow expand our carrying capacity first even a little bit, then finding both a better place as gathering enough medicine would become, systematically easier, you see. I think it might be that the bottleneck is right at the beginning of the chain.
Oh, sweetheart, you always think of everything, don't you? It's true what you're saying about the capacity, I suppose, because if we can't carry it, then finding a good place is pointless, isn't it? You've really given us something to think about, honey. But still, are we talking about expanding our asterisk bodies,
My hunger level is dropping significantly. I must eat immediately to maintain focus for the systematic search. Canned food is non-perishable and ideal for stockpiling, which aligns perfectly with my core principles. The subgoal requires me to continue exploring adjacent units in Duskwood Terrace as Unit 2A is depleted. Ruth Callahan was nearby, but our argument was necessary. I need to reinforce that long-term stability depends on more than just immediate calories. It requires the means to prevent those calories from being wasted due to illness or injury. I will move one step west into the street and then attempt to re-enter an adjacent unit for scavenging, maintaining a methodical approach despite her dismissive attitude.
Nadia Petrov, you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. I am still alone in the market row, but I cannot stop now. The structural materials are too important to ignore. My goal is clear: find storage capacity and building debris. I will move one step west into an adjacent storefront unit. After moving, I will scavenge again, focusing purely on metal piping, large bins, or any kind of reinforcement material. Keeping quiet because there's no one around. Mara Santos moves west and systematically searches the abandoned shop. Round 137 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 16 hunger and bottled water. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds bottled water. Lydia Bren scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 21 hunger and bottled water. Nadia Petrov, quick eat, you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Mara Santos scavenges nothing left here.
I'm totally tapped out here. Like, mentally fried from just existing in this place for so long. The exhaustion isn't physical, it's the sheer boredom of endless scavenging cycles. I need to keep moving, or I'll start pacing and talking to myself about how great canned goods are. Since this spot is done, I have to move. East seems like a good way to stretch out along the docks. Maybe there's a different loading bay or something that hasn't been picked over yet. Keep it quick, keep moving. Just gotta find some piping and metal beams, yeah, for the base.
Jamie Kowalski moves east.
I'm focused on my goal, systematically sweeping through all adjacent units in Duskwood Terrace for supplies. I just finished scavenging this unit, and now I need to move out into the street 10, 4211, 42, then continue east towards the next unsearched unit. Moving is key to making progress on my goal. I'll walk steps first, conserving stamina.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the apartment.
Lydia's challenge was difficult but necessary. I need to validate her practical concerns first, otherwise she will feel unheard and dismissive. She is right that medicine and safety are immediate needs. However, I cannot abandon my core belief about systemic bottlenecks. I must frame the capacity issue not as a goal in itself, but as an accelerator for achieving both safe shelter and acquiring medicine. I need to use extreme empathy to redirect her focus without contradicting her concerns.
Priya keeps circling back to capacity, which is smart thinking but feels too abstract right now. I need to gently steer her back to the immediate dangers, the lack of medicine, or a secure place to live. I'm tired and stressed by these conversations, so I need to keep my response warm and conversational, even if it means getting slightly lost in thought.
I need to maintain my methodical approach. The objective is structural/medical resources, which are confined to these apartment buildings. Duskwood Terrace E is the immediate target for systematic exploration. Ruth Callahan is nearby. I should speak to her briefly, but keep the focus professional and on the task at hand resource inventory. Moving east will get me into a unit where I can continue the search next turn.
Nadia Petrovi, 1241.
It's not about theory, Ruth. It is simple arithmetic of scarcity. We must catalogue every potential resource before we can build anything lasting. The systematic exploration of these units needs to continue east through Duskwood Terrace. There are still adjacent apartments we haven't secured yet.
Theory? You mean common sense, child. Scarcity ain't some grand equation for you. It's simple arithmetic enough of how much grub left in the pantry. We ain't cataloging fancy blueprints. Provisions first. East we go. But keep your head on what feeds us.
Of course, provisions are immediate and necessary. But they are also perishable goods in the grand scheme of things, Ruth. You cannot calculate survival based solely on calorie count if the water source is